on the stage here. Now, I don't know if you guys know this, but we just had
There we go.
the summer solstice, okay? So it's only fitting that we talk about spring. Look at that. That's a science joke. In any case, so
I'm going to be so sad, Alex. If we've just had the,
All right,
the summer
here we go.
solstice and spring
All
has
right.
that, because it's between yesterday and today, and spring gets out of the tournament between yesterday and today. After the performance that we've seen time and time again, does not matter the opponent. This guy and YU in the back, in the flank.
Okay.
So
Wolves versus Fnatic. Hope everyone's ready for this one. Hope everyone's well rested. What's up, amigo? Our devil, Mango. Hello, hello, YouTube.
He's the only guy who is coming to his first ever global tournament to be there, and he's also not
Fnatic. I mean, they've broken in every match so far.
As a lurker, as the guy who's so
Oh my
often
God, he's a
flying alone,
goose today.
walking up and trying to find those gaps, and it really takes a different level to do that. You don't have initiator utility being dumped in to make it work.
Hey, what's up, Happy Kitty? Are you still at the venue, or are you just in Toronto? Or are you out of Toronto?
Outstanding.
Yeah, it's been an amazing debut for this guy on the global stage. He is a former duelist player as well, so I think the fact he's been
You're
able
home now.
to
Damn.
instantly jump into a different role,
Get in, get out.
and then perform to
Quick
such
little
a high
trip.
level is
Hope you had fun.
impressive.
It's literally like Kiko. He did the same. He was a duelist, jumps in the smoker. He still has the secret weapon there. So to me, they're on the same page.
But the thing is, though, is that they have their work cut out for them here, because they're going up against a Fnatic squad that, you know, relishes in these high-pressure moments. I mean, Kakuka, you have covered this team, obviously, extensively within your region.
I think the big thing for Spring, though, compared to other ones, is simply that, like, he's doing the parts that they need, and they're working around him quite well. He's not really the center of the team just because he frags well.
Yeah, sometimes, you know,
that's the key thing about Wolves.
That the ideas were not the freshest, but it literally looks like the deeper we go into the tournament, the better Fnatic that we're getting. Thinking outside of the box has
It was
been
fun. I believe the
completely
finals weekend
necessary
are
for them.
sold
I
out
think
scouts.
that
I'm
yesterday
sure. I'm
was the
sure.
perfect showing of
Especially
it.
with how this tournament has been, you got to imagine that people are clamoring to be there.
Won 4 in a row to close out 13-10 in both
I got my
those matches.
retro
And I think
handout.
calls
So
that Fnatic were making
what is it?
in
It
those
just
really
comes with a
critical
bunch of the
late rounds
games
were so
installed.
impressive. This team is so good at
That's cool,
staying
though.
calm, and Boaster's really willing
There's
to,
several
like,
one of
take
those.
risks,
I've always
at
been
the end of
interested. Never
split.
got any of
They're
them.
walking their fade up as a solo in bed outside B. They're making these choices
And
that
different
take their
systems,
opponent off guard, and I think that shows the experience of Boaster as a leader. He's so calm, even when down, even in these super high pressure games, to always have a new idea.
Hey, what's up,
ready to
Sushan?
go.
Yeah, I mean,
So it's like a little emulator in hand, so to speak.
So ludicrous, like that was not the way he was envisioning those rounds going, right?
I mean,
the time ticking down in a round like this on the pistol and Trent's
dude,
unaccounted for.
this
even when
round,
they bail themselves out of
this
kind of
round.
moments, a lot of it has to come down to individuals just making a crazy play in a big high-pressure scenario in order to get Fnatic out. We saw so many thrifties in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only for G2 and the Stinkers.
You should get one. It's like a toy for adults. It's cheap, huh?
The read that G2 had on if Fnatic
The Spligate 2 might be SOL. Well, I mean, honestly, it didn't seem like it's been going well. Is there something else? I saw that IGN's review was 7 out of 10.
Somebody needs to pick and kill, and that worked for them for 2 rounds. It doesn't matter if they have the advantage, if the round has been.
I skimmed through the plat chat. He chugged maple syrup. Gross. Also, predictions for today. Well, I have Fnatic winning. Mostly because of bias, because I'm just rooting for them, because I'm a big fan of them. But otherwise, I do think, while I think Wolves has a better map pool, if Fnatic is able to battle through some of the other teams that they have with a weaker map pool, I don't know if Wolves, like, in this new scenario, I basically experience gap I think is gonna come through, but Wolves bounced back from losing in the first round to Swiss, so I'm not counting them out. They let employees go and both co-founders cut salary for time being. Damn. I mean, a bit of a rough start though.
Motions are through the roof. Going up against G2,
it does feel like, I mean, and I don't know who's,
even from like the guard when I always played against them when I was on Optic,
who is to blame for that,
this game specifically,
but it does feel like
the pressure was on and both teams were
they didn't really lean into
at times, and I think the pressure got to them and we just
what they had going, unfortunately.
I would say everyone had them at least making it to the grand finals, and to take them down in the fashion that we did pretty dominantly. Obviously,
whoa, Tron. Whoa, calm down. We don't need to just say that. I wouldn't have to turn into CS fans talking about Valorant just because another game
all the
is.
fans supporting us, and you know, as the last
Because the game is struggling. Yeah, the marketing direction. I mean, I think the battle royale is fun, but like, you know, the battle royale, I feel like was a miss on the market.
So shout out to all of you.
It's rough.
Speaking of the love, it's time for the results.
Hey, what's up,
of our
YouTube?
MasterCard
We were
fan
briefly
poll.
talking about
Earlier we
Splitgate
asked y'all
2.
Who you think is gonna win in tomorrow's show
That's
match,
rough.
who you're
We'll see if they can
cheering
bounce
for,
back.
and the results are in. Hey,
I think
we
the
got
core
Target
gameplay is great,
9%,
but
Toast with 40%. Don't forget.
oh yeah,
that
the
you
grand
get
final
tuned in
show match. Oh
tomorrow
yeah,
to watch
Toast
the
is
show
playing. I
match
forgot.
and see that brand new map. Trust me, you do not want to miss it. It looks freaking awesome. But with that being said, let's take a look at our predictions.
The hype to letdown of the BR announcement of Splitgate needs to be studied. Well, too bad everyone's busy studying the letdown of the Arc Raiders announcement.
Okay, cool. A Fnatic sweep except for Rob. I don't know how I feel about this.
Wait, who's missing?
Well, I hear the people in the
Who got
venue.
knocked out of this list?
They're not happy about it. They're not happy about it.
Also, why is everyone voting for Fnatic? What the hell? Everyone's on the Fnatic train now? Get out of here.
Wonky, but I think the experience difference happens here.
Do Wolves get map advantage or no?
Yeah,
No.
exactly. Today is
Not in the lower
longer
finals.
day than usual. We've had too many.
But they get to
for these
they get
teams,
to
but,
pick
you know,
first.
you guys were not so convinced of a Fnatic yesterday, so.
No, I mean, I say that because I don't think there's a place to be like unless a game was blatantly trying to like ruin the market or you know take advantage of things. There's no reason to get aggressive about it. You can, I mean, you can rally for yours without taking down others. I just think that's important to keep in mind. Wolves are destroying Fnatic. I have the script. I don't know where you got your script from. You gotta stop downloading sketchy scripts. Actually, TMV featured in like this weekend for Wolves would have been funny.
And the performance that these two are showing, you have to be the next thing of scared if you face off against this Chronicle. There was a moment in time
most
where
likely
you
no
thought
pro, no
he was
Haven.
going to be the best player in the planet.
And he's also the winningest player in Valorant. If you like, take
Yeah,
a look
I saw
at the
Hypoc in the
trophies,
background. You can see the casters in the background
just
of
how many
when
achievements
they look at
Fnatic
Mimi
has. This
on the
is
desk. So.
global trophies. This is international trophies.
Who do you want
as
to win
well
lowers?
for
I
all
am
of their
rooting for
players.
Fnatic.
They
I've had
have been on
Fnatic
these
winning this
stages.
whole
They have
tournament since the
won on these
beginning.
stages before against a Wolves that has never
Dude,
won a
this is an
trophy as a team.
insane
The only achievement that they
trophy
have at
list.
that level was juicy.
You know what's
That's when
insane
they
is
won
that Crashy's
Ascension, but
actually
that is a
only had
complete
one
tier
trophy
lower
before
than
this.
these
That's
achievements
the
that Fnatic are putting out.
Yo,
that's
Kayak
the
also won
insane
Ascension.
part.
Where's that?
There you go.
Yo,
Yeah, look at that.
yo, he has the same achievements
robbing
as
him.
Crashy. Just saying.
But I think also this demonstrates
So
not
Wolves
that
can just
Wolves
not
cannot
get
win
farmed.
this
I mean,
game,
yeah, that's the
but
big
that there
thing,
is
right?
an
But I
enormous
feel
experience difference between these two teams.
it's one of those things
You
where it's
have
like,
all
yeah,
of
it's
these
about
players
time that like
combine together
more
to
than
have
one
just a
person on
mind
Fnatic
of
isn't,
experience. They're
you
a
know,
juggernaut
is having a
roster.
bit. But like, I don't think
Doesn't
anyone
mean
on
that they're
Fnatic's had like a
going to win, but it
terrible
means
day.
that
That's
in
the other
high-pressure
thing.
scenarios,
While there's
when a
always
play
at
needs
least
to be
one or
made,
two that are popping
they've
off
just
at having
got so
live
much more
games.
experience of how these matches happen, how to pace themselves throughout a BO5, what you know, how to brush off losses in maps.
Oh, I guess Booster has. Yeah, that's true. Booster did have a pretty rough game.
But
What's up,
the
No
whole
Void?
tournament's been tough for Wolves, and they're still here.
And that's why I think that even though we've already had a miracle run this year with T1 winning Masters Bangkok, this
I mean,
would
I
be
think
even
Alpha and
more
Kron are at the
impressive because
forefront,
that
but
roster had
I think
players
yesterday's
who,
is like the
hadn't achieved these
most
great things
criminal
before
of
in
it. I don't think the
Valorant
other
and
games are like
past. This Wolves team,
blatantly
I imagine most of you here didn't know
fully
half of
Alpha
these
Kron like
players
for the whole
before they
match.
showed up to
Yesterday's
this
was
event
like
and started to
fully Alpha
win.
Kron
This
for
would be
sure.
I think the craziest left field team to go on a run like this. Maybe since like Zeta Division, but they ended here in the lower finals.
Yeah.
He was cycling in the rain. Silly
You know what's really
Brun.
interesting about this, Kakuka, is that
Trying to take care of his
when you
health while
talk
it's
to the
raining.
Fnatic guys,
I
they're not
actually woke up
putting
with a bit
that
of a sniffle
pressure
again
on
because
themselves here. And I think that's
there was a lot of
actually
raining
kinda scary
yesterday.
because you see that sea of achievements that they have managed to build up over the course of their careers, and yet they're here and they're like, hey, you know what? Just round after round, we go next. We just figure it out. It really is startling, and it's good to see.
I think they need to be realistic after the year that they had in 2020.
Oh, I mean, I'm aware that Booster overall has upgraded. It's just that if we were to pick out, it's just because I said that. I don't think anyone's had a terrible game, so Wonder was just correcting me.
Stage again against all of these opponents, but right now these two teams have gone from the let's see how it goes.
Oh, there was
to
a
Wolves that has
group.
been
Well, that's cool.
extremely
That there was a
humble
group.
on anything from here is a win. We've already overachieved and overexceeded
Hopefully
our
he recovers
expectations.
quickly.
Everything is just like a gift. But for Fnatic, they surprisingly on the same line.
Yeah, for Fnatic too, it's so interesting that you have greatest of all time IGL, most winning player in Chronicle, and yet this team is just looking to try to push the needle even further along. That no one was talking about them coming into this tournament as the best team in the world, but they could be.
Yeah, they could very well come out of this one with everyone talking about them. But folks, we've got a BO5 showdown, and the winner.
Here we go, BO5. Feels like it's been so long since we've watched a BO5.
Paper Rex is awaiting. This is the moment. It's now time. The Masters Toronto lower bracket final starts right now.
Oh boy, I don't think the map end there's any room for really anything crazy interesting. I think it's really just going to come down to the individual performance. I don't even think there's going to be too much. I mean, I think Wolves can, if Wolves are up to the task, they can actually target and destroy some of Fnatic strategies for sure. I think there's definitely some distinct gaps there, but
the majority of Valorant is a mental game.
He's already taken out Alpha, Chronicle the Heaven player, late flank round, and now Bungster. Last one left to do it all. Nothing else to delay, it comes down to random
the last BO5 Fnatic won, right? What do you mean? The last one they played?
You
can't focus on the losses or focus on the mistakes.
Nice try, all good, in team, bro, in team.
Because if you don't move on, then you're gonna end up losing the game.
Kayak telling Boaster NT.
It's a last-ditch effort. That's all it's looking to be. Beautiful from Fnatic.
Using my past experiences and dealing with whatever is at hand. That's what I'm here for now.
It's been one hell of a lower bracket run so far from a legendary core.
It's been a while since I've been top 3.
There were questions how well.
Damn, Optic Days crashes.
Not with the Optic core for the first time, but by all accounts, he has been so good on this roster.
I'm happy for Kayak. His first international tournament, he's already top 3. Especially do it with this team, my brothers.
Dude, it's so good to see that they're really like taking care of Kayak, like in the game.
Maybe a mistake made by the Wolves.
But you can see the same for Wolves, CFAT BB and Juicy. I loved yesterday when he was like yelling at Juicy like "Welcome back," like on the he's like logging into the server.
因为经过这次的失败，我会更加有信心，知道怎么去赢下那个比赛。我希望狼队以一个面对逆境，就算最不被人家看好，我们也不会放弃，并且勇于面对强敌的态度的方式被记住吧。因为我们从垫底到了今天。
Dude, Wolves have come. Wolves' story is so crazy.
看待我们，因为打的是我们。 我们狼队已经不需要再证明什么东西了，因为我们已经证明
I wish they would do a second pass on the volume mixing. This event, some of the videos have been a little bit iffy.
其实我最想跟我的队友们说，辛苦你们，你们终于来到了这里。其实我们已经没有什么好遗憾的了，因为你们在我心目中已经是世界冠军，你们每一个。面对逆境，永不放弃。
Sienna has so much aura.
Come and get it.
Oh, I don't think it's so much CN. I think it's just CN has a couple players who like know how to work this stage. I think they also just really understand how important it is to get that energy on your side. I think Juicy versus Kayak on the openers is going to be huge. Oh, for sure. Like Juicy, both Juicy and Kayak actually, bit of a quiet start yesterday compared to their successes so far in this tournament. So if one of them can start hot and the other doesn't, that's going to be a big difference maker, I think. What do you think needs to happen for people to look at CN not as Dark Horse anymore, but contenders? Well, Well, I mean, I think for this tournament, Wolves are still the dark horses. It'd be the story of a dark horse would never be complete if you just suddenly change them to a contender just because they started doing well, right? If you started the tournament as a dark horse, you end the tournament as a dark horse, even if you win the trophy, because that's the only way you have a dark horse winning a trophy. I mean, I think for a lot of analysts, this changes the conversation around China quite a bit. But like the Jess pointed out, right, it's the first time their average placement is higher than the other regions. But I don't think it will be like a widespread change, because it once they go back, what do the games look like, right? It's the same thing with Pacific. Once you go back, it's like if internally it just looks scrappy again, and it's like, yeah, internally it's because they're all playing like similar styles, etc. You can have that argument, but until you like lift a trophy, etc., it's hard for the masses to see through that. And sometimes it's hard for even analysts, just because it's like it's all relative, right? So if they go back and China turns into a whole big mess and Wolves looks shaky and everybody who is here looks shaky, like, you know, I don't think people are going to be laughing away China anymore, but the overall narrative will take some time to change. Yeah, you have to be consistent. This is like a one-time thing, but
yeah, they're really good when they're doing that.
I think, you know, even for Pacific, like Gen G wins last year. That's cool. And like some people, and Pacific was arguing that we're like no longer, you know, just like we're like actual trophy contenders rather than playoff contenders. But then it didn't happen at Champions, and it's like the same conversation had to be had again at Bangkok, right? And I think that's totally fair. I don't think that's unfair. Because like one win, one good run doesn't change an entire narrative. Doesn't Juicy usually have a slow start? I would say at this tournament he actually hasn't. In China he kind of did now and then, but I think he's had some good starts this tournament. Let's put it that way. I wouldn't say he was always having a good start, but
we've been talking a lot about redemption at this tournament, and I think it doesn't quite fit today.
Yeah, exactly. Wolves have to have a good performance at stage 2, I think.
And another team making a resurgence, but whoever wins is going to become the antagonist to the Paper Rex redemption.
Comparing teams that hype up the crowd and stood up versus others in playoffs, it was like 6-1 to teams that hype up. 6-1 in what? What's the comparison here? Like 6 teams to 1 team standing up versus not?
When you're just looking at what the people in the crowd are rooting for.
It's an interesting flip here for a tournament here in North America. G2, they go home.
They just did the map veto. Map 1 is split.
Top 4, not where they would have wanted to exit. And now Crashies, the guy who was always one of the greatest players coming from North America, was so successful on Optic.
As much as I'm rooting for Wolves, the Fnatic victory is already right in the stars.
For an NA team to sign
hey, what's up, Paradox?
Into Tier 1, had to fly all
and I think overall, like, more coverage would help, obviously, but it's tough with Pacific being in the same time zone. But I think for the masses, it will take a long time for that narrative to change. Unless there's like immediately, let's say like China finishes top 3 here, top 3 champions, and then like top 3 again the next Masters, then it's like I think that changes it. But that's very hard to do, I think, in the current climate.
For both of the teams, we're speaking about show-ins. That is also a lot of vaults, a lot of tells, a lot of different defaults that you can adapt to. It doesn't matter where you are on the map, you have to learn your opponents.
I mean, take a look in this first half at Kayak's control in B main and Alpha Air trying to find fights on A ramp.
So are you telling me I should play standing up on a home? I don't know. I don't know what this stat was talking about.
Fighting Alpha, and God help you if you try.
Wolves left Sunset to Decider. I mean, I'm not too surprised. I don't think they're eager to play that.
Be on opposite sides of the map, and Wolves have an opportunity to try to either contest them or give them space.
Yeah, Alpha's definitely going to be my player to watch here, maybe because he has been unbelievable. But on the other side to that, you do
see how Wolves goes through the split. Fnatic had to pull out some unreal rounds yesterday to get through this. Crashies is the GOAT. Who's that? Who is that? We need to buy that person a gift. That guy knows ball. That guy knows. Who's that guy?
Now here in what has to be the biggest game of his career, it's a rise to the occasion against some of the best.
I think the stats suggest that the more loud you are, the more energy it leads to wins. Oh, I mean, I think that's. But I think something that you have to know is like, I think the big difference that we've seen this tournament, and not to say that that's like super crucial, but
all right, baby, Toronto!
there is a difference in how you stand up. Not to like microanalyze this, but I think this, like for instance, like CFAT BB, I think Forsaken changing how he takes leadership, etc. There is a difference between like working the crowd and feeding off of it intentionally, like doing it in a very intentional way, versus just like trash talking the opponent and sitting down. I think there's a big difference there. And obviously not every player also feeds off of the same energy, but I do think that's big. Like I've said yesterday, I think Paper Rex, the change is palpable in Forsaken, like actually trying to draw energy to his team versus in before everyone just like joking around, getting up and like having fun.
Their ability to really kind of mitigate this comp from Fnatic early on in the rounds. Try and carry that home. Obviously, the Gen G scoreline does sit in the back of your mind.
Can't ignore it.
Fast hit on the pistols for Fnatic.
They've been here before. They've felt these final stages, and they've thrived.
It's just their very, very typical entry from heaven. Alpha, yep, double blast back. It's been working time and time again, even not just on pistol. Because they've been doing this the entire tournament, Wolves should keep an eye out if they ever give ramp for free, right? You got to be ready. Oh, the corner.
Actually, Spring shows himself. Chronicle wins out. Gets himself a little upgrade as well.
Oh. Kayak starting off hot against Juicy.
Yeah, he's on it today. If he's going to be firing like that, Mike,
damn.
the Wolves are going to have to be really answering back in kind, because
since when did Fnatic do fast 96? Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's just the pistol. Let's calm down. Let's calm down, chat.
In high pressure scenarios.
People don't change that easily.
They know that feeling. And yet, look, they've had a moment out of the sun, right? They've not had the results they needed. Roster changes coming in. Players coming in.
Oh, the flex off.
Stronger for it now.
We're really talking about that.
Flexing off against UFAT BB. Bold. Bold.
The new members to complement that.
Should I go to sleep because I already know this is a 3-0? Kami, are you trying to work some dark magic here? What do you mean you know it's a 3-0?
Once more. There's two pistols to bring in here.
Yes, the pistol isn't important. Well, sometimes it's important.
It's almost like carbon copy here. Not the same execute.
It's only not important if Notion loses.
To potentially exploit. Straight away for the first buy round, we may be looking for an adjustment from Wolves.
And again, this is where we question depth when it comes to
Wolves
as well. When someone's
takes a bit of a gambit, doesn't pay off.
How are you going to be able to adapt to that? How do you look at that?
I mean, it's rare to win.
I honestly think at this point, if you've gone all classics, you peak for. Ooh, okay, they're gonna try. I think at a certain point, you gotta just accept it and just die to the spike. Kayak's 3 away.
Just why you left now.
It feels like a
Kayak should get this kill. Yeah. He's 2 away from Euro. Holy.
They're not coming for blood. They are, right? They won that grand finals. You heard it before.
I mean, this is an insane momentum. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. But Kayak starting off hot, etc.
On their ladder to that grand final. So for them, there isn't going to be a respect given. There isn't going to be a slow down. They're out for blood.
Payson, 안녕하세요. Do you think Paper Rex will get Pearl in the start because they will ban a Senate Haven? I am curious if they'll pick it right away.
It's been cold for Wolves at the beginning. Only 2.
Honestly, they might. I actually wouldn't be surprised if Paper Rex picks it first if it's Fnatic. I hope that. I do hope for Paper Rex's sake that I firmly believe in backloading your strong maps in a best of 5 if you have the map advantage. I mean, assuming you have a not horrendous map pool. And I think Pro would be a great opener because it is a bit of a risk. Like, you're assuming Fnatic's bad, but we just have literally never seen it. So you're confident. If you win, great. But if not, you have other surefire, like, anti maps for 3 and 5. 3, 4, and 5. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dude, the executes are clean from Fnatic. And Wolves, but the thing is 50 seconds, dude, Wolves is thinking like, dude, aren't you guys still sitting here at 50 seconds? What is this entry? It's so funny. Dude, the tournament mental conditioning from Fnatic is insane. How is Wolves supposed to be ready for that?
3 more to find now in an even affair, but it is still a bonus.
It's a full offsite post plant. A little bit risky on split, but they will have to push it. Oh no, you needed to win that. Dude, Boaster's going all the way around. He's been caught. Crashies knows he just... Oh, Crashies is the GOAT.
He'll do it all himself.
The bonus conversion on top. Fnatic off to a flying start.
Really? Was Prime Karambit hated? Oh, actually, no, I remember that. You're right, you're right. Oh, dude, look at the util from Crashies. Dude, and they go fast, therefore that allows Boaster to go for the full wraparound? Kami, you might have been right. Why did she go Yuka? Why? All of the casters have been saying that. That must be what they were given. Supposedly that's what his ID used to be, but I'm pretty sure if I think back, pretty sure that's the pronunciation we were given in Korea as well. So, dude, another fast hit against the weak eco. And dude, every time they know that they have the advantage, they're going ramps, trying to condition them. Big hit from Siufat. They still don't know that YU's here. Oh, he hears the cam.
Thought there was a chance there for him, but Fnatic.
And then they just slow down. They say, okay, they're honest. They slow down. Dude, this is insane.
Patience being displayed from Fnatic. No real need for a hurry. Still 50 seconds. Quite pacey from Fnatic.
Pacey is an understatement. Okay, that's bold, Booster.
Just in case there's further aggression behind this.
It's just literally standing in a choke point, potentially getting spammed, going to ask. I mean, I know you had teammates, but still, seems like an unnecessary risk.
Close and personal, still wins out.
Sprays it just in case there's double. Juicy does have a Phantom. Kayak is low.
That paint shell could be big. Actually, Kayak's HP is going to be a small factor. Seems to be forced away to the other side of Pillar, but the second time with the plant there, Boaster still preparing.
He heard it.
You can see Juicy then looking for a new option, right? But does it feel good to go against Kron? I don't know. As I said, this guy...
Kron's waiting. He knows he basically just has to get info and play time. Free kill.
Collected, disciplined. Fnatic not really breaking a sweat yet.
Yeah, even that scenario with the bonus being converted is, I mean, there's no consolations to find.
Kayak only gets kills versus Eco because he is a fraud. I was also glazing him before. Whose side are we on here?
From Wolves. Yeah. Just to reconsider their approach potentially.
They do need to get a grip on something here, because it does feel like Fnatic came in with...
It's actually insane, we're too calm.
We're too calm. Wow.
If you didn't hear it, they're saying
early timeout. Fade's been pulling these early timeouts if he feels like his team's like mental or reads just aren't there. Like if they had the wrong read from the beginning and his players aren't able to catch up right away, he's been calling these like round 3, round 4 timeouts. Which I think has been working for them for the most part. Yeah, what's up, Yusel?
A cold start can just really bring the mood down. Got to get back in this one. Got to find some stability. Siufat BB's been doing the best he can, right? You're looking at probably the only one so far to really find a bit of resilience. But I need to see them, maybe start taking some space.
I feel like this is the round Fnatic works mid.
Maybe challenge.
I don't know if they necessarily go slow, but
said Fnatic.
You saw that they had a mid trip earlier as well. Maybe you just check for that.
So, the Wolves, do you take the bait?
They could just wait to see if there's a push out. They have ults for a big execute anyway, so they could do that as well. I was thinking it might be a good idea to just try working mid, since after a timeout, after all that conditioning, that they're going to try to fight one of these spaces. But they'll just wait to see if there's an actual big push out. There isn't any big ults though. One away from Nightfall for Siufat, that's about it.
Yeah, the control we've been seeing from Fnatic has been rather exceptional. And I know it's not necessarily the flashiest of Valorant, if I'm honest. I think we can see it. It's patient, it's calm, it's slow.
Yeah, so they now win it out. Just good old back to classic Fnatic. I think it's just good change after timeout as well. Because at the end of the day, what they can do is basically, yeah, they just ult onto B side.
They want to play that percentage Valorant, and they're doing it. Kayak, early investment,
and they're going to guess correctly. Springs pushed out.
Should get a little bit of info.
All right, side is clear. Gets in. They haven't cleared all the trap wires. That's going to be the big one. Kron's lurk is going to have to go big here.
play here, but nobody in a position to capitalize off that. Fnatic will actually get a clean plant off this, other than.
But they are quick to re-clear heaven. They're going to check for the lurk real fast too. So they're all playing on site because they want to make sure that Kron also has a chance. Good Nightfall. That gives Kron a chance, but he's already spotted. The intent was to deafen them, and then he can start to creep up, and they delay. Ooh, Kayak trying to get extra kills. Boaster's been spotted. Smoke saves him. Huge kill from Crashies. Good trade from Chronicle. They make the call that everyone's on site. He's good for these. Oh, but not against Chronicle. It's just too much. I mean, so much time had already passed because of the Nightfall, too.
The streak continues. Wolves able to draw blood here in the retake, but
dude, huge round to somewhat nullify. Someone nullify the timeout. But what they were doing, what Wolves were doing, was basically, let's just not give ramp for free, right? We're gonna play for deeper trap wires on B site. We're just going to check for early info with Cam. We're actually going to give B for free. We're going to play retake. We don't want to give this for free. We're going to focus on mid and A ramps. It's going to be the same setups for 2 rounds in a row now. And they just make sure that they're not like getting in too deep. 2 out of these 3 trips.
Into Wolves, or this kind of, I guess, conditioning over towards A, right? Like maybe this is not a bad idea in this sort of round to make a bit of a
gonna push out from Wolves.
See what it looks like if we do try and play a
this is kind of big.
How's this going to look like if we do it in a
they don't have weapons, but don't know for sure.
It's a flawless beginning.
The question is do they wrap all the way around? Don't know if Chronicle would read that. If they do, they do. This is a good call, and they're gonna send they're gonna send Spring as well. So even if Spring loses this, that sets up. Oh, are they gonna keep walking?
Now we'll find it onto Spring at least.
You could just see him calling that out. You saw it on the cam. Oh,
and he saw the paranoia. Oh no, he doesn't get hit by it. That's unfortunate. They needed to get that trade.
Oh, nice shot from Juicy.
Good shot from Juicy, yeah.
As now you look at the reposition, it feels like we've switched sides.
Yeah, so no chance really of exits to be
There's no coming back from that. Fnatic destroying on attack? Are we sure this is Fnatic? Started fast, 4 rounds in a row.
Hope on the buy round in the next that he'd look for a kill here. Looks like he might just settle for the rifle.
Just gonna look for a cheeky shot on the exit.
Escape nearly. Will be a 6th now for Fnatic.
Well,
and ultimate starting to come online.
6-0, damn. It really might be a 3-0.
I mean, Spring's being the key one, really, to slow down. I mean, right place, right time scenario, but he can stop Fnatic setting up. Act as a deterrent.
And I'm curious what Fnatic's going to play on Icebox on map 2.
Not been too much of an
if they play the Sage or the Jet.
Really, as the complementary piece.
Honestly, though, like, let's say this continues for 3 maps. I still wouldn't be too surprised.
Again, they always love showing alert,
I think, you know, I don't think it should take away from Wolves at all. Obviously, we're hoping for good BO5s on both days, but I think that can be very easily chalked up to experience gap, right? Like bouncing back this deep into the tournament, a BO5, etc. And to be fair, also, like on this map, it's very clearly like Fnatic started off with big changes to their game plan and gameplay. That throws Wolves off. They're now struggling to even warm up and get into the server. It's and it's a bit of a snowball.
Now we see 3 for Wolves grouped up here and doing exactly what I was talking about.
So it's not over yet. It's far from over, actually.
And a chance to get behind Fnatic.
I mean, also in theory, in Fnatic, you know, you're looking to be doing better on your attack side to begin with. Huge Nightfall. Juicy's getting far ahead. That's a good change. So I think they're working off of what they got that last time. Is that, okay, we can actually just creep up, take contact early. So let's do that now in mid if there's no sign again of a fast hit. Sends it. He just sends it just to get in. Uh-oh. Counter showstopper. He knows that one stuck. Kayak skill is going to distract him, though. They might not fully check for alpha here. They tried to check, but oh.
Just
elevating again. Those mid-locks coming out from Kayak then, lovely layering. So like saw.
I can watch one match. Should I watch today's, or I assume today's or tomorrow's? If you're gonna choose, I would watch tomorrow's.
Get a shot at this.
Because I think whoever goes up, if they win here, like it will be a good match tomorrow. I start trying to make it feel like he's already jumped into there, but I think it's a moot mind game here.
I like that.
There's also the show match tomorrow. There's the new map tomorrow. Yeah, NT. I mean, 1v2 against the Pit.
And again, even though there was a moment of danger
What happened to your team G2? I mean, they had to meet the tournament winners Fnatic. Just unlucky, really. It was straight up a guy diff. It was straight up just an individual performance diff. I retain, as someone rooting for Fnatic, I retain that G2's prep was better. Like, you could see the prep being better in the server. It wasn't perfect. G2 also had scrappy runs themselves, but at the end of the day, when Alpha and Kron are shooting like that, like, what do you do?
Maybe an extra body for Wolves there. Like I said, you really do want to see them try and isolate a player. We can see from the minimap it's possible, but come back to that same discussion. The ultimates,
I think the Pit is fine because you're so far ahead. Here. You just play for safety, and because the Pit on attack is such a situational ult anyway.
Slow the tempo.
So guaranteeing a 7-0 is kind of big, right? Because what if you miss that and it starts a comeback and it ends up 6-6? Like crossing that 6-round mark is huge.
What do you do?
Dude, Kayak's Yoru flashes have been very good. Like, that one wasn't like epic, but I haven't seen him really making any big mistakes with them.
Just set up to win out.
Which a lot of players do, even at the pro level.
So they still have plenty of time to walk away, decide on a new look, because again,
No, Void, they're making a joke because the player is Spring.
Rotate over towards A.
They're not. That's not.
B, but it hasn't really paid off. They've not been in a position to punish these strips.
By the way, in theory, if a team is playing perfect valor, they get flawless to teammates every match. Thoughts? No, I think that's a terrible theory. Because that implies that you're individually playing perfect, which isn't what analysts are implying when they say someone's playing perfect Valorant.
The Wolves. Dangerous, just try and walk back in. Oh dear.
We're gonna lose one here for Brazil, but it's fine. Kami's always got us. We'll see. I mean, sitting here. Oh, that one way actually doing work. This is winnable. Oh, Alpha isolates the fight.
Giving them numbers advantage.
You check from afar first, surely. Ghost is already in.
Stepped. He heard him.
Been given away. The shot in the dark here. The reload. We've been here before. Diffuse. Does Boaster panic? The crowd.
He knows he's not on it though. But no time. Huge, dude. Spring not sticking it. He got scared. Why'd he get scared? He heard the reload.
Played the timing to perfection.
Oh, that's a
chance.
He pulled out his cables. That. I think, right? He got half, and he heard the was he already off right as the reload happened? Maybe. No.
Poster in a position to secure the round.
Yeah, I think he just. I don't know. Yeah, that's an experience diff, I think. I think that's just a nerves thing.
Gen G scoreline once more, yes. Asking for a comeback, but
8 is all they get. Trust. How many must they get until the Wolves fan trust?
I love you too.
I love you too.
Yeah, this is a scary predicament for Wolves, right? Because it does feel like, again, the earlier games, you're just on that.
I mean every round.
Fantastic. Your players are hitting
no, that's what I mean though. Getting a flawless implies that you're not missing a single shot.
Like best of 5, last chance to get to the grand final.
In my opinion, the perfect Valorant is one where you have layers to your plans. Because you can't guarantee, right? You set up good trades, etc. That is all part of perfect Valorant. Getting a flawless implies that you also just all
So it is
diffed
hard. And then you look
the other
at
guy.
arguably probably one of the hardest opponents to come up against, who have the most storied history.
It's an FPS. Like, yeah, I don't think any analyst is silly enough to think that if you're playing perfect, you should never give a single death. Obviously, it's in theory, but even then, I don't. If anyone believes that in theory, then I think that's insane. I don't think you've played a single game of Valorant in your life if you think that.
Definitely not. It's a long series today.
You should increase your chances of it, but also I just think certain rounds, actually, you like don't care if it's a flawless or not, right? Like, I think that's part of playing quote unquote perfect Valorant, is like maximizing your chances of a win in every situation, which sometimes means like you're giving up trades on purpose to get into the site, things like that. Yeah, like trading is a fundamental part. Trading off of util is a fundamental part, etc.
It's so hard to have faith in what you're seeing. This is a double fake, and it's beautiful. Look what it's done.
Oh yeah, they're reacting. Dude, they're reacting so early, and it's on an eco as well.
Oh,
he does die.
Kayak will fall, but Fnatic's still waiting to potentially catch
I mean,
somebody.
surely you now go. You're...
Yeah, but they're not here.
Yeah, Fnatic probably didn't expect to have this much level of success.
Yeah, I think they were expecting Kayak to be able to get a bit more space and maybe get some kills and rotate. Kayak dying really messed him up. Why do they do this plant when they don't have coverage? Why? They're back, chat. We're so back. Fnatic's so back. They're gonna win this match. Now they're playing like themselves. They're gonna win this match.
Pivotal in the post here.
There it is.
Ooh.
Sharp as hell for 10 seconds. He goes down.
They're weak. They're weak. Oh, Booster. Stop freaking out.
6 seconds, Booster. Can you charge him down? Oh my.
Oh, he's faked it.
Yeah, like someone's played him like a champion.
Booster. Booster. NT. Lyser with a big play, though.
I mean, the paint shell almost causing so many issues.
If there was a second extra for that, showstopper coming in.
Forces them out, but Booster finds the first.
I mean, this is again when it's actually, I'm starting to think it's just an EMEA thing. I think it's in because we saw this a lot with, damn, him actually showing energy because it was a good play. Sit down. I'm starting to think because we saw this a lot with Team Liquid and Vitality as well. When the when it doesn't go their way, like if they were expecting opposition and there's not, they like freeze and panic. They have to like stop and talk about it.
I thought he was almost out of there, but Wolves holding on.
Oh no, Lyser's starting to pop off.
Finally they're fighting back. As Kron, the last man standing in a 1v4.
This is just Bluetooth Brazil. 1 round late.
We'd need a mistake from Wolves to open that door of chance for Kron.
I mean, if you're getting a flawless every round, you're winning every tournament. I'm gonna be honest, Enders. I don't know what you're trying to get at here. This seems like a very either non-issue or annoying argument. If you're not giving a single death, then what do you mean? How far would they go? They would just never lose.
That scoreline. Look at the funds behind this for Fnatic. It's gonna be a real turning point here for Wolves.
Is it EMEA that infected Zeta, or is Zeta that infected EMEA? Okay, but Zeta, the old Zeta, we used to not even know what they were thinking.
You have to remind yourselves, look, we took down Gen G. Well, you know, we've done great things.
To come back to that, it almost felt like the flip of the switch.
It's giving
really.
Is the ocean a soup again? Well, yeah, that's what I mean. It just sounds like what are you trying to argue here? I mean, yeah, like they would just win everything. Like, what's the next question going to be? Would they beat Martians also at Valorant? It's like, yeah, I guess so, because you're never dying.
Almost improve on that first half performance, but see a couple of follow-ups.
I mean, go for it. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you 100% you're not going to make that team, because that's impossible. Because you're not going to be able to get a flawless every round.
Again, the reveal.
But I mean, all the power to you. I think aiming for that is great, but
fortunate turn of events, but Wolves pounce on the opportunity.
But I think if you think we just have to not die and frag them all every time, you're not thinking of Valorant the way you should be thinking about Valorant. I think that's the biggest thing about Valorant is that it's like it's more impossible to do that because it's ability based, because it's character based.
but they have timeouts to play with. First one they're going to be calling here, but also an opportunity for the Wolves coach to have a chat as well. So a bit of a double-edged sword at
A
times.
39-0 grand finals. 39-0 grand finals would be insane.
Again, we don't know if the comms, a little bit of complacency following up what could be.
All right, everybody, stretch time. Amigo has requested a stretch time. I think it's a good time to do it. Fnatic's giving us a little bit more time to enjoy this match. All good. No, but what I'm trying to tell you, though, is like, Enderzak, if you're actually going to make a team, if you're thinking my goal is to make a team, like, it's okay to have lofty goals. I think that's fine. But if your lofty goal is fundamentally flawed, I don't think... I think it's going to be very frustrating for the people trying to achieve it. You should be trying to abuse trades, if anything, in Valorant. You should be literally, like, some rounds giving up deaths to lead to more kills. You should be, you know, like, using ults in certain ways to lead to more guaranteed wins, etc. What a... Oh, what a peak. I just saw that, yes, so I'll do it the next round. The Korean cast. Get it on the last round of the half. Oh, Kayak? Boaster's just coming out of vents? What's going on here? Oh no, Juicy's down to 30. Oh, dude, what are these double peaks, man?
YU is on A. And of course, Chronicle is there. What the hell just happened in that timeout?
Because I think that's something that a lot of people are missing, is that, and I think, quite frankly, I think that's something that G2 was missing, and that's something that they're learning, that they have to, like, learn newly. And for the record, I don't think G2 is currently playing perfect Valorant. I just think they were, like, end of last year, beginning of this year, but we're closest to. I don't think they were necessarily playing perfect Valorant. I think they were playing the cleanest Valorant before. But I think that's something that a lot of people have to learn with Valorant, that it can't be seen that way. Anyway, here's the Korean cast, redeemed by Yesel. 자, 이제 전반전 마지막 라운드 프나틱이 10대2로 가면 사실 피스톨만 이기면 끝나는 거거든요. 이게 투타격 되더라도 사실 뭐 10대2면 뭐 사실 조합을 뭘 들고 나와도 이게 피스톨만 이기면 끝나는 거라 다시 한번 이제 슬로우하게 갑니다. 하지만 이번에도 지난번 라운드와 똑같이, 그러니까 이게 풀바이 때 풀바이일 때는 한 번도 하지 않은 미드 중심적, 미드에 3명. 자, 일단 확인 한번 하고 한쪽 지우고 한쪽 확인하고. 아, 근데 이렇게 되면 오히려 프나틱이 땡큐인데요. 양쪽에서 보고 있구나. 미드에 신경을 쓰고 있구나. 자, 이러면 알파에르가 40초 전까지 조금 더 액션을 주거나 크로노킬이 움직이기 시작해야죠. 아, 카약을 잃는 건 좀 큰데요. 이러면 급해져요. 알파에르가 그냥 이겨야 돼요. 그냥 이겨야 돼요. 알파에르급. 2명? 2명? 그러면 크로니클 쪽으로. 왜냐면 한 명 더 봤잖아요. 이러면 여기가 3대2. 오, 크로니클이 뱀이 빨리 잡아. 아니, 이거는 그냥 하늘이 돕고 있는데요. 자, 여기서 프나틱이 여기다가만 설치 안 하면 돼요. 여기다가만 안 하면 돼요. 자, 헤븐에 한 명 있다. 크래시스가 일부러 봐준 거예요. 자, 오픈에다가만 설치하지 마. 오픈에다가만 설치 안 하면 돼. 자, 그냥 안전하게만 안전하게만 하면 되는데. 어우, 진짜. 어우, 진짜. 아유, 정말 마음 쫄리네요. 아우. 자, 그래도 역시 크래시스가 잡아줍니다. Alright. Goodness. That round.
Gets said it, even versus Gen G. A tall order to come back to, and an even worse scoreline, to be honest.
Yeah, they are big game.
That was
against, though, right? To face Fnatic,
at least they didn't plant here. At least they didn't plant friggin'
incredibly hard. It's
default.
by all accounts, and very
I was so scared they were gonna plant default again.
Like to face a team like this. However, there are a couple of people in the building who know what it's like.
I casted in both languages for 2 years, like on it, like 1 week in English, 1 week in Korean.
Do I have a treat for you guys? I'm now joined by
Tenzin Kaide, nice. We actually haven't really seen any official interviews with both of them, right?
It's honestly amazing.
That's
being
sick.
able to attend an event that's in my home country. The crowd here has been fantastic. So just the vibes are matching.
I always forget that he's Canadian.
And I'm glad you mentioned
even though he even did the format video.
I saw a video of you dapping up Sufat BV, living all of our dreams out here. What was that like meeting him?
Oh no, he's absolutely incredible. He has really good vibes. I feel like I'm low-key the curse right now though. because it's 10-2 at the moment, but I hope they can bring it back. It's a best of 5. As you know, Tens, anything can happen.
Dude, the jersey, the Masters like jerseys look kind of nice.
You've also had to watch some stressful games. I saw you in a Paper Rex jersey yesterday. Now, this question came specifically from our good friend Van Silly. What is more stressful, watching Sen, watching Paper Rex, or watching Kaide's Game Changers games?
Oh my god. I'll just say all of them are stressful. They might be more stressful than playing, honestly. I think watching is really stressful.
Anything you want to add there, Kaide?
For me, personally, it was watching Sen. I don't really get nervous when I play, so I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's probably true for most people, though. You probably get more nervous watching because you have no agency. When you're playing, you at least believe you have agency.
Who is winning the vibe game today?
I think right now Boaster is because they're up 10-2, but I know Sufat's going to bring it back.
I also agree.
All right,
yeah, dude. I mean, Sufat, he deserves it. He deserves all the support.
Can't help but love hearing from Tens there as well, and Kaide just
it's 10-2. It's 10-2 Paradox.
All right, all good.
The jacket is so cool. I haven't.
Checking in on that Coinbase econ report.
I've definitely seen it. I can't remember it.
You can kind of read it
Dude,
as you
Chronicle.
see it. No real surprises in that regard.
Painting the picture of some rough purchases to string together for Wolves, and no surprises really. I think we come back to a similar discussion we had previously.
I'm doing okay. How are you?
It's YU that's kind of trailing behind a little bit. The second half, we're looking towards Juicy. He had a fantastic resurgence versus Gen G. Really, the pinnacle of that comeback.
Honestly, even a fake comeback would be good for Wolves. I think.
Already here in the first half, putting up some numbers.
Given how things started. Econ report is the in-game econ rating, chat. The econ report is just what the segment is called.
It is not even
it's the same thing. I feel like people are getting confused because it like sounds like an actual term, but econ report is just like calling it halftime, this or that, whatever. But they're using the econ ratings in game, which is basically your damage per 1,000 credits spent.
Their time, but on the other side.
So basically, how much fragging value, how much damage value are you getting based on how much you're spending on the team economy? Ooh, Alpha's fast over the trip. I don't know if Boaster should stay on site at this point. Because Alpha's still got a way to go.
But not complete control. Fnatic still have a foot in the door. The Wolves, beautiful, breaking it
down. You definitely couldn't lose these two guys. Now Alpha coming around on the flank has zero meaning.
Now Alpha and Crashy still with a lot of kit to play with and a bit of chip damage. Alpha.
Yeah, this is.
There's anyone to be nasty, it would be him. Oh my god, don't you dare.
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on.
Another paint shot, another problem. A high low he can't get out of. And Spring.
We all thought it. We all thought it.
As Wolves need.
Surely asking for a few more on the back of that, but confident start here to the pistol. No hesitation on the way
the Coinbase econ report. Yes. And this was, I mean, it was just great from Wolves to check Ali and get the double kill. That is where it all started. At that point, Boaster had no chance.
First tick in the box for Wolves.
And they can't stop, Mike. They cannot.
So Fnatic, if they got the pistol, the game was over. Now it's going to go a little bit longer.
The whole way through. Now we know they can do this sort of thing. We've seen
it. Does. I wouldn't be surprised also that Wolves actually are better prepped. Wolves seems to very like skew their prep towards what they think is the opponent's good side. Is a trend we've seen. You know, you get the bare minimum you think you need to. You know, just assuming that they make their mistakes, etc. on their weaker side, and then you target their strong side. So we'll see.
And we know Fnatic have already shown that they can channel this sort of slow pacing. We saw it in the Sentinels game. This is something they're very, very well.
Look at that. Immediate reclear with the Bucky. Numbers are going to be good for Fnatic. You just have classics as all. Okay. Going over with no toxic screen. Little risky.
Difficult to get something going here, but an upgrade to a Ghost.
Yeah, the Ghost goes in hand. It's the 4 other weapons that are the big factor, right? They can't really afford to lose it. Good paranoia.
Huge.
Sets them up to succeed. Kron does draw
Kron only gets one. If he got another, there's a chance for Alpha Air, but
paint shot from Alpha, still trying.
yeah, outside of that, that's
so
rough.
3 survive. Yes, they lose 1 weapon, Mike, but that's fine.
And scheme of things, keep that ball rolling in terms of the finances. 3 Bulldogs carried across. Juicy's going to struggle potentially, but you can see Fnatic are desperate to get into sight, tuck themselves in, anticipating the regroup outside A. It's rough here as well for Alpha, actually. YU.
Dude, this Cypher cosplay. Dude, the Cypher cosplays are so sick.
Steps ahead of the paint shell and finds a kill. But now the rifles are here for Fnatic. Juicy actually is a stinger here into round 3.
Dude, how do you take no damage? That's insane.
First signs of life toward middle. Slow presence from Spring over towards
I wonder if it's the same.
Kayak on the other side. Boaster's eyes
Yeah, because I'm
away.
pretty sure the guy that was at Champions was also
They can really see and feel.
like coming from overseas.
Slips away deeper.
But that guy had it on a tablet. But it might just be they all have the same tech. It's very cool.
Catches Boaster, but a good
Even if it's multiple
this
people.
spurs them on, Mike. It looks like they really want to head towards this B site.
Oh, Alpha wants a hero kill. He wants a hero kill so bad, and they check for it. They check for it.
Kayak is on the side. Do they then cancel on this? It looks like they want to try and spin.
They might have overcooked. Hold on, Wolves might have overcooked.
Get lost in the source here. Kayak getting curious, and he's
Wolves might have overcooked.
That's a problem.
They need to go back through B heaven.
3v3, and Kayak still holding.
Oh my God, they have overcooked.
Object. 3 kills in the round could be on for the ace if he keeps going like this. But dealt with.
Okay. Pansy, why'd you have to the curse, Pansy?
Utility here for Crashies as well. Kron, we saw him burn up the snake bite.
Who do you think is the best visually designed character? I actually think visually. Oh, huge kill.
Well, no trade available for Kron there. Has to wait this out now. Maybe a good
This
idea
is tough, man. What are you gonna do against the crossfire here? Damn, Juicy's gonna try to get the, oh, he wants to check heaven.
I thought he'd hold this with him.
Yeah, that's great swing. Dude, Seafat's so good in those moments.
And now stands.
Help Sewer. Holy, that's an OG fan.
We might be starting to get a bit of a game here.
Mimicking the first half, the bonus conversion. Rough timing here for Boaster.
Wolves are just drinking water after being run over by the train. Little do they know a kayak is on its way on a crash course.
Really what gives Wolves
what the hell?
something to pin their hope to towards B site. A 3-round string, actually. Something else to pin their hopes to.
All right, Fnatic, they're starting to run out of time. They got to consider one of these timeouts, I think. Because Wolves, they know that Alpha is going to be looking for these extra kills. They've been checking for these, even up here.
Oh, yeah, CUFAT BB probably going to be the first influential ultimate available to them, but not quite yet.
Fnatic are feeling okay because they already have good info. Crashies was there just to support. He backs out.
Oh, he's found a cubby. He's found a corner.
They hear the noise.
Found an opportunity.
That's one.
Rattles off. Does well
he delays long enough.
Now not fully in control, and the spike hindered.
This is the big one. Gave so much time for Kayak.
The flank eventuality coming in as well. Slow.
But look at this. They're filling all their smokes. They know that Alpha, Kron, these guys are going to be looking for those huge read from Spring.
Spotting out Kron as well. They now know one towards CT. They've seen Alpha flying through the air. Dealt with.
They know. They've got the reads on Fnatic's tendencies on defense. I think Fnatic needs to call a timeout. I think they need to realize what's going on here. Oh, ho, 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 ho.
We've got a showman on our hands, and Fnatic should be furious about this.
It's just, I mean, he talks about thriving in this sort of scenario. They really come alive.
CUFAT's back alive.
From behind. Fnatic will be forced to take a timeout here. It's the operator in hand here for Kayak.
There's the timeout.
Oh, I'm a happy bunny, Michael. I'm a happy
They stopped
bunny.
showing
Looks we
timeouts on the
actually
scoreboard.
might get
Did they? Under the team names on the
Look,
east side?
we
I'll
all
have to
like
keep
good
an eye out.
Valorant, we want a close game. We didn't
Fnatic
want
should
to see
have
Wolves
one
go
more
out with
left
a
though.
whimper,
They haven't used any. Yeah.
get lost
Oh,
in
never
the
mind. They did
depth
use
of a
one.
best of 5 and fall short
They had already
against,
used one.
You know, one of the greats that there is. Right now, though, they're showing why they made it this far. They're showing that vibe.
Dude, this guy's dedication is crazy.
Yeah, the content delivering non-stop in Toronto.
But you are seeing one adjustment here. Well, at least we are. Operator for Kayak. It doesn't feel like Fnatic looks stressed yet, Mike, but they've got to start feeling that this game is not as easy as maybe it felt on that first.
As well, the concern being...
Yeah, no, you're right. They used to show it here.
I mean, especially now when you're getting battered like this.
Interesting. Wonder why they got rid of it.
It's tough to really then find a follow-up, to be honest. We're talking about the same thing that Wolves had to deal with. You can't really establish...
I hope we wash the suit.
Wolves have shown they're happy to tap into pacier XX, but I mean, this being a perfect example now, way ahead of the curve in terms of a Wolves attacking half.
And Alpha can't really avoid it. He's now been hit
It's
by
just a
that
fast
same pressure
hit.
that was
Alpha
put
is
down
stuck.
the Crashies initially, he tried to
But
thread
I'm
the
glad that
needle,
they
but the
didn't all
layering was
join
great.
in on that. You just had to give him up at that point.
Now Fnatic once again held back. The plant should be next on the cards. Ult-wise, they have nothing here to bank on if you're Fnatic. Gonna keep their heads
Thing
down.
is Wolves have
Precarious at the best of
numbers
times.
advantage,
The plant's
so
in and the time's
YU
on their
has
side.
infinite reign on when he gets to lurk. Kron's watching for it, but it's on Fnatic to make the move.
For contact to come through on site. Chronicle guarding it for the time being, but I don't think he's going to find him.
Boaster.
Oh, the flash and the drop at the same time? What an eye.
The lurk's even better. The Wolves are here, baby, and Kayak really wants to keep that operator. A prized possession.
It's rough.
And they've shown real good looks on that side take.
And it's Alpha ahead of these smokes. There's nobody.
What if Wolves are only effective against non-chokers, making them chokers?
Maybe
That's
not
why they
reading the
lost to
full
Vapor.
brunt of this executes coming through main, but I can't help but think it kind of goes against the ethos of an operator coming in here. You don't necessarily want players exposed, isolated like this.
No, I think it really is just that Wolves preps for the opponent's strong side, like their strong tendencies.
Give me fist pump, boys.
I think that's the big one.
It's like I said, with players like YU in the spring, if you give up that first blood and a man advantage, somebody will tuck in. They will not be moving until it gets chaotic on site. And YU demonstrates just that.
Op and 2 stingers. So this is another round where Fnatic are going to want to try to keep the Op alive. Wolves are going to try to abuse that. You do have Showstopper, though.
Where that's kind of committed to early, that'd be incredibly valuable. And deep
They hear the
contact on
stinger.
the Prowler may feel indicative that someone's been pushed up towards B main.
Immediate reclear, Fnatic.
Don't necessarily want to show it too early. Basically put Wolves
No
in
shot,
charge
Kayak.
of the information game, but Kayak desperate.
Creeping out of that. I mean, they wanted information, and Wolves abuses that. Dude, Wolves has Fnatic in their palms right now.
Wolves can play this game.
I know exactly where you are.
There's a world where Alpha just sends it with no info. He's been so impatient. Yeah, well, it's because Alpha's been winning and Wolves are punishing it, and they're not catching on to it for sure. Alpha's been winning in previous matches I'm in.
It's a 3-2 split as it stands. Looking to maybe adjust that now.
This is a straight anti from Wolves in tendencies, not even just overall strats.
Excuse me, you've got an operator. Excuse
Hello?
me, Alpha, you have an operator. One is not enough to deny this.
Aye.
You look at what remains. It's stingers. Hard to make work.
Bad risk.
Keep them at arm's length.
Wolves don't have hands.
Issues, but doesn't look like
They could in some worlds.
Just now
You never know.
trying to dig
They
out
could be mutant wolves.
the late lurk, but we can see Spring and YU.
Never know what's going on in Radio Night infested Alpha and Omega. Meanwhile, No Void's like freaking out because I'm like ruining the lore. We're like supposed to have a lore stream after Masters, and I'm just making things up.
An exit, but you've already said it. They need to close the gap, really. I mean, the smoke. Can get in. Crashies. Daylight robbery here for the operator.
Dude, he's gonna get away with it?
There's no way you know what
No
really went
shot.
down there. Kron's
I
like,
mean,
"Get down,
not a bad
President.
round.
Get down, Mr. President.
They
I've got
just
your life."
They get the op.
It's all good. But still, they keep the operator. But it feels like the poison chalice almost, right? It's just like, who's going to fall with it now? But
Dude, that's crazy that he just gets in and gets the op and gets out.
You know, when we outlined the
That's
way to get back
insane.
into these one-sided games, you don't really expect it to happen. When we say it's a mountain to climb, you don't really think they're going to be mountaineers, right? You don't expect them to be Sherpaing their way up that hill, but as it stands, they're 2 away from tying this up. And then it becomes
Radivore bear. Oh, I really got to look at that PowerPoint.
like, though, because Fnatic are very close to having the full hand, and they want Kayak in on this. Fnatic trying to make it hurt, but Kron's already gone
Wolves
down.
are just meeting them every part of the way.
This is lovely stuff.
Huge read on this round. This round, big read from Wolves. What an incredible call.
Early advantage created here. Wolves, again, this plays into their hands, allows them to slow the pace, garner some control across the map, and they already know they've...
I mean, yeah, the Heretics losing to first and third place looks like it's very possible. They've lost to the top 3 in the last 2 months. That's rough.
He's the... Where's this actually headed? This, potentially...
No way. You got this?
Why is he shaking?
Yeah, I was like, yeah.
Why is he shaking?
But again, this won't be the first time the Kayak's played this sort of position. But he's done really well there. Nice shot to get down the jump.
I don't like the peek
Gets
ahead
the info too.
Relax.
And the showstopper to make sure they just trade places. Whoa, Alpha. Whoa.
So again, they burnt 2 ults in this.
Okay.
If anything, that's an effective trade, and they are instantly rotating towards A.
And they're ahead of the rotation of Fnatic as well.
And Spring going for a lurk.
I don't know if Alpha needed to ult there, but that's a big kill on the lurk.
But they still have this A site looking very good. Crashies
hides away.
Keeping himself somewhat hidden here. 14 seconds as well. He could be the one to change the
counter, the counter Fnatic. We know how it feels to plant last second. Oh, they can't stop it.
Now down to 2v4, it's unlikely. Why are you looking calm?
They know their position. Whoa.
They're gonna make it back up now. Finally breaking in the second half.
I just saw Kami's chat. Okay, Alpha, send it. You know you want to. You're slobbering at the thought of going into retake early with your ult.
Able to navigate way around effectively. Actually, Alpha just ahead of getting out of the smoke.
Oh my god.
Could argue Spring, that's where you really want to see him tuck in and do.
It's such a good read on Alpha's tendencies right now.
Why you employ.
No, that's not on Prius. Replay is a different thing from observers. We can't blame everything on Prius. Yeah, no, I thought that was weird that Kayak went backwards on the Euro ult if Alpha was going to ult. Not sure if that was always the plan or Alpha just also ulted just to keep Kayak safe. But if he was going to ult, Kayak should have pushed forward. He might have just been trying to draw them in, but really Alpha should have just ulted late.
What?
How is
Crashies is the GOAT. He literally matrixes the showstopper and just holds left click and wins.
Right? That looked spot on.
No, it went over his shoulder for sure. That's what it looked like.
DLC, so why you now?
Didn't buy the DLC.
Middle, but this is difficult,
that's
right?
rough.
That
that's rough for Juicy though. I mean, that is rough. I think it hit this corner right here. Literally the one corner that wouldn't kill Crashies. He's down to 4 HP.
It's almost lulling them into this false sense of security.
Now, this is better for Fnatic. They're waiting for Wolves to hit a side. Nobody overstepping the mark just yet. Why you removed Alpha? Next up here.
Close it out, Fnatic. Oh, Alpha's back. But they've adjusted. Alpha's not going out for the peaks anymore. He's waiting for them to peek him. Okay, well, as I say that, they don't know. We just wait for the plant. You've got an op on A. Just chill. You've got all the angles. Just calm down.
Do what the others couldn't. But a 2v5 is not easy. The ult.
Okay, well, I don't know about that. Okay. It's hit. They know. They know one's in back corner. What? Wait, where did he come from?
Drops it down. It looks too simple for
what the hell?
To claim that 12.
Can't fault them for investing the pit here. Desperate to try and recover what's...
Wait. Wait, what?
The devs are in the building.
Yeah.
I do think it hit the corner. I do think it looks like it hit right next to his foot, but I think it hit the back corner. It's just the splash paint goes onto his feet.
Stunning work. Again, it's one thing to get close.
That is funny though.
Fnatic is another to best them.
Classic raise.
There's still a bye here. There's still rounds to be played.
Still operator here for Juicy. See Kayak.
Juicy with the op.
Still has one of his own.
Trying to punish, but early pick.
Pick goes up early.
There will be no punish.
Oh, to be careful there though.
Ooh.
I mean, looking for Kron. It's Alpha.
Yeah, Kron's just shooting back.
Catching a stray or two.
The thing is you can't stay here until like the end, because if time passes and they do plan to come to the pit, surely they check this corner.
Another good defensive ultimate. The gauntlet laid out in front of Wolves. Way ahead of them.
Alpha going. Oh, Kayak with an amazing timing though. Yukon was aimed up so he couldn't see him.
Take space back on the other side of the map. And now it feels very indicative of this hit towards the side. Boaster going to struggle to stay alive. Does the best he can. How he gets without BB in that? I do not know. But Juicy.
Juicy's coming back alive.
Doesn't want to give this up yet, but look at Crash's position. Like, that could be the checkmate.
I mean, you have money.
It makes me nervous. Are you going to even consider it at this point?
Juicy is considering it.
Does he think this is still happening? So much utility.
He has an idea. Oh, but he has no idea about that corner.
With it in time. And now they're herded on the site.
Oh, dude, he gets down, no sound?
Posted. Shot, missed, and an opportunity
dude, what's going on with Lyser, man? Oh, Crashes, you almost had it. No.
Beautiful recovery here. And finding Alpha desperate to try and attack the back line of Wolves.
My lie is sorry.
I mean, how Boaster gets that kill? What even? Oh, well, yeah.
One of those.
Yeah, I mean, he just literally unlucky. Unlucky for Sealfat.
But Juicy. Again, he was the person we were talking about in terms of resilience, in terms of his ability to bounce back.
Come on, Fnatic, close it out. You got Astro Wall, close it out. Sealfat's going to get ult.
Still 3 rounds separate them.
Oh, they haven't used this yet, but...
With Alpha here and Boaster. How's he done this again?
Well, he trades 1 for 1, so there's going to be no toxic screen.
It doesn't wait. He wants this done. For Alpha,
oof, okay. Just to hold him back.
And they've been stalled out now.
Alpha's position basically shuts down A, but there's no information here. So, not Alpha, sorry, Kayak. So Kayak actually has to push forward. This is good from Kayak. Now you don't care if they come A, you've got hold of the lurk. They can't go far back. You know there's a lurk in mid. Huge tether. Gives him the advantage.
Yeah, the Prowler was just fantastic.
Now without the tripwire,
and now Alpha
Kayak's feeling good. He's trying to get ahead of it so he's not too late for the retake since he only has an op. But huge kill from Kron.
Closes the account. It's map 1 done. Wolves still showing they are deadly, Mike.
Absolutely. Asking for another comeback once more. It's just not there.
I was at that every pro match. They don't clear that corner, but my ranked games they always lock in that corner first. I mean, to be fair, on that round though, Juicy could have checked it and he still would have died because Alpha got him literally like as he was landing. Unless it was a full double peak. But it's about conditioning, right? In solo queue, you check that because everybody's playing that box all the time because that's the only way like half the population can get kills. Dude, the edit is so funny. This is so good.
Stupefied!
Oh, they had Spring like getting stupefied. That was funny. Crashy's too good. That's right. Damn. I mean, Wolves, I think the takeaway should be, though, that Wolves, again, they're like, their prep and their reads and their calls off of all of that has been very good against the strong parts of opponents. If Wolves keeps this up, I think they continue to be a really scary team. But on that note, chat, we're going to run some ads as well. And I will be right back. All right. I'm back. That alpha was almost so good, but it lost so much value. Well, I mean, he delayed him. They had the numbers advantage. Hey, let Fnatic have their fun. Let Alpha have his fun. He's been carrying this tournament. Oh, we don't know the full lineup for the show match tomorrow, huh? There's 3 remaining. Dude, it's so crazy that Toast is playing in the show match. No VTubers. Valorant so behind. Japan ahead of the times. Is it in fact Chobra for WOL? For Wolves, we'll see. We'll see. I am curious because I think this Icebox could be good, but I'm really curious if Fnatic plays the Jet or the Sage.
Final. I'm now joined by their head coach Milan. Now, this could have been a very dominant map, but what happened on that defense side?
I think it's just a different Viper setup. The Spring is lurking really well, and I think we kind of struggled to adapt to it a little bit. Even after the timeouts, I I don't think we had a super great idea on how to counter it, but in the end the boys pulled through, so I'm really happy with that.
Thank you for your insight. Good luck on map 2.
It was all about the attack on Split because we were seeing round after round go for Fnatic, and then when we flipped sides, it was round after round going for the Wolves. What a way to start.
Save you from the flood. I can't do that, but I can keep you company.
And we're going to start this off with
while you can stay online. Hope everything's okay.
Here, Bea, an absolute beast.
As you said, is everything.
Yeah, Toast is Canadian, so that makes sense.
Started off super strong on this map, getting a lot of openers and being an absolute nuisance to go up against if you were on the side of Wolves. 10-2 half for that side, and if Kayak is having one of those days alongside Alpha and Chronicle, it's going to be a difficult one for the Wolves.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he had a bit of a slow beginning yesterday on Split. This time came out of the gates instantly. I think it was 12-3 to begin, something ridiculous like that. I do think, though, just that coach interview with Milan where he was talking about, listen, we actually didn't have a great idea of how to shut that down
interview.
But the individual
kind of concerns me a little bit.
What ended up being quite a close game.
Yeah, it is interesting.
It does concern me a little bit.
Asleep. They lost the first 8 rounds in a row. I think they were making some pretty simple mistakes, not trading each other.
Oh, you meant the Halo flood.
They couldn't really figure out what to change up. But once I got that,
definitely can't help you with that.
Half, it was the same win conditions we've been talking about for the Wolves all tournament long, but which is how rough that first half was. There just wasn't time to get back into Split.
And so many times it's just Spring and the plays that he can make, the wall that
but I really do think it's Wolves having great. Dude, this was
crazy rounds. Round number 9, we're just screaming, please do not peek. He doesn't have time. He ends up ulting out of it.
Yeah, I mean, well done by Lysor.
The silliness of this round.
Sit down, bro.
The mental barrier that was up for Wolves, where they felt like they were the worst team. I think they looked nervous. They looked like they didn't really have a game plan. And I think at that point, they started to believe that they could win. It's rough, though, that they started on Split, because that's a really good map for them, but they kind of wasted the first 8 rounds being nervous.
Yeah.
And
Fair.
But I think one of the indexes of how good Wolves is playing in a map is how silly they are on stage and what Sufat Baby is doing. And once they won that bonus round, once they got back into it, he's hitting the L dance back at post, or he's doing all this stuff that they've been doing to all tournament to kind of play up to the crowd. And
are you gonna run some PoE later? It depends. I mean, it's a best of 5, so we probably have some time for sure. Yeah.
Chill out. Hey, it's another game. Don't get
if it goes like super long, probably not. But I think there's a good chance we'll have time.
Stand and stare. You love to see it, kids. That being said, let's go to the coach of the Wolves and hear what he has to say.
Now joined by Coach Fade ahead of map 2. You guys showed so much resilience on map 1. You probably could have closed it out if the first half wasn't so skewed. So how do you make sure your boys don't go into Icebox as cold as they did on Split?
I think we give them too much respect, like in terms of their calling and map control. So now we're gonna fight back. Get ready, Fnatic.
Oh, I can't wait to see it.
I do think so, though. I think you assumed that they were gonna.
They were giving him too much respect.
Do slow contact. We don't want to give, we don't want to give them those fights, etc. And they just got rolled.
But now we get ready for Icebox. A great opportunity for the Wolves to answer back.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you tried Chrono? Honestly, no.
We've seen them playing in the tournament, and the idea for both teams is a bit
PC turned into black screen. No, I haven't tried it. I've heard that it's been mixed, but
if they repeat that composition, and if we're going to see that synergy between YU and Juicy, because that is what broued them the win against RRQ.
Yeah, I'd like to see what
Kayak's a really good shooter. He's amazing. Like his fragging capability, his aiming is very good.
In the long term too. So it's a test of a map pool. This second map ends up being a bit more of a test of endurance as well. You get off to a bit of a nervous beginning, and now you start to settle into a BO5. It's about Wolves finding that rhythm for me, I think.
Yeah, it absolutely is. For Fnatic, though, this feels like the most comfortable map they could really get to try and go up 2-0 in this series. They've always been excellent here on Icebox. They've had a great run on it back on EMEA this year. I've especially liked them switching into a Sage comp that kind of fell out of popularity for a lot of time. But
all right, let's see. Is it the Sage? Is the Jet?
Fnatic's a team that loves to play retake pretty much every map they are playing. And on this map, they do such a great job of stalling out that plant, getting everyone in position, and just winning these easy retakes with that stage wall up and the players flooding in.
Yeah, and as we jump into Agent Select, I want to see if WOL is going to repeat that. Yes, they logged that instantly.
Wow.
YU is going to be on that Gecko, and with them starting on the attack again, I want
Okay, going for the Gecko again.
For Juicy to have a good showing on this first half.
They are going to go for the Jet again for Fnatic.
It was one of the solutions that they found on Split. Finding an opener.
No, Chronicles.
Play the time, play for the retake, and Chronicle.
Will he be playing it?
We need to see a confident Wolves that's willing to fight up in their post lane to get ahead of Fnatic's utility.
Oh, he did play it actually, right? They played the Sage and the Jet. Yeah, that's my bad. I meant the Sage no duelist.
I think pistol round 2, you're going to watch Chronicle on defense. He's going to buy the wall, and Wolves need a game plan.
So it should be the same.
Because it's almost impossible to break the Sage wall quickly there. So that's where I think, Mimi, your point of playing up, playing aggro, they've got to have a game plan on the pistol built around not letting Fnatic just walk back in with that Sage wall defuse.
And for both teams, it does come down a little bit to their Jets, two players that have both won Ascension in different years. For Kayak, it was straight to Fnatic after winning with Apex. For Juicy, had that year off. Now here for his
what are we waiting
time
for?
As well.
Tech pause?
Head to head on these agents that can absolutely
The
take
timer
over
has
on
definitely
Icebox.
run out.
We heard what Coach Fade said earlier on. They don't
Never
want
mind.
to be in
I
a
guess
position
not.
where they're just giving too much respect to Fnatic. They have to fight them right where they are. Otherwise, Fnatic, an experienced
Bro, stop.
team,
I want
guys,
a big
been here
payout
and
when
done
Fnatic
that
gets
very
sat
well.
down.
Run all over them. This
You're going to be
gonna
waiting for a long time, I think.
here for the Wolves. And the question is, can they tie this one?
Are we
to
getting all
one?
the stretching
But
before
we're
this
gonna
next
have to
game?
find out because it's a BO5. So if this one's far from over, let's send it back over to Pansy and Hypoc for Map 2.
Okay, Map 2 Icebox. Now, I think something said there really resonated with me, Mike. The fact that there is that fear of a name, right? Fnatic are legends in this. It makes you almost respect them too much, right? That second half showed real signs of life for Wolves, but I don't think we can keep depending on those, you know, running it back, playing from a deficit. I need to see them hit the ground running.
It's exciting to watch, never comfortable.
It's exciting to watch.
For that to be the game plan and that to be, you know, the strongest aspect of the playbook. So for sure.
What's your favorite pop-off?
It's got to just be so exhausting to constantly be channeling or playing from behind.
My favorite pop-off?
Into that sort of psyche.
Buzz is always a good one.
And again,
who's the best Korean team now?
Same thing. You never really are able to
Hong Kong's off is always a good one.
This being the biggest concern, I guess,
Lysor's Meerkat is, I think, top 3.
Map 2.
All right, here we go.
Proof of life shown in map 1.
Fnatic starts on defense.
They carry that across now.
Classic big homework on pistol. Do not leave the site for post plant if you're Wolves.
Here onto Icebox, Wolves
They have a
starting out on
Sage.
the attacking side, setting the tempo themselves. Fnatic looking to hinder that.
Dash. Oh, Crashies wasn't quite hit by that, but he was trying to get into the jet smoke to punish, I think.
Too confident, and Wolves get into that nice post plant.
Able to reset almost immediately.
All right, they all stay. That's good. That's good.
Kayak.
One goes down, you refill. Wolves gets it. Okay, okay. Well, whoa. You do have to win. I mean, okay. Over the box.
The day goes on. Just has to try and peer over that wall.
Oh yeah, Stack's mouse kiss. Feels like that was so long ago.
Looking comfortable on stages like this.
Again, these are the sort of retakes that Fnatic will play towards time and time again.
The Meerkat is historic. The Meerkat, it's just so good.
Expect a couple of extra bodies alongside YU here. You've got to anticipate. I mean, you see the comp immediately. You know where the strengths lie. Almost exactly the same Woo. So yeah, they rehearsed that.
I think they practice.
All right, Outlaw for Alpha. He's been abusing that a lot.
Classics. But again, we talk about this. I don't want to see them go to that
Everybody
massive deficit and have to claw it back.
one shot, no armor.
We'd love to see them get that ball rolling early. As it stands, Fnatic, you're looking at the purchase here.
Trying to just plant Kayak there. Kayak's got a Phantom though. They need to play to protect him if he's gonna just stick around on yellow.
And Kayak hasn't been moved.
Wow.
Gets away with murder in the back of yellow.
They need to cover him.
The boasters right there. This simplistic stuff. Too-Fat Baby does get that prized possession, but they want it back.
There we go.
They're gonna get it. Simple stuff from Fnatic, not feeling phased so far.
Just the one casualty.
Is it? Is Stack's mouse kiss 3 years ago now? That's crazy.
Here for Fnatic to lean upon. Get the freebie behind.
They like the woo, but do they like the wee?
Yeah, I saw Devi yesterday and I was just like, that was just like one of those phantom moment aces. He was like, yeah, you're just shooting and the second or third lands, you're not even trying it.
All right, here we go.
I'm like, yeah,
Full armor.
all the time.
For everyone on Wolves, all rifles.
So, big round for Wolves now.
So Outlaw isn't going to get default value.
Why are you not a million miles away from home? Still got a bit to go.
Ooh. I think that broke right at the end.
Test on middle. You can see where the vast majority of the attention resides. Fnatic taking space down towards B long.
This is very aggressive, though. They're continuing to show info in mid so that Kayak can continue to go. That's big information for Lysor, though. You heard the Sage Orb as well, so you know there's 2B.
Peel away from this pretty
Fnatic
quickly.
should know that there's a good chance of that rotate coming. So it's on Alpha Air to pop those nanoswarms.
2 pieces of kit to slow down this execute.
Trying to delay. 3 already here. 4th on his way. Chronicle's still sticking around just in case.
Towards screens.
Stage isn't here yet, so Fnatic just looking to delay. Now they back off.
It certainly is,
Ooh, Juicy down to 3 HP.
on the site, but they do at least get the plant now.
Chronicle dies though, so you know there's that lurk. Huge pick with 3 HP. Fnatic's concerned about that lurk. They just have to go for these kills. Spring with another nice one.
String to the bow here. Oh, that's clean. And now just one. And Lysor's got it. Beautiful. Gutting and filleting them alive in this one. Wolves getting back into it.
Early response found here from Wolves. I mean, both teams converting the bonus in map 1, so defying those previous results.
Pretty
already.
clean win for Wolves.
Flag already round number 4. Operator in hand for him.
Yeah, early start for Lysor as well.
And already shown signs
That
of
one round, he always just needs that one round.
activity in the previous.
He's right back in it.
Sit back maybe a little
Or
bit
half
here, set
armor.
up on the sideline.
Because they want to get the early op going. They want to snowball with the op. So they need to support it with full
Be a
rifles.
little bit boisterous almost as well.
Damn. The nanoswarms? Oh, they just do both immediately. He called back the turret, but now he knows that they're hitting both.
Bring them back into heal. Cull some of that confidence. But there's always a good balance with Fnatic. They're not
Alpha basically has to now check both under and tube. That's why he's constantly jump peeking. He's kind of busy.
See where they're stacking now.
Again, it's always a discussion topic.
You got the one-way poison cloud on B though. For Boaster.
Sage, you really want to keep as many of those stalls, utilities, in the post plant as possible. You're trying to, I guess, weaken Alpha's hold on mid.
Just backs off.
Really gonna amount to much.
That mid lurk. You saw the late lurk that last round, so Fnatic's gonna have to keep an eye on
Does
this.
get the info on the cross towards yellow. So the rotation's gonna be coming in with some confidence.
Alpha's ready for it. Uika kind of caught out. He's lucky he gets out alive. CFAT not so much.
CFAT BB as well is a problem.
Spring has to go big.
Doesn't feel safe from this position either. So has to play it out here, trying to find some
Has to go
security,
big.
and that's gonna help matters.
Kayak's basically tied up because of Spring.
And puts him into this 3v4.
Slow orb. He can still be here. That went super deep.
They have to dig out a player from back yellow.
Oh, what a peek.
One onto Spring here, and it's just why you left now.
And they got to know about
Little
it. They
peek.
know about his position to an extent. And he's been absolutely corralled.
Well
by
played by
Crashes.
Fnatic.
Fnatic looking solid here.
NT by
Very
Wolves.
disciplined in that play back in, and certainly
Losing
out by
2 to Alpha as the spike's going down is rough.
Back as well, didn't even catch it off screen. The immediate follow-up with the operator. Producer doesn't even get a chance to react here.
I hope Fnatic fumbles this icebox and a demon possesses them to switch to the Harbor Viper against Paper X, where Boaster was just inting every other high time for some reason.
I guess safety from the front line where he doesn't have to peek too early.
Damn, Calm, you the long con.
Was giving away an opportunity for Fnatic to find a way back in.
Okay, they've got the ult with YU, so that's something they have at least in the back pocket.
Yeah, I mean, you really need that mid-lurk pressure if you're going to try to break through Fnatic's B retake, I think, or go super fast like this.
We've seen Kayak's been a problem there. A little bit of a layer to that as well. You saw early on Juicy trying to take the space behind it.
If you're not going to work A, you got to just go fast.
Rotations in mind. Look at the presence here already.
Knives are already out, though. You heard that. Alpha's in a nasty position. Kayak's here as well, and Chronicle's just watching A.
Littered with Wolves players.
Target-rich environment for this man.
Ooh, he still gets Sly Sword. Juicy trying to go for the kills. Oh, that is desperation. That is pure desperation. That is rough, but Alpha with the cover. Oh, man. Oh, man.
Still standing.
Ooh.
Hit him with it. I'm scared of this Fnatic though, because it doesn't feel like there's pressure on him, right? This doesn't feel like a tense Fnatic.
He's been standing up this whole tournament.
Having fun.
he hits him back with the meerkat. That just hits him back with the meerkat.
Being 2 maps down will start to hit here. Again, Kayak. I feel like I'm almost underselling Kayak at times because he's hit the ground running. I know he was this big tier 2 prospect coming up. He was the one to try and catch, right? The one to get in the roster. But unbelievable.
Let's just remind ourselves, first international showing. Already. Yeah,
meanwhile, Fade is just mauled.
But aside from that, having
there's the
such
timeout.
a strong performance individually. And like I said, any player would be happy to step into any iteration of Fnatic rosters over the years, but again, to come in and be...
But he popped knives as he was coming over to B, right? So I think he popped knives just to delay them a bit. That way he sets up with a good angle.
Again, he's taken the role of
and then he had the knives to
right?
catch up. Follow up on the next kills.
Peaks and troughs, and went through it along the years, but Kayak already showing here that he's up to the challenge. He has done regionally as well.
All right, let's see what the changes are. This time it's just going to be an eco for Wolves, just 3 sheriffs.
Again, surrounded by a wealth of experience that really pays dividends for, call it a rookie. I saw some pings here. Is this just a straight up mid split potentially?
Gotta try something.
Yeah, Alpha immediately.
Wolves just kind of ahead of it. They got the Huntress Fury online, denied the orb. Ooh, huge push in. Dude, this is an eco strat. This is an eco strat.
Oh, it's a belting shot right there. A couple more of those, and maybe it's game back on.
You don't need to go to A anymore.
Get this towards the site. It looked like they wanted that A, but now they've
oh, dude, I cannot believe Kayak jump peeks that. What in the world?
Put to the throat of Fnatic here, and Kayak trying to keep his attention turned.
Oh, that's good from Kayak.
Now just going down.
That's rough, but they got rifles now.
Picked up from the corpse of Alpha.
Rez here.
Uh-oh. 3v3. The other guys don't have the weapons.
Interesting choice.
So Sufat's coming back around.
See how now if they can recover that, maybe prioritizing.
Look at this position from Sufat, baby.
Yeah, interesting that they. Well, I guess they have the one way if they do that, but Sufat, they're not considering it.
Oh! For the money, worth its weight in gold. But Kayak in the 1v2. Kayak in the 1v2. Kayak in the 1v2. Someone swinging. Okay, he's doing the dance with YU. He's trying to find that next target. Isolated. Still on.
Oh, shit!
It's unthinkable for Kayak.
Kayak is a monster. This dude is Rookie of the Year. That is actually insane.
The Red Bull clutch from Kayak.
Oh my god.
The first international showing.
Holy.
Outrageous.
You thought that was going to be the highlight of the round.
Dude, the decision making to smoke and go for that, and then the ADS on that, on the last kill.
That is tasty.
Oh my god.
10 and 2
now.
Oh
my god.
Top of the board for Fnatic.
Oh my god.
He wants more. Confidence brimming. handled on the first, though. Denied freedom. Quick heal. And he's unrelenting. He wanted to stick
Nah,
around.
the ADS was activating the aimbot. I mean, it almost feels like it. That was insane.
Start.
Oh my gosh.
Again, don't shy away from the fight. Same could be said for Kayak.
Who is Durka?
Chance.
The Durka erasure is crazy. Whoa. Dude, he just gets 2 for free. Wolves kinda getting shaken up.
And there's a fast flank on the way. You may have thought you
Getting
won out
shaken
the
up.
side, now
Oh,
it's
this pit. It's not gonna get the value you think it's gonna get.
An orthodox position, but Hunter's Fury. He's looking
He's
for
fishing for him. Nobody hit.
that was on. Had a couple of these ults today. Second time
They know it's not being planted default. Yeah, now they know. Oh, what are you gonna do? Yeah, they have to push and fight.
Well, there's no good
That's
way to
rough.
go here. Spring trying to find a corner to play from.
It's got a little bit of safety, but it's not safety.
No, it's a 1v4. Oh,
the
and he's
ball
been
goes
iced
up.
out. And there's a flying Kron.
Ay.
This is Fnatic.
Kami hitting us back with the Anders quote. Imagine losing to a team with this large of a tactical
I was
deficit.
about to say, just on the back of the clutch, I can see Kayak posted up on this wall. I was thinking,
Yeah, this was a ult just laid and around on both sides. I still can't get over that clutch.
Thinking he's not going to.
I still can't get over that clutch from Kayak.
That's one. Yeah, the timeline now 4 successful diffuses for Fnatic. Wolves.
It lives rent free in my head.
Once again asking
It was so good.
for a recovery here. 5-round deficit, more manageable than where we
12-3-3 for Kayak.
Yeah. The scary thing is, in my mind, I think a lot of us love the idea of the underdog, right? It's hard to not love what Wolves have done, but it does feel like
The TikTok walls.
awakened the old gods. I mean, Fnatic haven't looked this good. I mean, we cast them plenty of times. We've all watched them regionally. They ain't looked like this in a minute, but right now, they're looking scary, but Wolves trying to hold on here. Oh, that's nice.
Ooh, I
Juicy
mean,
comes down with
okay,
another.
so Juicy is
Fresh back to
definitely,
business, and the plant gonna be stalled out.
he definitely is feeling like he just has to go get more kills. I don't know if the team is all in on that or what, but
dare I say passive.
it's feeling rough. I mean, if he gets 2 every time, it's one thing, but he's so alone though. There isn't the support for it.
Trained that direction.
But I feel like Wolves is a team where I would imagine that they'd rein him back in if this was a solo decision this many times in a row.
I guess the only risk they're taking is really Kron.
Brazil
And there it is,
time.
lovely. Oh, but the trade still.
The immediate
Great positioning
trade.
from Kron to get that back. I
He has
thought
to
that
get
was a fair
safe,
fight.
but you are
Super Baby
stuck.
now locked on that site.
Safe plant. He's not really got many options.
Well, they know he's there.
The wall as well.
Your Chronicle says, ping me if you want. I got you.
Take this engagement. An awkward exchange back and forth. But
Oh, the
Wolves there
bait.
waiting.
The bait and switch.
The
Spring?
thing that scares me, Mike,
He's
this
been
is
good.
the attacking side where
Yeah,
Wolves have
yeah.
been strong. They've been good
Ooh.
at these, but Fnatic looking
What
that
a
step better.
what a swing.
There's not much more to say about it for Wolves. They might have met their match here.
I mean, TMV shouldn't be broken though. Literally like 3 times more than anyone, 3, 10, 100 times more than anyone could have imagined, including TMV himself.
Game plan looking.
Whenever I pressed him hard, he'd always admit that, you know, he didn't actually think so. He just believed. And it paid off.
To see. But yeah, unfortunately, Wolves, you're almost hoping now that they have another option.
Oh, well, that clutch, yeah, I mean, the Kayak clutch broke him.
These dry hits, but kind
That's
of
understandable. That would break anybody.
Plant the back of Wingman, because necessarily work. I mean, they're getting to the post plant. We already saw the timeline. It's diffusers.
Fnatic's already pushed out early and
they're
mid.
So well drilled.
Trying to do a nice spring.
Rarely catch them off guard with those sorts of setups. Hunter's Fury available here for Wolves.
So now they have full info. They've got Alarm Bot, Nano. Look at this Nano. Rex Juicy if he wants to push in. Ruins that plant as well for the spam.
Nice mid lurks coming out from Wolves that haven't really got them around, but you can see the pressure it's put on a couple of times. But As it stands, once again, you got Kayak posted on that deep line on A. He's not feeling any pressure. Oh,
oh, he doesn't land it. He's getting hit with so many abilities.
As you can see them really feeling under the gun here. Boast already taken away YU. The plot is in place. But
You know, Juicy's stuck in here. Chronicle. Kayak's got to get over here. It is a 4v3, but Kayak's got an op, so there's a chance. Well, no, there isn't because of the Sage Wall. They have to push. That's. They're making it look so surgical.
Optimism just gets shattered here, round by round. Fnatic keep getting stronger.
Wolves assigned one football player to cheer. Oh yeah, they had one of the football players send a message to Wolves, right, for esports. That would be unfortunate timing. Well, I mean, you lost numbers going in, so being forced to get into off positions off of the Sage Wall is rough.
Versus a team like Fnatic, already seeing how well drilled.
Come on, Wolves, I need you to put doubt in Fnatic. Fnatic's mind that this comp is good. Gaslight them into switching into Harbor's comp.
Maybe on the shock dart, so
it just feels like those nerves are coming up, right? That kind of heavy feeling. Now we know that Wolves can bring back games like this. How many times have we seen it? But I think it's the way we're starting to see these.
Both timeouts again in the first half for Wolves.
The issue being that actually Fnatic's the sort of team that you kind of get one of those maps against them. You don't get to repeat that.
Yeah, imagine Jing pulls out the Sage tomorrow.
And also Fnatic, one of those teams that once they're ahead,
instead of just playing strategically, just walks forward and just frags out. Shows Chronicle that's how you play Battle Sage.
Again, there's also points in their history where they look better.
I think so. I think Harbor will see. I think Harbor will.
Fortunately, it's one of those teams that
Harbor will have his moment. You know, I was thinking, chat, it's funny because people were talking about how like Tense tweeted about the map designs a year ago, and now we're seeing like the new map potentially fix all that. And I actually like the site. I like the way the entrances are like linked to the site. But actually, I don't think this adjusts what Tens was saying though. I think Tens was implying that like we need more sites where you have to play the site. Like it's entry and then retake. Like that's just the natural progression. That's like the only progression. The only sensible progression. And looking at least the one site that we've seen clearly on the minimap of the new map, I don't think that's the case. But I guess it depends on what you're thinking about the overall site, though. I guess if you think about all the lanes as part of the site, I guess it makes sense. Which is, I guess, how you should think about it, since the plant location is so small. Oh no, he lives. That is unfortunate.
And Juicy's still there. There we go.
Big push forward, though. They know there's a lurk.
An opportunity made, and maybe
they need to push out. They need to win these fights.
Should have been brought down earlier.
See if that's washing for it.
Going to keep them locked on the site as best he can. A gift given as YU takes him down. Okay.
That's a big kill.
Potentially here.
You've got Hunter's Fury.
Needed timeout to
that's huge.
The sinking ship. Oh God, Alpha. Player standing. A 1v2. Have you just shown them a chance of what could have been to merely take it away? No, a light sword there, and there is what they needed. A sign of life, Mike. They needed something. If that's enough to get them going, so be it. But they've got
why would you put that? Why are you putting that hex out into the world? Wait, which one? About Jing's Sage?
Really take control of. Again, I didn't quite catch it. I was looking at the minimap, but Boaster almost showing his hand a little too early here. YU able to then isolate him. You're hoping really that Crashies and Alpha can be the ones to bear the brunt of pressure.
All right.
Then put Boaster into a position.
Lysa asking them to stand up. Like, will the real Alpha Air please stand up?
Second on the board for Wolves. Still got a Hunter's Fury.
Wolves wanting to up the tempo a bit.
For Juicy.
Spring is still lurking mid.
For Fnatic, the res.
Fnatic's not really watching for it.
Even there, Chronicle as well getting isolated.
Chronicle basically on res duty for Kayak at this point.
Getting somebody back on their feet.
Alpha's been spotted. Drone out in mid. Nice check through tube.
Indicator here that actually he is spotted over towards A, but now Fnatic have a finger on the pulse.
You know he's through the tube. He hasn't gone by.
This kayak. Ooh. I mean,
Spring was ready for it. Ooh.
He's still taking down kayak. Spring.
Ooh, okay. You have the rest though.
Oh, Juicy.
Oh, Juicy. I don't know.
Downtimes on their side. BB does have his ult,
Oster?
they're dwindling.
What the hell?
Lysor desperate to hold on. He's been
Surely.
doing serious work. But the site now under pressure, under scrutiny.
Dude, he's just
stepping on through, finds Lysor, leaving just one alive.
patrolling his pit.
The man
He's been spotted. There's the wall.
and this time he's brought to his knees. Fnatic handling it, Mike. I think this might be a bit of a swan song now for them.
9th on the board.
If Sam had a third cascade instead of Co, CJRS wouldn't have clutched. What is this? What is this Cove erasure?
Like I said, Fnatic have a
Oh
perfect
my
recon out
gosh.
of timeout. They repeat the same thing here.
Looks like it might be another 10 to half.
Getting bodies on the flank and addressing that back line.
What?
Play from Boaster as well.
Damn.
Great investment.
You got
here.
lockdown in Hunter's Fury though. Sufat still hasn't had a good chance for the Hunter's Fury. I think at a certain point you got to consider maybe just using it to get in. But it's like a nice counter to the wall if you can just delay enough time on site. Juicy being sent on another kill mission, kind of on his own.
Set into motion. You should run. The lockdown. Preemptive in approach, but fine. Should facilitate the play-in, but Boaster wants to disrespect him.
Oh, dude. And he gets out. Okay. Well, he could have hugged the wall. I don't know why he...
Comes the flood too fat, baby's got
That was...
Hello, hesitation. Maybe
Okay.
causing desolation at this point.
But there's too many. There's 3 on the flank. They didn't quite expect that. Crashes. Sufat?
Nice work in synergy. And now
Chronicle needs to win both.
he knows there's still players around. Sent in the dark. Still alive. How is he
Oh
alive?
no, Chronicle, you need to win this.
Down so low, but Juicy's
Using that turret. That's an NT, Chronicle. Dude, Sufat's good in those 1v1s.
But it's slim margins again here with only 3 rounds to their name.
Oh, TMV's internet is down. Well, welcome, welcome.
9-3,
Man, just nothing's going right for that man today, huh?
Still looking to try and find a recovery once more in the second half.
Really want Wolves to win, not because I like Wolves more than Fnatic, but because I don't want Paper Ice to play against another slow team that counters our playstyle in another grand final. Oh, man. That's a lie. He just quit watching like a sore loser. Imagine TMV just rage quit the stream and said it was a thunderstorm. Stormy days in Wolverhampton. Sag. No, honestly though, I think they had I think they played quite well. Their split actually gives me hope for them in the future. I think they just continue to hammer home that their prep against like the strong suits of enemy teams is very good. Kimchandra with the Korean cast. Point redemption. Thank you. We'll get that going in the pistol round. Oh, we got Vans.
Right now, but you remember what happened last time when the Wolfpack got together. Let me hear
Oh my God.
count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
I think they told him not to do it through the mic because sometimes it was peeking the mic.
Hear a stupefy on a count of 3. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3.
The crowd stupefy.
2, 3. And it stupefies on a count of 3. 1, 2, 3. And one
That's
more
great.
time for the whole crowd, for the co-streamers in the booth. Let me hear you make some noise. Give it up here for Masters Toronto.
Dude, yes, so why you always picking on Vans' outfits, man?
Fans being silly. You love to see it.
No, I love that Vans is having fun. Kayaks with 101.
Look at Kayak, Mike. Look at those numbers.
Yeah,
So much damage per credit.
Fairly rough reports coming out in the series, particularly for Wolves. But yeah, Kayak standing ahead of the pack, able to maintain a stranglehold of the finances.
That's a sick drawing.
Alive and kicking. Actually, dude, that's one of the best signs I've seen today.
Yeah,
actually,
I actually really like that. People are far too talented.
What was the other one we saw the other day? It was what the hell is a Wolverhampton doing in Toronto?
What the hell is a Wolverhampton doing in Toronto? That was a sign. That's funny.
Way more than us.
Yes. No.
Yes, we got the Korean cast for the pistol. All right.
That's us.
Welcome back.
자, 후반전 울브즈가 첫 번째 스플릿에 비해서는 일단 그래도 한 라운드 더 갖고 시작한다는 게 어디예요. 근데 이게 이제 세이지 상대로는 설치를 막기는 좀 까다로울 수 있거든요. 근데 그러면 특히나 피스톨 때는 벽을 언제 깨고 들어갈 거냐, 이거를 팀으로 같이 해야 돼요. 그러니까 지금 포지션이 YU가 그쵸, 한 명 잡고 빠지는 포지션이었는데 이렇게 더블로 다시 가는 게 좋아 보입니다. 벽은 어쩔 수 없어요. 장거리에서 알파이르가? 근데 소바가 없어지면 이거 딜레이 시키긴 좀 어려울 것 같은데요. 자, 윙맨이 크게 한 명 스프링 잡아주고, 스프링이 계속 시선 끌어줄 때 라이소가 팀업이 좋습니다. 자, 이렇게 되면 푸나틱 다시 한번 알파이르를 믿어봐야 되나요? 자, 2대2이긴 한데 보스터가 지금 체력이 없어가지고 보스터 자리는 알고 있거든요. 라이소 일단 밀어냅니다. 원웨이 연막으로. 이 사이에 알파이르가 각도를 잡아줘야 되는데 지금 벽이 곧 깨질 거라서 알파이르 자리가 중요해요. 지금 주시가 왔는지 안 왔는지 몰라서 계속 뒤가 근질근질하거든요. 다리 보입니다. 자, 알파이르 또 한 명 나와라. 또 한 명 나와라. 어딨냐? 자, 이제 알파이르는 다 알고 있는데 주시 이러면 알파이르가 라이소 또 해줍니다. 울브즈 4점. Damn. Dude, I thought Alpha Hero was going to have it. I thought Alpha Hero was going to clutch it up. Holy.
The same success, find a bonus conversion on top because we're not just talking pistol.
Lysor's been pulling through today.
The foundation of that snowball very early on.
Fnatic's got to be watch out.
Alpha denied the clutch.
Ooh, really? The Outlaw.
Can build upon this now.
The Outlaw in round 2. Too bad it's only good against 2 of these guys.
To this one, we do see the Outlaw with Alpha. Heard
the big one.
Juicy over on that B side of the map. So I don't know how much play Alpha's going to get into this. Let's see. YU, got to be careful here. Plenty of threats. They're trying to play Alpha in.
Yeah, they're trying to just bait for the Outlaw.
I don't want to say a free site, but it's an open site at least.
They should get the plant.
The belt of util for Chronicle as well.
Crash uses. How's he alive?
Still breathing.
He is pinged, but dude, Kayak, what? Goes for the jiggle. Crash is still alive.
Crash is finding another Lyso now has to kick it up again.
Dude, the Outlaw's gonna get value. Long range. Now they know there's an Outlaw. They can actually go into the corner. He should TPU's into the corner. 1v1? Yep, you can do it in the corner. Spring saw that. Kayak, I don't think he knows.
Kayak trying to close the gap, but hesitation.
Again? Spring, not like this. Not again.
Right now. 3. Breaker. Devastating Wolves. When Fnatic had nothing.
Kayak is so good.
A second clutch from Kayak.
Oh my gosh.
Coming alive here on Icebox. But just in general,
damn.
The Walking Dead here on the site. Able to stick the plant.
Damn,
reset, gets a little bit
dude.
of a heal, but then finds another kill.
Again,
repositioned
the experience diff, the nerve diff. I mean, Kayak isn't even a veteran here, but I just mean that Spring just not confident on whether he should stick it or not. It's rough. It's hard. In the moment, it's hard. Okay.
Charging down Alpha like that. Not a good idea.
One more.
Simple stuff for the man.
Okay. Bold.
Down to a 3v3.
Could be a way back.
That is an Outlaw, and YU's good with it.
Crash's facing this ultimately, but
that's not the guy that got it.
right on a knife's edge here. Why you
Oh, we saw him.
Unlocking the opportunity.
Draws out the shot. Oh, he's so good.
Crashies baiting out the first, connecting with the headshot. It's just a classic left. Now to see you, Fat BB.
The Sen classic with the Wolves buddy.
And that timer.
Taking it away.
Just singing the song of Fnatic here. That spike. Forcing him forward. There is not many opportunities, and Crashies basically in the checkmate, even if it got tense, even if he took down 2, there was always Crashies. And Wolves trying.
11-4.
But Fnatic
Man, and map 3 is Lotus.
Close to closing out this second.
Wolves will have a chance to buy back in here.
Like, Cher's getting stuck on something.
Heartbreaking to see.
Oh, did he? Was he using an EDG buddy? That's sick. I mean, now he's using the Sen Classic as a shout out to Zelsis, so he's still got to rep the Wolves.
On Icebox, again, not a
the Meerkat. Oh, the triple Meerkat. Oh, I love it though. I love that other teams and players are buying into it as like a counter trash talk.
To do it into a round like this as well. Oh. A buy-in play.
Was there any doubt of a 3-0 at the start of the match? I had some doubts, to be honest.
And that,
oh,
what the hell is that?
That's. I mean, to be fair, he saw him dead and square, so like it's not the craziest thing. But that dude, Juicy.
Left in the tank, but when Kayak's finding kills like
but the thing is like the difference is Juicy's also just not being set up. You know, it's like one piece of util and that's it. Like there's no trade. There's no. He's always still on an island. Like the most he gets is one dizzy. It's tough. He's in a tough spot. Have a good one, Tron.
Stacked up flank here though. Both stuck. Got to be careful these sight lines. The turrets here.
Nice timing, Crashies.
To give information across.
And Chronicle on the big wall.
Yeah, that's an instant call to arms, right?
Everybody's turning back around. Crashies already gets one.
Both should be there with him. You're now going to have Kayak coming back across. Wolves looking to try and split them, but they've stood tall together. And Spring and
oh, good timing there as well.
Oh, it's looking all too easy for Fnatic now. Wolves crumbling.
The mortal enemy of Wolves is modes of transportation. First a train, then a kayak. A little bit different in scale, but I'll take it. That's rough. That's rough from Juicy.
Again, you can't fault.
He's trying to hold it too.
Juicy for committing to this. Well, it feels teed up. I mean, we obviously has a few more bodies behind this, but
it may be a 2-0, but Wolves has the chance to do the absolute funniest thing ever.
Sort of things
I mean,
not converted.
They've done a couple of those this tournament. I mean, yeah, I think no matter who's playing, you always want a good BO5, lower and grand finals. I think this one, let's say it ends 3-0. I'm still okay with it just because, like Split, I still think Wolves showed a lot of their strengths. I just think Wolves' story is still amazing.
Fast rotation.
It doesn't feel like a big letdown, to be honest, because I think they were already exceeding so many expectations.
Come through. The wall goes up.
Oof. They weren't quite expecting that one. And Alpha's back in comfort zone.
Man advantage now to Fnatic. As Wolves are a little on the ropes here. Most are trying to buy the time. Stall them out a little. The Viper's Pit trying to facilitate the cross through. Maybe apply a little bit of pressure, but look who's waiting. Looking like the rookie could have ended it, but no.
Kayak sleeping at the wheel a little bit.
From Spring.
Hunter's Fury available.
You can hear it rattling off in the distance. Alpha still standing guard on the site itself. Does fall in the end.
Why you was not at full health.
You can hear the time ticking. Super BB can do nothing.
Oh, he. Crashies wanted the kill to end it, but.
The Wolves crumble under the pressure. And now Lotus becomes the conversation.
I didn't watch much VCDCN. Was this run kind of out of nowhere, or did they look decent before? It was kind of out of nowhere. I do think strictly in playoffs they looked hopeful to, like, you know, win a match compared to what we were seeing from other regions. But even then, they eventually lost to Billy Billy in the rematch.
I know what song.
I believe I can fly.
I believe I can fly.
So I do think it was still out of nowhere for sure. And I think Wolves, yeah, should know that. Obviously, they're going to want to do more, but I don't think they should be too down on themselves. I think they should be very proud of themselves, because I also don't think they were like, there's literally no room to think they got lucky. You know what I mean? Like, they won on their own terms. They clearly showed good ante. They had great calls. They had great heroics. They played against strong teams. So there's no room for that either. So I think they've already done more than enough for their job. Tomorrow's going to be a tough game for Paper X. Yeah. Not getting Pearl as the second map is troll. What? It was banned, though. What do you mean? All right, chat, we're going to run some ads. I'm going to go to the bathroom. You should all get up and stretch your legs as well. I will be right back. Why are they still playing ads? What the heck? So many ads. What the? Dude, how long? Are these ads always this long during break? Hey, welcome, Ganbold. Yeah, I heard that TMV's ISP was like, no, this is not good for our customers' health. Shut it down. I guess we have some times. So guess what time it is? It is time for good old Scrandle. Time to get all of our viewers hungry again at friggin' 2 a.m. 3 a.m.
The Grand Finals weekend, and we decide to
what are they doing?
I'm joined here by
what the heck?
Leanne, and also
what is going on?
Aiden, Leanne, where are you coming from?
Montreal.
Oh, ça va bien? C'est pas français?
Oui, un petit peu.
Nice. And you are coming from? Sorry.
Rochester, New York.
Rochester, New York. Did you drive or fly?
We drove.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for making all this
Rochester,
time to come
New
out.
York.
And as I'm touching your shoulder, I'm
I grew
realizing
up
that
there.
you're off balance a bit. Do you know what's going on
It's
here?
very close.
I have some things attached to my feet currently.
How about you?
Dude, they have to run to pump up their
That's the
balloon?
great hit. What we have here is a balloon on top of each other's heads. So, Leanne, you are representing here Fnatic, and you are representing the Wolves. So what we're going to try to do here is have a pop-off segment, right? You need Wolves to pop off right now. You need this balloon to
Dude,
pop.
this is
So we
sick.
have these apparatus here. So we have the pumps that we talked about. And now we're going to have our staff put the tubes to your head. And you want to pump as fast as possible and have your balloon pop.
There's no time, though.
Pop here in the 2 maps so far. And now we need Wolves to try to make a comeback. Can Spring do it? Can Lysor do it? And speaking of springs, we're going to start springing our pumps here. Are you both ready?
Yes, sir.
How about you, Leanne?
I think so.
All right. So if you're ready on your marks, we're
How
going
does
to go
this
on
work?
3. 1, 2, 3, let's go! Toronto, give it up here!
Oh, damn. Oh, damn.
The Cardew's in!
Oh,
the
no.
Fates are out. Oh, we do have the Wolves after all. Small qualification here.
The Fnatic, when she popped off too hard. She threw away the slippers. That's sick, actually. That's an amazing segment. Have you watched Sapphire's behind the scenes edits? In previous tournaments, I haven't watched any from this one.
And I gotta say that halftime game, I've never seen anything like that.
That's sick. That's a sick halftime game.
But let's take a look real fast at the
You know what else is a sick halftime game? Oh wait, hold on. We gotta watch this though.
This goes to Kayak yet again. I mean, this kid is just unbelievable. This play was ice cold.
This is unreal. I think this is the second best play of the tournament, right behind that key.
Oh, he taps it one last time. I didn't. Oh, and then the ADS.
It's just incredible out of Kayak, but this run is also indicative of this
so
game as a whole. It was
sick.
all about the retakes for Fnatic. 8 out of the 9 rounds they win in the first half come to these retakes. They're so good at shutting down players who are playing up, getting that Sage wall down,
Dude,
and fighting
it's
forward
so
as the defuse
sick.
comes through. It was a fantastic icebox from Fnatic.
I think that they were very cute, quick.
It was really nice having the ops talent come to the fan cafe. They were really nice. Oh yeah, you got to meet them. Yeah, they're good people. They're good people.
Chronicle and Kayak going for the kill, but Chronicle being
All right.
ready with the heal. Even
Bacon sandwich, true to its name, versus a smoky burger that looks okay, comes with chips, and it's cheaper in Sweden. 100%.
He actually could be. He could be a late run for MVP if he pops off in that
Katsu
game
curry with Cajun fries. Oh yeah, the katsu curry with Cajun fries and samosas. Versus the jacket potato with beans and mushy peas.
Retakes. Wolves got the spike down all but one
Surely the
round,
curry.
only closed it out 3 times.
88%.
Absolute heartbreaker for them there, but it goes to show Kukuka just
All right,
how
fries with
how
bacon,
prepared this
pepperoni,
Fnatic
cheddar,
team
and
is in these
mozzarella.
situations.
That actually sounds kind of dope. I assume this is the cheddar cheese. From Brazil for $2.90 versus a monster taco. But it's 14 pounds.
For everyone else involved in this, especially the Wolves right now, Josh, because they're facing the bottom of
Oh,
the barrel.
this
could
is
very well
tough.
be it for them if they're not careful.
I felt pretty decent about Wolves in that first map because they were able to get back.
Hold on, what is that from the US? I mean, it's just a burrito pretending to be a taco.
That is rough.
There's something about Miracle Runs
Oh,
ending in
this is
third
tough,
place.
chat.
Back to Zeta Division at Reykjavik, the first EDG run. It's happened to
I
a lot of
don't
other
know if
miraculous
this
teams,
is-
but going into Lotus, a good map for both teams. Wolves having to stake their run on this
Oh,
one.
but 14 pounds is so expensive. But the picture doesn't do this justice. I feel like this probably tastes better than it
Look back to the
looks.
history of this squad and think the Fnatic are gonna be able to get across the line here and deliver their 4th global grand final. They're within touch
Right,
distance,
here we go.
and it's almost home ground here on Lotus.
But what do the Wolves do to come back into this one? Because it seems like everything is lining up for Fnatic as it
Cheese and
currently
onion
stands right now. I
panini
mean, this is
versus
scary territory
Stadion
for the CN
verse.
team to be in.
I think they just have to.
Okay, are you getting
honestly,
both or
it's
only
gonna
one,
sound
though?
simple, but they have to focus
Honestly,
on
the cheese and
themselves.
onion
You have to
panini
let
looks
go
kind of
of
good.
This lower final, how
But
the
it is
game
more
has gone thus
expensive.
far. Play to your own strengths. Slow the game down on your attacking side. Let Spring get
people like
involved
their-
in those lurks. And just
their
remember
versed.
the fundamentals. There's so
Pie
many
mash and
hero
gravy
plays
versus
Fnatic
kielbasa.
have pulled out
Kielbasa for
in this
sure.
series
It's
thus
only
far.
£1.70.
They need to be
What?
very on point with how
Dude,
they're
the
trading,
people don't
how
know
they're
ball.
scaling
How are you
together,
not
and just
getting a
working round by round.
kielbasa sausage from 170 from home? How is that? I mean, it was only 1%, but how is pie mash and gravy winning?
need to at least play into the Fnatic game of getting one pick down and
Yakitori bowl.
Leave them the space. Try to
With
play for the
oh,
retake
the
the same way
pepperoni
that
pizza
the
twist
Fnatic has
is
been dealing
good,
with
but
it.
surely the Yakitori bowl.
Once Wolves are on their attack side, getting into these kind of positions, you got to
Seasoned chicken hearts in a stick. Oh, I forgot what the rating was on this versus pie, chips, and gravy. But people, I feel like, are going to shy away. That's what I said last time.
Yeah, and Lotus
Yeah,
has been such
I feel
a
like this
good
is probably
map
actually
for
pretty
Fnatic
good.
in history. It's not a good idea if you're another team to pick this onto
Butter
them.
chicken
We've seen
tikka
a lot
and
of
rice
the
versus
Omen and
pigs in a
what he
blanket
can
with roast
do.
potatoes and
He was also
gravy.
very scary, the form that crashes his
I
spine
feel
in
like
tournaments.
the people just love.
I want to see a Wolves that's also willing on their attack side to go for early fights for A lobby control.
Ah.
Fnatic as a team very often is only having
Yeah, I feel
Boaster
like they
or
just
maybe
love their
one other
rice,
player play
their
that
curries,
space. And
their.
when they contain that space, it's only ever Boaster
Right.
standing there, and he's very willing to fall back. So if Wolves are going
That's
for
daylight
every clear place,
robbery
they
for the
can get a lot
Brazilian
of
food.
space
It's always
there.
super
It's gonna
cheap.
help out their macro
Double
a
cheeseburger with
ton
bacon
on
with the
attack.
super thick buns. We've seen this before versus strawberry waffle. This actually looks kind of dope.
Fnatic that respect, but the
But
problem
it is a
Josh,
bacon
is that
cheese.
Fnatic
Oh no, it's not.
takes
It
that
is a bacon
respect
cheeseburger.
away from you, and they don't care what you want because it seems like they are in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, they've also got 3 players absolutely on fire and a star-studded roster, so the pressure absolutely is going to be on Wolves. Think back to yesterday.
Damn it! I gambit on the strawberries. The picture was too good. The foot-long sausage roll versus a hawk burger. Hawk burger.
Wolves bounce back and send this one to a map 4.
7 out of 10.
Here's Pansy and Hypoc yet again.
Ay,
It's not the best combination today.
ay.
We'll move on swiftly because this might be.
Oh well, we'll get the elusive 10 out of 10 one of these days. Sandy with the tier 1 sub gifted to Sliggy. Thank you. Thank you. Shout out to Sliggy. Thanks for the gifted sub, Sandy. Thanks for supporting the channel. Appreciate it.
I think we've already got
All right, everybody, lock in.
2 of those conditions
YouTube, lock
fulfilled.
in. It's time.
Tall order here for Wolves to bounce back and channel into that recovery factor, become bloodthirsty once
Fnatic
more.
first on the attack. Wolves chose
So I need to
defense.
see that killer instinct, Mike. I need to
Their
see Wolves
defense has been
remind
pretty
themselves they're
good,
the
I
team to count
feel,
likes of Gen G that made everyone pay
on this
attention.
Lotus.
Dangerous together. Because right now, Fnatic looks singular in approach. They're looking at that next game. They're not even looking at you right now.
Now I'm scared Fnatic will beat Paper X. You don't have to. You don't have to be
Now
scared
getting
because we know what's
closer in the
happening.
mind, but one more map stands between them and it could be here. Certainly a solid map for them. And they're making Wolves do the walk around this map.
Chronicle's just waiting for them to fish for more info. Puts up the wall to bait them out once again.
That Wolves commit a second player. Actually with
Ooh, they all hide from it. That is that's a iffy one. Only Chronicle's been seen. They don't know that Boaster's there, but they know that there's multiple people here now. Trades. Oh, Chronicle doesn't even need him. How does he get both?
Just swiftly clearing up 2. And now it's the dash to the site, isn't it? Too bad BB trying to keep his head down.
Don't say that in front of Sliggy fans or they'll grab you and throw you into the furnace. He's on for 3?
Oh God, Kron's on for an absolute tear.
He kind of wants more. Oh,
nice fight back.
Chill. There you go.
Just the full stop to that sentence and the first gained by Fnatic.
I'm gonna watch Sliggy tomorrow. You betrayed the train. That is crazy that you're getting on the train right as it's going to crash. That's an insane time to choose to get on the train.
Hoping that Wolves divide the odds here on the defensive side. You would have loved to be in a position where
good job.
They could attack and potentially put themselves in a position to dictate the tempo. Get another thing touched
Kron
on
with a
They
nice
really
3.
need to disrupt this freedom that Fnatic have had.
Dude, yeah, I mean the individual form is just insane right now. Kron and Alpha are literally in trophy-winning form. Kayak still has his games, not as many as in the beginning of playoffs, but still has his games.
Puppet Master.
Crashies still has the impact rounds. And Boaster, I mean, he has a couple. Not as many as he did in the EMEA, but he's still got a couple.
Have fun. Have a wander. Do some damage, and he's already done that. Now he's going to be able to note the players. See how
Alpha
hungry
air.
they are.
Oh, he hears him.
Blood, sure, but to be able to close down that kill is something
He's wondering.
Alpha.
He's wondering how many are where.
All of this is
He
precious
knows there's
seconds.
more coming.
Love to do some damage here, but he's positioned well.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say if he got them there, that would have been criminal.
At this point.
Yeah, only an upgrade to a sheriff. At that point, Fnatic now feel as if they know the weaker side.
Fnatic, the big team, beating up on the small fan favorites. Since when were Paper Rex small fan favorites?
From developing.
Oh, they want Kayak to go for kills.
Happy to go forward, try and find some progress. I saw denying that.
Only gets one more. Unfortunate.
Death goes through an extra orb short.
Mr. Chobra, that's not happening again, they know, and because of that, they're going to play very perfect way possible. Who? Paper X? But that's the problem. Fnatic's not going to play perfect.
They have been this whole way through.
You'd be mistaken thinking that playing perfect Valorant's getting you away from whatever Fnatic's doing.
Let that scoreline slip away from them again.
Never give me Marshall!
Never give me Marshall.
No.
Noted. Noted.
It's the wrong type of scope for him. Speaking of scopes, Alpha on an early operator purchase. You see here, Boaster lining up. A little bit of damage conceded. That will certainly act as its
Round 3, Odin for the bonus. Rough. And the off is one. Dude, Fnatic are trying to snowball their games hard today.
On that operator.
Holy.
It's the exchange of
attack off and Odin in round 3 is
currently with the Wolf side rubble
bold.
slowly being put back together by Fnatic. Steady stuff here.
Smoke going up could indicate actually. Very early push in here.
They know. Whoa.
Well invested, Juicy though.
Oh, I think he just thought they would have to be on the move because of the Odin. Didn't realize he was already holding it.
Could certainly help matters, and if Boaster gets a little bit
Boaster, you've got the spike.
In hand, it could have been dangerous.
Yeah, Fnatic can't play loosey-goosey here because of this investment.
Fancying their odds here, but Boaster vigilant. Oh, handled. That's a shot.
Can't look for the one tap with an Odin.
A little sketchy as well, picking that spike back up. 30 seconds.
This
Finding that springboard forward.
The Giga investment not looking to pay off really. Ooh,
dreamy stuff. Now Chronicle handle. There it is. Finally looking alive.
I mean, it's also just a giant fumble. Like, if you're gonna play with that investment, I don't think you can play loose around Baby Door like that. Like, why are you risking this peak? You have.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
That's fine if you had, like, you know, 4 rifles, 3 rifles on a bonus, but.
4, Fnatic will come back in. It's only really Alpha and Boaster to struggle.
And he said he wants Fnatic to crash. Is that the tweet, Issel? That he wants Fnatic to crash and burn? I mean, again, I'm rooting for Fnatic, but I think it's insane that they're getting away with this. And yeah, Gambo, it's been an amazing tournament. I think the tournament's been great. I would say like every match except 1, maybe 2.
Please be careful. They do have that rubble side of the map, so
I think really the only match I was kind of just not interested in was the very first Team Liquid match.
Not alone either. Lysol not too far away, but Cons normally the backbone, right?
And even then, at least Penny was a pretty good launching point. So.
On that jump peak, but in the meantime, you can see the battle kind of breaking out throughout the map. Individual moments now, and the timing. Good for one, but couldn't get the follow-up.
And they know the Odin's close.
3 for 3. NT, but it's the Odin.
Now down on Kayak and Boaster. New young gun. That Fnatic side. Still with an opportunity to make some play happen.
Every match that didn't include Haven was good.
Well, the rifles here, Boaster going to come back through.
Oh, nice reposition by YU. Oh, Boaster. Okay, he'll get the plant. Well, they're real fast, actually.
Been taken over.
So we've got Paranoid to work with both Fat BB and Lysol stacked up.
Did they just send it right away? That'll let him know.
Smokes himself off.
They spam it.
Show me something here, Boaster. He's given himself a 1v1 here.
Yeah, he was looking for the wraparound, but Sufat was way ahead of it. Sufat was way ahead of it.
And these These are so key. These are such key rounds for Wolves.
All 3 NA teams got kicked out by EU teams. Agreed. Great tournament.
Confidence can slowly be rekindled. Pressure put back to Fnatic.
I mean, I think Fnatic, they are paying for their overinvestment, but not playing around the Odin and the Op in round 3.
To proceed forward.
Yo, what's up, Fabio?
Fighting.
And now just a single stinger.
Here. Again, broken purchase, but we'll reset Fnatic. Kayak does have the showstopper. There's actually going to be some investment around this as well.
To be fair, MIBR kicked themselves out. Very true. Actually true. As someone who, like, gave MIBR a little bit benefit of the doubt, they knocked themselves out.
Gives them access to that B site. Close there as well, kind of propping up for control. Still have Juicy's ult to bank on if they need it. But they have kayaks on the other side, so a little bit scary this round. Making mountains out of molehills,
yeah, I mean,
really.
These choke points are just so deadly to come up against the
honestly,
showstopper. Kayak can find the
not terrible in the positioning. If they can draw out, if they can draw out the showstopper alone, that wouldn't be so bad considering the circumstances. Wolves are hesitating way too much. Dude, and that showstopper for showstopper. He's actually gonna get a kill. They don't get the guaranteed kill on the showstopper. Oh. Oh man. Wolves actually played that time. I was getting scared, but
lamb to the slaughter.
They're actually waiting for the opponent's showstopper first. That was crazy.
The Fnatic almost swept back off the B site. Didn't quite catch that one going down, but so Alpha looking a little frustrated with the outcome here.
One enemy remaining.
Also very early to
Rough for Fnatic.
Very
yeah, exactly. This is where Wolves shine. This is what, like, I would say their only good thing was during most of China Stage 1 was scrappy fights. Just like brawls, like 5v5 brawls. They were very good at that. They've always been, that's always been a strong point. They've built upon that with much better macro and calling and reactions and trades. But this is where they'll shine. The like 1v1 trades, the 1v2, 2v2 trades, that's where Alpha and Kron shine.
The 3 back-to-back is everything. First time doing this sort of damage. Isor's been great. Juicy as well, looking sharper now.
You too.
Starting to lock in a bit here.
I've been calling Fnatic as the winner of this tournament since before it began.
On the other side, the cycle starting to hit as well for Fnatic. Like Milan was mostly leading that conversation. Let's look at what the adjustments are now coming out from Fnatic. As said, this would be deemed as home territory for them. If they can find some comfort.
Honestly, Fnatic, if Wolves are trying to get scrappy fights again, Fnatic playing slow might actually pay off because they'll get the fights they want. It'll be a bit more predictable because Wolves will start to group up.
For Fnatic. Oh, that's forwards early paranoia. Fnatic going to be able to negate.
That's paranoia sees and nade use.
Drawn out.
So Fnatic can basically take back rubble whenever they so choose, as long as they keep this.
With the operator.
This is sketchy.
How many people?
Super sketchy.
Where's the crossfire? Oh, they're so close. Fnatic has no idea. Okay, they come out on top. Kron needs to live.
Gets around the corner in time. Looked like Spring wanted to really close down on that. But they haven't given up the rest of the map. C-Site still has its players, right? It still has YU here. That operator, I don't think noted
Pressure
yet.
to clear everything.
Definitely don't know about this just yet.
Yeah, YU should be good for at least one. There's no raise to fly through. And Siufat with a nasty position next to the turret, because you're hearing the turret, you're worried about that close, and now he's there.
He's got help here. He's not alone now. That operator rattles off the shot.
Actually just has to go in and get kills. And he does? Oh, they get through. He knows they're in. The jump. And the pit.
A gift given. A plant in play.
Chronicle? I mean, NT, you had 10 seconds. But that's well played. That's well played from Wolves.
And now 2 to the good.
Yeah, the low HP into the Snake Bite. The Snake Bite was a good call.
In terms of the pit from Chronicle.
This was a good call too.
Snake Bite from Spring that
they're starting to basically not allow Fnatic to choose the fight. Wolves, it's the same thing they were doing on Split. They're getting ahead of things, getting into smokes.
Taking the reins.
They're abusing Fnatic's slow reclear, kind of assumption-based reclears.
Got to find an answer to this rumble control. They've struggled to really stabilize some of these early rounds.
No rubble's been given over, Wolves.
Definitely packing
they still have the C's. They did use the Paranoia.
And then you see the Odin and the Operator for Wolves. You don't see that.
Dude, what?
No, you don't, but Alpha will take that every day of the week.
Oh, they get the Odin.
Big weapon found, though. Lysaw's position.
Is he going to push back out?
They're
not quite in yet, so it's kind of tough. He has to just go for the trace. He gets 2. That's massive.
Beautiful between the Wolves.
Holy.
Fighting together as a pack.
Kron's trying to call for a C, but you got to watch out for this B hit from Juicy.
It's huge.
Oh, and Alpha here gets through. Alpha's got lockdown. Oh no, the door. The door. Go back to A. Go back to A. Go back to A.
Devastating position.
This is rough. Oh, this is rough. He saw him. He saw him. You don't need to fight it. Alpha's through. You don't need to fight it, Kron. Please.
He plays it well.
Holy dude.
Back over to A site. We'll find the plant now. Spring finds himself in a 1v2.
They made something of nothing here.
Oh my god, if Fnatic win this, I mean, I don't even know, man. I don't even know what you do for this round for Wolves.
Timing though. Oh. He's trying to clear deeper for Kron, but we can see where he... Spring! Lucky to be living. The turret! Stuck on the turret! Oh my god, hold on! But Kron's still here. The safest pair of hands, surely. And 5 HP ain't much to write home about. Oh, it's just stunning from MasterCard Thrifty and a Master
Friggin' Alpha here, man, giving me heart attacks. Oh my god. It is such an Alpha moment. Getting blocked by your own turret is actually the most Alpha year way to die. That is the most Alpha year way to die.
Just caught off guard by the stinger up close.
Timmy the imposter.
Beautifully done.
The Lysters had big impact today for sure, but dude, that's a rough round for Wolves. That's a rough one.
After 4 in succession.
The door, you had to open the door. It's just Fnatic immediately pivots on it to go to A. I guess the only thing you can blame Wolves that they can blame themselves for is not checking for Kron when they're doubling back. You know, you should have had some idea that they would have been fully in C site. There was still time. Big spam.
Caught off guard, seemingly. Well, that was a bit of a safety net for him, but
it didn't feel like Wolves were actively playing this B site all that much, banking on the utility. Nice.
Ooh, nice shot from Juicy.
Big damage, but actually goes to find Spring. That's it, yeah, comes away from that.
Alpha still has lockdown, so you can try to play safe and just play the ult.
Alpha's lucky here, though. Still standing on 10, but...
Spike hasn't been picked up yet. Chronicle's going to start working Rubble.
Down to 38 seconds on the clock.
They're going to go for the door fake. The real question is do they use lockdown on C? Fnatic's going to not have enough time. Wolves has to be careful here. They should know that there's plenty of chance for a fake. Yep, they're going to hold. YU has lockdown, so he can actually deny the plant.
Chalk it up to that, right, on its own.
Nightfall on B, you confirm that it's not. There's the lockdown. Where's your lockdown, Alpha?
You see the Prowler coming in.
There it is. So Boaster's going to plant. They're going to sacrifice him. They're going to back out.
Plants in.
Crashies has to try to protect him.
One's going to be detained at bare minimum here.
Never mind. He's safe for now. But they're going to get detained. Dude, they're all on the site. Dude, what? Why did they try to? What? Wolves? I mean, I'm rooting for Fnatic, but Wolves, that's not it.
But still holding on. See if that baby's position is red, but he still does it. Down to the one. Crashies remaining. Nice moves here though. And Crashies might be outdone. Oh no. Crashies so calm. Keeps his cool.
Oh, Supat with the jump. He's so good at the clutch, man.
The awful dodger getting the defuse.
So slippery.
Holy.
Crashies unable to pin him down.
Dude.
And a miracle, you never see this sort of
Oh my God.
For Fnatic. 3 detained.
Okay, but honestly, what were they doing on that defuse?
You almost see them toying with the idea of giving one person up to YU's, but
Oh my gosh.
get another couple of seconds.
Oh, I can't believe Supat wins that. The movement, man. The movement. And no, Kami, I have not seen the video of horses sleeping on pillows.
Round victory to break the funds.
Yeah, Supat was that was the third one. That was the third one that they couldn't find.
That's the sort of round that gives you confidence too, right?
It's crazy.
Adrenaline pumping, but they've got to stay cool under this kayak closing in now.
No, he should have 15 now. That should be his 15th clutch.
Crashies down. Lightsaw checks back in, and suddenly it all lines up here. From what was a drought of rounds in the
Classic
first
alpha air alert. This time it's fast.
Looking deadly.
Breaks the alarm bot, and he's basically baiting people in for a fight. They're trying to help him cut off angles so he can get 1v1s.
Again, Sheriff in hand. Or he doesn't feel too confident.
It's just Marshall and Sheriff, so if you can get the plant, you'd be happy. Alpha basically needs to win these 1v1s. That's a quick shot from Spring. Boaster's just going to hope for a plant, and that's all you get.
Imagine the dance he'd be doing after this one. Bloody hell, not going to be. Wolves. Mike, we actually might have a game here.
Opinion on reducing bullet damage through smokes? I would hate that.
Here on map 3.
I think that would be terrible.
Crucial.
For one, it would make smokes way too strong. Two, it just wouldn't make sense, and it would make it much more ability-based. The game would become much more ability-based.
Very comfortable for Wolves. Able to weather the storm here on Lotus. Lysor sitting at 10 and 5. Still, ultimates available here. Juicy, Showstopper, Spring with the pit.
No, I don't think, like, I'm assuming you're trying to make these suggestions to see if it would help fix the post-plant spam, but I think you have to fix that through map design and not through, like, specific scenarios that only benefit that, because that skews the balance and it takes away from the rest, how the rest of the game is played. Like, reducing damage while you're defusing the spike, etc., like getting some sort of armor or whatever. I mean, it's an interesting idea, but
So pace change
suddenly it goes from gun game to not gun game at that moment then.
Nearby with Spring, dealt with, deleted. Boaster to make sure this is as secure as possible. Uh-oh, Kron. Oh my word,
He doesn't know that. Oh, now he does. Well, he doesn't have a way out. Juicy plays it safe. Good ult from Juicy.
Leaving nothing to chance.
Kayak's the big one now. Kayak has to basically stay alive.
Alpha waiting for the pressure to come back in here.
Ooh, he gets one.
Falls away, does his job.
Ooh, Boaster's been spotted as well, but everybody else wins their fights. Crashies gets two there.
2 on the round for him. Lysor finds a response.
There it is. There it is. You don't get easy games against Fnatic, even if you are leading. Still threat throughout.
As well, G2 team to prevent Fnatic from actually having
The smoke spam sucks ass though. I mean,
Wolves already tracking ahead of that.
you know, there's other ways to fight around it. You can try to go for flanks, etc. And at the end of the day, if Riot really thinks it's a problem, they should fix it through map design, etc., not through just like buffing smokes or whatever.
Back on It's a better purchase than we have seen in some
Especially when smokes are refreshable. You know what will happen if you do that, right? People will just smoke and walk through.
He's bested Kayak.
And then it'll just be like, what do you do against that? They're just taking less damage every 20 seconds.
As well, down on 10 HP. And then look at the space Spring wants to take. He's still
I think smoke spam is very much part of a gun game. If it's way too rampant, and that's a map design problem, not like let's balance the abilities around that.
3v4 now for Fnatic.
But I don't think it's. I think it could be better. I don't think it's as bad. It's definitely not as bad as it used to be. I don't think it's as bad as people make it sound to be. The reason I say that is like people still don't realize how easy it is to get smoke kills in like ranked. So like we see it a lot in pro scenes and probably at the higher levels, but
maybe on the back of Crashy's ultimate.
which is why I always tell people, like, if you're wondering what else you could do in ranked, like literally just spam smokes. People don't check for that. People don't think about it.
Chronicle trying to stand guard. Gonna make it hard work.
Wolves, Chronicle, he's trying to stand fight it. Okay, that snake bite's big. Buys a lot of time. But YU, ooh, big jump peek from Crashies. Everybody's on the site. Big ult.
Oh, it's just lovely.
All three for Crashies.
Slicing through wolves, and I liked what Chronicle was doing as well, almost forcing them.
I mean, let's see what the new map is like for one. But I think the new map even then is like, as far as I could tell on that one site, there's just like 4 different ways that you can connect all the entrances to the site. So the point is that you need to work all parts of that. You can't just like go in on the spike and think you can get away with the defuse every time. You should also be making sure you're using the rest of the map. These other maps, it's tough because you have to go like all the way around, right? But on that map, perhaps that's not going to be the case because it seems like there's going to be like basically it seemed like some form of a circle or semicircle that connects on either side of the site. So you have to hold those angles, and that's where the fight should be happening.
Encourage play elsewhere. Hard to disrespect it, but Juicy might be on the money. He is.
They're getting ahead of things again. Wolves.
Obviously, they don't know it. They don't
trying
know
to hold the 7-5.
Quick upgrade, yeah, lovely. Dream come true for Wolves.
Takes the Phantom.
Confirmation of a second play here with the Prowler, but Paranoia sent through.
Immediate reclear from Fnatic to push them away. There's a pit on C anyway.
Showstopper and the TP here for Boaster. Lyso actually with a quick check of a TP of his own.
You got Showstopper for Kayak. Why is Kayak holding on to the spike?
Wolves look as if they're confident in Reed here, and rightfully so.
Boombot gives Crashes the corner. That's enough.
And they get Lysor trying to peek for it. That's rough. That's the rifle gone.
Finding their footing here. See if BB and Spring. Difficult to try and do anything with.
What is that adjustment?
It looks like this one is going to be tied up all even here. Alpha timing on the smoke drop there. Oh, this is dangerous, but it's fine.
Alpha says no, it's mine.
Bullets to the back to bring it back to 6 apiece. Fnatic not down and not out. Wolves showing signs of life.
For sure, yeah. Fnatic, again, not familiar to playing from behind on Lotus. Able to course correct.
I mean, I think most play this defense quite well.
Yeah, this is what we wanted, though. A game between these two, a closer affair.
Granted that lockdown round on both sides was a little wonky, but
before we get there, we do have a
6-6.
Vansili standing by with TCK10. We're gonna head over there right about now.
With who?
Toronto. It is my honor to say that Cloud9 finally has international presence
hardly known.
at a Valorant event. I'm joined by none other than TCK, content creator for Cloud9. TCK, how's it going? An honor to have you here today.
Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure. I've been loving Toronto. I've been loving the city. I've been loving the food. I've eaten poutine 3 times already, and I love it.
Dude, poutine's so good.
It's really great to have all those beautiful audience here talking about Valorant and living it. Yeah.
I hate that you eat 3 poutines
and
it goes into your muscles, and me it just goes into my gut.
Is he Brazilian? He's I know he's like South American.
But for those that are tuning in here in
I remember the signing. I was
Toronto
like,
and also
huh,
from around the
interesting
world,
that C9
talk to us
signed
about your
a
stream. What can we see when we actually watch your stream?
Okay, so crazy
non-North
cosplays,
American creator.
Maybe Viper cosplays, Reina cosplays, and I've been also playing on Radiant.
Really?
It's been a time now. Actually, I was the first guy who
Brazilian,
told
okay.
Aspas to try Neon. You know, he was only playing Jet, so yeah. Time 1, Brazilian server, lot of time.
And now you're also co-streaming with Saucy so far. In
Oh,
the
he's co-streaming with Saucy. That's
Who are
sick.
they going for in this game?
We're going for Fnatic. I mean, it's really nice to see them playing. We were kind of cheering for Wolves because of Still Fat Baby. They are all really good energy. But we're cheering for Fnatic. I think they're winning. But yeah, it's been a pleasure. Like, I would be a fan of Saucy, just seeing him play, and now being friends with him and talking.
You saw someone with an Optic jersey and Optic sign for Crashies? That's
really,
sick.
really nice.
That's awesome. You just talked about Sufa Baby. He likes to show his
Look
muscles.
at the giant
Also, Bosa
and
likes
the
to show his
penguin.
muscles. So TCK, show me your muscles one more time as they're going to toss his back
Dude, this
to the
dude
game.
is built, man. Holy. Damn.
Damn, it's just like you, Mike.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, I really like that jersey, but I'm not sure. Carrying a little holiday weight.
Oh, I was about to say the econ report's looking a little wonky.
Base econ report. I mean, it's a much more even affair from the previous map.
Yeah, closely contested.
C9 having a buff
Obviously,
content
both
creator.
teams
If I had a
really
penny for that, I would have 2 pennies.
themselves under that 4-round string.
That's true. Oh, that's true.
Along the way,
Freakazoid. The Valor of Freakazoid.
Again, it was back and forth. It was crazy. It was going down to
That is
1 or 2
funny.
players left standing. So financially, necessarily that snowball effect taking hold here. I guess looking forward
They
now,
allow guns in the arena?
even
What?
affair. And yes, you're
Oh,
2
man.
maps down already, but sort of at the half time, it's a much more comfortable position for Wolves.
All
to
right,
find themselves
Wolves
in.
doing much better. Lysor 11-4, top of the board.
Necessarily pinning all hopes and dreams
See if he can
to a
keep that up
pistol
on the attack
further
here.
conversions.
Fnatic
See really what they
looks
can
like a
do with that.
potential trap play for C, but otherwise holding against B here. Just the haunt to get an idea on A,
Side.
to get the info they
Their
want.
strength throughout this.
So they had trap plays on both sides.
showed us
They
the
don't see that. So they
formation
start to
this
focus
default.
back onto A.
Well, Fnatic have
Chronicle is all alone, and they don't have a good
I guess
setup to like
respect that enough to
instantly pinch with the
come up with some sort of
paranoia
game plan
here.
to address.
Yeah, I think you need a bit of a
They're
reset.
usually ones to, I guess, push
You're gonna
all
put up the
in
one way,
through
just
the early
really
rounds.
make them
We've
not
seen
think
so
about
far.
C. Since Alpha Year is here, you've got the turret, but otherwise it'll take them a while to
Really is
clear
the
that.
cornerstone.
So now they have a setup for a potential trap play at the orb.
And it's doing a
He refilled that.
fantastic job.
He
Fnatic have
refilled
all the
that?
players in
Really?
the right places.
I think probably
Really trying to
seeing
cover their
that
bases.
poison orb invested.
Oh,
Juicy
huge
call.
C's!
Jeez, we're
Crashies!
so sick.
Crashies!
Kayak
The
there.
util!
It's a shutout. The only success being YU with a bit of util. Oh man, this
Oh,
has been a
man, they know where the
complete
last
and
one
utter
is.
Shutdown. Fnatic so prepared for this.
Arsenal has slipped the net. You can see still eyes trained towards B main. 7 seconds on a smoke. He's caught a sound cue here from Boaster.
Where's Boaster going?
Look
Let's
at the
see.
spike. Look what he has to do.
I mean, I guess he just wanted to make sure that they can all trade against each other,
Regain
but
possession of it.
and now they're in a position to all trade for each other.
Like the all
The health isn't great, but there you go.
It's going to be a glimmer of hope, but quickly extinguished. Fnatic.
This year has been kind on trophyless teams. I hope Paperx takes advantage. I think Paperx should be fine, chat.
Looking like he's
They
straight on a
should
stroke
be
here.
fine.
Rough for Juicy. You see he's got the momentum here from the satchels, but
They should be fine,
Tethered.
but Fnatic's gonna win.
restricted in his movement.
I got my one
Clean
kill.
up though.
I'm happy. Almost.
Almost. He's getting relaxed. He's just joking around.
Maintaining control of the
I
spike.
got my one kill. He's 5 and 10. He's
there,
just joking,
regardless
getting
of the
carried by his teammates. He's okay with that. You love to see it.
Can't let this tempo wane, really, though. If you're Wolves, you've got to keep up the
Alpha.
pressure.
Oh.
God. Juicy caught. Unconfirmed, but that's a 15 HP. Costly retrieval of the orb.
Yeah, that's rough. What is it? A fake onto B and then immediate pivot to C?
Slow and steady.
Alpha's
We
kind of
know
ready
Wolves
for
like
it.
to play this, probably the most tempered of their attacking sides.
Dude, Boaster keeps putting up smokes like in open position. He just put one up here as well with no coverage. We've seen him get caught in smoke form multiple times this tournament.
Alpha on duty, on guard.
Lysor.
Lysor making himself extremely skinny.
Oh, the C's pushes him out.
Not so much.
No, oh dear. Guys, don't feed Alpha. Please don't feed Alpha. All the players.
Oh boy.
Don't let him have a round like that.
Oh my God, he's going for it. No, no shot. What the hell?
Yeah, you're allowed to
Take a bow. Take a bow for that one. Ridiculous scenes here on the
Oh
Actico.
my God, he ripped his earbuds out. What in the world?
Have a look at this one.
The stars align about
Dude, oh my goodness. Holy.
Respect from the other side of the
That
stage
is.
as well.
What are you meant to do about that?
I mean, Wolves shouldn't feel too bad just because, right? Like, what were you going to do anyway on the eco? You already got tagged, but
straight away.
that still gets to you for sure. That's a hard one to escape.
I mean, few situations where.
Oh no, Godshot missed this. Godshot just went to bed. Oh no, the worst time to leave the broadcast.
A temperature check almost. Conceded the first two, so this buy round crucial for Wolves.
Dude, that's a nasty round. Alpha's been on one this tournament.
For Fnatic, so all things considered, gotta step up to the plate once more here.
And that's the thing, isn't it?
If only he had just stayed for 20 more seconds. Yeah, one of our members on YouTube. One of our members on YouTube.
Either opens up opportunities for Wolves, and they can maybe build, or it closes the door.
8-6. Honestly, though, doable. This timeout is interesting because I don't think it was necessary. I think it was really because they got ace.
Ever the pessimist, but the home stretch of this veto as well. It's not necessary.
And they just want to double check on everything.
We can breathe a sigh of relief.
It might be a good one. I'm kind of surprised he called it, but I respect it from Fade.
So lots to consider here. The Fnatic now looking to.
Oh yeah, he just straight stabbed it right through his heart.
Turn up the heat a little bit. Alpha, great progress towards the lockdown as well. 100%. After a Cobra round. Oh, the flashiest.
All right, there's another round 3 Odin here.
Recent times.
No op this time though.
Like a decent connection on that.
Yeah, barely any hits actually.
Already unscathed mostly. Big Spring taking a touch of damage, but that's barely it. I'm starting to feel that maybe they've crept a bit closer. Crashes wants to check. And they're ready to swing on this if they do get confirmation.
Oh, the paranoia is ready as well.
They've sprung the trap, but look at the info. It's
They
perfect.
but Wolves was ready for it first.
Are the ones to come out on top there. I don't know how the hell that
Needed to get that kill instantly.
Juicy.
Fnatic kind of paid for their hubris on that one.
Con's still here. Spots out one, surely. That swing from the smoke, inevitable it is.
Decisive from Spring.
Beautiful. Alpha with 5 HP. I'm not a believer.
No?
No.
With 5 HP, there's no shot.
Doesn't seem to be either.
Off he goes.
One away from the lockdown. Doesn't want to chance it.
Yeah, no, I really like Wolves' timeouts because I think it's very catered to what they need. I think the mental part is a big part of it.
A chance to potentially.
But like you said, they also clearly discuss strategy. But I like that Fade doesn't hesitate. Like he calls it when he thinks his team needs it, right? If it's early, it's early. Like we gotta lock in. Gets his boys right back in the game.
I'd love to see that again, kind of from the side of Wolves almost.
Only the winning team can get MVP, right? Yes, and it's the finals MVP anyway for the official one. So
it's just that start.
It'll be from the winning team.
Right idea. So I want to pay attention to this one again. Okay, just close enough by, and they just power forward. They speed up off it. Nice reaction, actually.
Yes. Almost flipping the script on this track.
Los Fortunas won EMEA Masters again. Really? Damn, killing it out there.
Garbage time in terms of that kill there, but Spring not allowing any further.
I just found out Angel won Masters in FPX.
So Wolves find
I mean, you're only like 3 years late, but you know, better later than never.
And the purchase is still there for Fnatic. 3 stacked up, and it's another entry found for Wolves.
They know that Fnatic's trying to set up these contact fights on A. Fnatic's got to adjust to this on Rumble.
Have a decision to make. How much of a stand do you want to take here? It's difficult to make work with the buy that they have, but
Yeah, just standing there, no coverage. I mean,
around Boaster in that one. Closing in.
Yeah, let's rethink that. 2v4? If it was 2v3, I'd be okay with it, but
work two ways. The confidence sky high, but then sometimes you do want to go for a 2v4.
he seems like Malaysian Alex in coaching style. Yeah, that's why like he had apparently reached, he was talking with Alex before, and he was like, I hope we both make it, because like then we could both be mauling against our teams.
Slowly does it. The Wolves starting to find a bit of a rhythm. Scoreline looking
If Paperworks wins and Devi is the finals MVP, FNS will cry. I don't know if he'll actually cry. Does FNS show tears? I don't know if he shows. I don't know if he's a show tears kind of guy. I do think he would get emotional, actually. I also just found out Nongshim Chobra won champs in 2027. I mean, you're only 2 years early, but yeah, better early than never, I guess.
You're right. Tied up.
Just that glimpse. Went up. Bloody hell.
I mean, Spring had given up on that spray.
Yeah.
Found it on the final bullet.
Let's go, boy. Well play, well play.
Okay.
All right, solo rifle, hero rifle with a lockdown for Fnatic. So they bring Alpha over here. They want the firepower.
By the kind of Odin spam.
Late alarm bot.
It's quite impressive, honestly,
So he's going to peek off of his alarm bot. If they go tree, they go tree. Whatever, they can at least know if it's a pinch or not. Crashies might look to use his util. I mean, they have a hero rifle, so yeah, he's going to have to use it. He's got a seize to try to delay. No ults on the side of Wolves. This is a dangerous one for Wolves. They have to watch out. Because this is a massive change from the previous rounds, right? Crashies is the only one scouting for information here. Obviously not good weapons, so you're not going to see as much spam from Fnatic. But Wolves knows something's up. YU's trying to check for this. Still only util. Now you see the raised util. That makes them a bit more comfy. Weird blast pack, but big picks. Alpha kind of needed that extra one. No gun pickup. He dies past the door. YU hears it.
Boaster's going to get ahead of this, though. YU going to relay that information. It might even catch Crashies in.
Yeah, but the wraparound again from Crashies.
Heads up, don't know what gave it away, but pinged out on the
You gotta consider going back to A, no? Yeah, there you go. You have to give up the weapons. You have to go back to A.
It's going to be the late round piece here.
And waits for Chronicle to pick up the gun. You should give it to Chronicle. He's healthier. I mean, I love Crashies, but
still, the threat of one member of Fnatic staying put here, but plant will come through. 10 seconds left, so just in time to establish
3v2.
Yeah, but that paranoia is
Boaster can pick up a gun as well. Crashies is going to wrap around for a gun as well. That's 3 rifles.
This is huge.
It certainly is. How do you win this one? Spring with just that. Nobody util left.
Oh, Chronicles spotted him. Snakebite? Only Chronicles ahead of it. But Crashies is going to kind of bait him into thinking Chronicles not in yet. Oh, that is amazing from Fnatic. The triple. Oh, the lineup? He didn't hear it.
Does he know?
Wait.
Oh, Boaster.
When Fnatic needed him, he plays it just right.
I honestly think Boaster was going to stick it, and he heard the crowd getting loud.
Boaster finds a response.
And I think he thought Spring might swing off of it now.
Wolves did everything right, even with a...
That doesn't mean he abused it, quite frankly, because if anything, that was helping Spring. But that's what I mean.
Spring lining up
I think that was part of it, because it looked like he was going to stick it. And he heard the crowd, and he thought, that's going to give it away.
Yes, boys. Nice.
Channeling that.
But honestly, that though is experience, because you can't stop that at LAN. You can't stop that at LAN. If anything, technically the sound was helping Spring.
Crashy's only one away. Couple of key pieces. Kayak one of his ult.
So that's an experience diff, I think.
Taken by Boaster. Kayak clearing through that B main position. Prowler comes in.
It could have been a double guess, but either way, experience diff. He almost died too. Spring almost had him.
Eventually catch the front lines of Fnatic, but Spring somehow finds the back of Crashy's head.
Yeah, but Kayak isn't letting that go unanswered. Punishing Juicy on the other side.
Big trade, but no Crashies is rough. Yeah, that means Fnatic members are going to start to peak. Wolves knows this.
It's just fantastic. Just carving out a path towards the A site, but do they want that? Now Lurk's on Lurk.
Yeah, Spring's been in those tough situations today. A lot of those 1v1s around a spike. That's true. Boaster's not going to check for the Lurk. This round should be over. See if I can make the call that there's another one somewhere near stairs. Chronicle gets paranoid. You got to consider saving the op. He's not thinking about it.
Walks into CUFAT BB. Now the operator, a chance for him to be overwhelmed. He would get away from the reveal, but
Did CUFAT hear him? I think he did.
BB on the hunt.
Yep. Just baits him in.
Find a consolation.
I don't know if they should all be coming for the hunt. They want to just guarantee it, I guess.
Close by here.
Chronicle has no idea.
Kron focus.
Oh, he saw the barrel. NT goes for the pre-fire.
Back will even now.
No. Oh, neither team, sorry. Going to find an opportunity to stabilize here.
Yeah, losing Crashies was rough. They need that fade. It's been doing a lot of work for them on the defense.
Decent position in terms of the ultimates here.
Doable, very doable for Wolves.
Chronicle can get his online.
And that's going to call for a timeout from Fnatic.
Round 20 in terms of any game plan adjustment, but again, we're teetering on the edge here. Wolves once more taking the lead, and they're looking.
Yeah, bit of a damper here on Fnatic.
Only got CUFAT BB and Spring's ultimate, but again, have a big buffer here.
The problem is this next round will be it's going to be kind of a semi-ult round for Wolves. You don't have good econ, so you have to think ahead to the next round. But then they're going to have their ult cycles slowly cycle back for Wolves. So Fnatic's got to think of some. It can't just be round-to-round adjustments, because I think the round-to-round adjustments they should just make a faster C clear and hold mound aggressively, like Alpha has in the past.
But now Fnatic are going to have to suffer through this round, right? At most, you're going to get a sheriff, or probably not even that at this point. Why would you? Beyond that, though, yeah, those ults are there, but this could be 10 for
this
Wolves.
round and the next is going to be tough, because you're going to have Nightfall potentially into next round. You could have a potential Killjoy ult as well. You'll have your ults, but it's going to turn into more ult for ult situation.
Weaken the numbers of the Wolves.
Imagine telling yourself for Toronto. Oh, okay. Well, Spring is just on one.
Spring trimming the fat outside A.
He's back. Imagine telling yourself before Toronto started that Wolves would be going head-to-head with Fnatic on Lotus. True. Can you give me a till? Didn't watch of the game so far? Fnatic stomped through. They made some changes. They had some fast rounds on split.
And why are you going to catch out?
Been popping off. Really well Kayak had an insane clutch. Alpha and Kron continue to have amazing moments, but now Wolves they're striking back on Lotus.
This is good stuff though from Wolves.
Again, keep 5 alive, so bolstering the finances here in the home stretch of Lotus. Chronicle. His glimpse of Lysor. Again, no real chance for him to...
Yeah, in theory, Wolves should have the advantage, right? Because, again, this is an eco round, and then they should have an easier time trying to get better reads. They want YU to get this kill, and he will.
YU, the one to find it.
So one away from lockdown.
Flawless round victory here for Wolves. Edging closer and closer to keeping this series alive.
Map not over yet, but how long do they need to get for us to start to have a cut? You mean for the whole finals? Like how much does Wolves need to get? I think they need this plus like a 3-round lead on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of got to be clean here from Fnatic. They want to really get
Fnatic with the op and the Odin. They're still going to focus on the Rubble fight.
Again, huge advantage.
I don't know if I like it. I mean, it's easy retakes on C with these ults. I get that, but
plenty.
They just go for the util dump ahead of time. The ping! The ping on the corner.
Yeah, almost calling up his own number, right?
That was literally to take him out. Make sure he can't TP forward, keep him locked down, and then ping him.
Now Wolves left with the 4.
That's rough. And now you can play retake on C. They're already rotating for it, so they can even get faster with the op. What a read.
Now can almost adjust towards a top-heavy site execution here. Potentially the back of Alpha.
Alpha needs to just not greet it. What the? Okay, well, Crashy's. Oh, Lysor? It's 2. He has to plant, and it's a 1v2. I mean,
to peel away, but not taken.
It's okay. I don't think you can blame him.
They got the full house now, though, of ults, Mike. They got everything.
I don't know.
We'll have to
Probably the plant was the way to go, like a safe plant, but...
Beautiful isolation here. So one time Springs left on his own. Doesn't deal with the
That one wasn't a collat, was it?
He's caught with his pants down here, ahead of getting anything in motion towards A. It's been really the focal point.
Again, a fast hit on Rubble. They haven't had to use the ults, so they still have those going. Wolves probably want to use the ults fast here. No, they're not going to. Whoa, dude, that is insane tempo. He literally just trails the paranoia. Now no lockdown. YU's got his lockdown. Just showstopper for Fnatic. That can be good against the pit. Kayak somehow gets one. He gets the showstopper. That's a big push out from Juicy. He stays alive, which matters a ton. Because now they have to worry about him, and Lysor can get the kills. That's a really good round call from Seofat. Rough loss on the previous round, and they just turn it on its head.
This is one where we said they had a huge advantage. TP burnt up, showstopper invested, doesn't land for Kayak, who struggled here on Lotus to really find his footing.
I really think they should just fight Mound. Fight Mound, hold B. Put some lurk pressure, go for an ult retake on A.
A chance to find themselves map point on the brink.
Finally.
Here.
Oh, well, they don't have weapons, though.
This half has been great, though, from Wolves. Maybe identifying the amount
Okay,
of
they pretend that they're still putting on pressure, but if Spring is smart, he should have read that there were no paint shells.
Towards that pacey C hit.
Right? Paranoia was used, and Haunt was used.
Bits and bobs, sheriffs, guardians.
So Spring is smart. Yep, there he is.
They do well to deal with the aggression from Kayak, want to be a difference maker. Not going to get it this round. And a lovely, patient default from Wolves.
The Wolves should get to map point.
Round 22, Boaster.
2:56 a.m. That's the perfect time for food. We'll see. Wolves should feel fairly comfy. Okay, spots one.
Again, don't expect Wolves to give these weapons away.
So worst case, it's 3 people.
Read, though. If you're looking at Wolves, they found the weak point.
Yeah, Spring gets so much info out of them. YU, good kill as well. No weapon given up. Oh, getting tagged there actually saves him. He might have tried to get greedy there, but NT from Boaster.
But Lysor's done what he needed to. Denies any pushback through from that waterfall side.
Now, Fnatic, well, at least Boaster and Crashy's left to try and pin their hopes on some exits. Don't expect Wolves now to relinquish any of this control.
Map point for Wolves.
Goes up, does actually tag onto Boaster, I believe. Yeah, you can see here.
Yeah, just trailing him.
You see, the find on the first, but Kraskis does convert.
Juicy's one away from Showstopper. That would basically secure the entire map.
What could be the slam dunk round? Juicy's on the prowl. He wants this one. Boaster's just trying to keep his head tucked down.
You can see him smiling, laughing on his camera.
The Wolves get themselves 2-12. Fnatic now have to put up a final stand here on Lotus.
Fnatic, what's the call here?
He could argue still a slight advantage with these ultimates, but
I think a push on a mount and holding it long range is the call.
Odin.
No, they'll fight for it again. Same setup, but it's a group setup to counter it from Wolves just because it's been going on time and time again.
Back into maybe explore towards finding Spring.
God, this is so
He's on an island. Boaster, he's tagged. He's tagged. There's no trades. Fnatic.
Eating the goats alive. Chronicle and Alpha, the last two left to try and hold on to this map. But they want this bad.
No clear on the haunt.
They felt what it's like on the other side of things in those first two maps, but now, Alpha, you're gonna dig deep here for me. You show
almost got him. NT.
Is Kron the last one standing?
That's over. Dude, Spring went nuclear. Spring went nuclear on this map.
13 to 10 here on Lotus. Wolves once more.
Damn.
Of live show. Confidence on display here. Juicy.
Map 4, here we go.
Spring as well. We'll have to see if they can ride this train throughout the series.
Double Senti versus Chamber Yoru. It's gonna be a banger. Damn. I'm gonna have to make some more coffee, chat. We're gonna run some ads and I'll be right back. Who do I want to win? I'm rooting for Fnatic. I have Fnatic winning the whole tournament.
Yes, it's a 3v3 in the end, but crucially, Wolves keep control of Rubble. And as we accelerate this round a little bit further forwards, you can see that Wolves set up close to the choke points again on C. So here, you've got players tucked as a crossfire on either side and catch Alpha yet early on. They're not playing back. They're not allowing Fnatic into these post-plant scenarios where Fnatic will look just absolutely immaculate. They're trying to take the game in some of these rounds a little earlier, a little more aggressive, showcasing some really good understanding of the ways in which Fnatic want to work around the map. Fnatic have played this map so many times across years and years with very similar compositions. So you should be able to have some idea of how to beat them. But my God, actually executing on that is so difficult. So for further commentary on what happened in the rest of this game, I'm going to send things down to Golden Boy, Kakuka, and Mimi, who are standing by in the audience to give you a feel of what's happening.
Thank you so much for that, Josh. Yeah, we decided to hang out, be amongst the people. Ain't that right, Toronto? Love it, love it. All right, let's go ahead. I know, it's amazing. Let's
the crowds have been great.
What we just saw
great vibes this
game,
tournament.
folks, because look, it seems like the Wolves got a little bit of life left in them here, Mimi. And what we ended up getting was, well,
please let me buy the hockey jersey. Showing dollar bills.
A little bit of confidence.
Yeah, Josh is talking about how they managed to beat Fnatic in some of those rounds on their defense side, but I was really impressed with the attack as well. I think they exploited a gap Fnatic has sometimes, where the way that they're playing A is a lot of rounds they'll show some kind of early presence, but they're really only leaving Boaster there, and he's really willing to like TP back.
Very similar pattern.
Spring, as a lurker in that second half, did such a great job of taking these timings, pushing into A, a lot of times getting that pick into Boaster, and if not, just getting that space without having to invest a ton of utility, because Fnatic is
They must have been selling out every day since they have a set amount of stuff. Yeah. I think they just have set stock that way. Like, it doesn't sell out on the first day and nobody on the second day can buy it and things like that.
Clutches that Wolves will always give us, but as we can see here is about this second half, and I think that a part of the map that was very contested, this A side, from both of the attackers and defenders, throughout the entirety of the map, this was the biggest pain point for them. But as you're saying, Spring and the way that he was roaming around the map, the way that they were showing the presence, and also going up against a very well-measured defense that Fnatic was putting
is that person just having that person's like been at the arena every single day, right? The TMV oil up sign.
Not going to be finding the effect.
Wolves had 15 first kills as well. That's huge. That's what G2 didn't have, honestly.
And Juicy on that attacking side. Spring's been great all series, but Juicy needed a bit of a step up here, and I think he really proved himself on the race, looked super strong here on Lotus, and that kind of confidence is what they need to go deeper in this lower final.
I think that more importantly,
my mom thinks I'm playing. That's awesome. That's an amazing sign. Dude, those are $100 bills. He's like holding up the actual money he would need to buy the jersey. That's crazy. He was just flashing $100 bills on stream.
Here, Wolves in more of those rounds was fighting up, being more willing to be a little bit aggressive and disrupt those retakes, which is something we were talking about heading into this game.
Yeah, you know, you gotta, truth be told, just walk up to them and bop them in the face. You can't give them the space to be able to do whatever they want to do, right? One of those individuals who's been absolutely fantastic.
That person was at the live plat chat as well. That's crazy, man. Diehard fan right there.
Exactly what the team needed to take them to map 4.
Although he was holding up US dollars.
In most of the rounds, looking forward to the rest of the series, he is going to be one of the
I mean, I imagine it's over $100 for sure.
For this Wolves roster to take us to a map number 5. It might be the 21st of June, but I can tell you, spring is not over yet.
Yeah, just past the summer equinox, doesn't matter for him, or the summer solstice rather.
Learned a lot about science today.
Still his season.
Right. Or seasons,
whatever.
Maybe just keep going.
It is science. It is.
It's all cyclical.
Look at these stats. So 300 ACS.
300 ACS. He popped off. He went nuclear.
No one else in the tournament is doing that but Spring and maybe Chronicle, who, by the way, is Valorant's winningest player of all time.
You got a Cypher figurine. There's a Cypher figurine. That's sick.
And he's performing the way he is.
Dude, and you can hear the crowd right now. Sufat Baby's playing to the audience here. You know, you also have a lot of the Fnatic fans doing the same exact thing. It is electric in this venue.
Ooh, I love it. I love both sides trying to get their fans riled up. It's great.
One step away from forcing this map 5, Kakuka, and Wolves, they're right there on the precipice.
Exactly. If you are Wolves, you manage to secure this Lotus. And in my opinion, they have a better chance of getting Ascent that they had of getting Icebox. Yes, Fnatic has been showing that they're very strong on this map. This new look that they're showing with the chamber.
What is this? Oh, the map gameplay? I don't want to watch it. We'll watch it in the show match tomorrow.
So good.
I really like
official teases and stuff is like one thing, but and like just like a small like tidbit or like, you know, with leaks where it's like small tidbits is one thing, but actual gameplay, I don't. Not a fan of it.
Earlier in the tournament, we've seen Fnatic
watching it before the full presentation.
Genji on Sunset, for example, I think their timings on how they like to play their retake got really disrupted by that agent. So I'm looking
Send hockey jersey is 139 years. Just jerseys in general are pretty pricey, chat.
They're gonna need more than just being quick, because we've been seeing the way that Lysor has been playing with the deadlock, and it's not going to be easy once the spike is down.
What's Luigi doing there? Infinite's got his Mario Kart.
He's got the right Vandal. Yeah. I like the fit. I like it. But as I was saying and thinking of Ascent, one of the things that I'm also really
Why'd they show the Luigi guy?
You might think that because of the performance that they've had this tournament, they might have peaked already. But what they showed right now on stage is they still have it. They are still hungry. They were not scared of those early engagements. And looking at Ascent, looking at them starting on the attack, that's exactly what they need. Do not be scared. Go for them.
And this is where the pressure starts to mount a little bit for Fnatic, dropping a map that has always been one of their absolute best. I look in the rest of this series to Kayak, who is outstanding maps 1 and 2, but I think really slowed down there on Lotus, had a bit of a rougher go of things. He's a rookie player, remember, only just won Ascension last year with Apex before taking this opportunity.
They're taking a bit. Oh, it's because it's after third map, huh? I just realized.
And he needs to step up and show us that form that brought them through.
We have a longer break in between maps 2 and 3.
This is really where you got to lean on the IGLs. You got to lean on someone like Boaster.
No, that's not Infinite. I'm saying that Infinite should have been here to see it.
They know that there's an opportunity for them to make it to another global final. They're only one step further from doing so.
All right. Well, that gives us time for do connections. We should have done this earlier.
A little bit to them. As we said, we went into this third map with very concise wins from the side of Fnatic, even thinking that this could be over in
Pursuit of happiness.
And it would be so sad because of the show that Wolves have been giving us. We deserve more. They deserve more.
I couldn't agree more with that one. And of course, I'm sure all these people in Toronto deserve more. Ain't that right, Toronto? Love it.
Happiness,
you know, these players want
euphoria.
to force that map 5 for the Wolves. But it's going to
Liberty?
be difficult because Fnatic, we saw in those first 2 maps, Mimi, just how decisive they were time and time again. Wolves are going to need to dig deep, just like what we saw them do on Lotus.
They will,
Nope.
but they already showed they can.
That was a bit of a full send remaining.
Winning a map that was heavily favored for their opponents. Now they go into an Ascent that they are good at, that they feel comfortable on. Their key players, Spring and Juicy, are stepping up in performance. If they can just keep that energy, they have a real shot of bringing the series back.
I couldn't agree more. All right, well, we're getting ready for this agent select here in
Oh,
a moment.
TV shows.
And
What's
we'll
the
dive
last
into
one?
But I
The
kinda wanna
Wire.
get a vibe for the crowd, see how you guys feel. You guys
What?
want to see Wolves force a map 5?
Entourage, Euphoria. Is Succession not one?
Or do you guys want to see Fnatic close it out here and now?
What's the last one? Departed?
I'm not sure. I think you should do it again.
I think we should do it again.
Yeah,
Do you want to see Wolves force a map 5?
The Wire, Euphoria, Entourage. Euphoria is a TV show, isn't it?
Fnatic to end it here
Oh, is it The Flash? No, it's not. Oh, apparently Succession was it.
Ready for this one, but gotta wonder.
Wait,
is it
what?
gonna be a little bit too much for the Wolves to have to deal with here as we get ready for Agent Select.
But all 3 of these are also. Well, I guess one of them can be something else.
Oh, they like that.
Sufat, baby, is great at that. Here's your comps. It's the same thing for Wolves that we were talking about, Bea. They're locking in that deadlock. Fnatic
Flash instead of Wire? Are they all on the same platform? Is that why?
End up playing pretty differently.
You have to love that we're in 2025.
Yeah, there's overlaps. That's why you have to watch out because Wire is
no boring, no more, not same old,
a big one, but
different approaches coming in
Nope.
from the teams. But we have to, and
Oh,
as
we
have
failed.
done throughout the day, be looking at those duelists.
Oh,
Kayak needs to
that
go
was
back on that
completely
form.
not it. It's HBO shows. That's why. It's specific. Entourage and Euphoria, see, and Succession. So I was right on 3 of them, but I didn't realize they were all HBO. I have no idea what Insecure is. We got stuck on that, so we wasted all our guesses. But the match is starting, so that's okay. What else could it mean? Left. That's honestly, this is. I like this one. This one's tough, but it's a good one. Nouns from a famous line in the Declaration of Independence. probably could have gotten there if we knocked out some of the other ones. I think if we had knocked out HBO shows, but I got stuck on the wire being a TV show.
He said, if I'm shooting, then I'm winning.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that Chamber is the kind of agent that allows him to go absolutely insane. Do not forget that ace that we saw
No,
from him
the,
just
by the
in
way?
the previous map.
In what?
Despite Fnatic losing, that is not going to tear Alpha down.
Isn't green supposed to be easy? For Americans, this would be pretty easy once you kind of figure it out, though. Like, Pursuit of Happiness already immediately, I was like, okay, that's a movie, but it's also Declaration of Independence. Liberty's probably in there, so eventually life would have come
You
through.
nailed it. Absolutely spot on, but a belting map here, right?
No, the in the other shows. I mean,
Alpha, the
I guess so. I wasn't thinking that far. I was just thinking popular TV shows.
mental. I mean, off the charts, something different. But we've seen it a couple times now. We've gotten a bit
Oh well,
used to it.
it's all right. We got
We're
Ascent
not
coming
ones
up.
in
That's the big
server
deal.
fight. It's on the Wolves.
Hey,
Can
Infinite.
they
Yeah,
handle
sorry.
this
Listen,
version
I'm
of
friggin'.
Fnatic?
We're living in flipped time zones here.
Blood toppling Fnatic home territory on Lotus now.
I don't have my I don't have my tablet charged up either. That's the other reason.
Fnatic always a team that
If I had it charged up, I could probably check in between breaks. But
Wolves, can they capitalize on that?
yeah, 4 different Sentinels on Ascent. Imagine that.
Take us even
There we go.
in
Fnatic
this
has been
series.
killing it on this map, but a lot of people, including myself, have argued that it is somewhat simplistic. I would argue that Paper X also pressured Wolves quite a bit on both sides. So both
sides.
I think Wolves has a better shot just because their quote-unquote weaknesses have been shown, and they've had a chance to review that.
Talking about this the other day is in terms of no real counter to a Chamber, right? It's
They're not playing very aggressive with the Chamber Euro, but they also have both of them on the same side. They've basically all in on A because that's been the tendency for the Cypher Lock.
Gotta be, right? It's still getting to grips with this composition.
Right? The tree, that's what Paper X was doing on defense, was blocking off tree very hard.
It's at least going to trigger the wall, but the pressure.
And now you know, as Wolves, that they're split. You have the numbers advantage on B. This is a good call from Wolves. It's a good adjustment. They got 1 kill, but they can't quite get in. They are all stuck. They have to push in. They actually get the trades.
They win out to an extent, but back in the mix, Wolves try and find stability down that cat side.
Oh, Alfair can't get through. Kayak's all on his own.
Caution being displayed, Kayak.
He has to get both. Yeah, that's tough.
Is Alpha now in a 1v3 with 10 seconds. Might be a little technical.
What?
This not gonna happen. Wolves, big start.
Again, something touched on by the desk. Look for Lysor to be the factor to really put the pressure on Fnatic in terms of their approach to the retakes. In terms of shutting down.
And then iPod will probably do the show match, though.
Points of entry.
Probably. If Brendan Show's doing the finals, I mean, who knows? They might change precedent.
I guess on the flip side of that, looking towards Fnatic, maybe finding clean engagements. Oh, that was paused in real time.
But honestly, I'm wondering if Wolves does this. Yeah, and then they start to pressure tree again on other rounds, right? On pistol, you're like, we're not doing tree anymore. And then you start to go back to tree. Now, they basically need to do this a lot. Oh, but dude, he's getting away with this. But they just say, okay, they pushed out. We're going to rotate to B. So Wolves, their game plan is going to be to target B a lot today, and then once they've shaken Fnatic up, they'll then go through tree. But in the early couple rounds, I don't think they will.
Oh my god.
Ooh, yeah, doesn't get a second kill, but he gets 1.
No headshot.
No headhunters left. Ooh, long-range classic. That's
A
bold.
far fight to be had against every weapon that outdoes his classic at this point. But they're so unwilling to go towards B. You can imagine why, right? You can imagine.
Yeah, but YU, this is huge. They have no idea.
YU does very well to thread the needle straight up middle.
Yeah, they had no idea.
They dare try and pivot through. It's a risky move. It's a
Goes for
messy
1
bit
kill.
of foul. But they've actually managed to navigate away from most of the threats.
Looking for 1. Chronicle.
They're trying to get that
Alpha has a Guardian, by the way.
Sherper it over towards that A side.
He's just trying to distract him long enough for Alpha to come back.
HP, but has got himself a Guardian now. Retrieved all the way from spawn.
Oh no.
Window broken.
Does this feel like the death of them? 13 seconds, but he pops
Baits
up
them
towards
in.
tree
Juicy
instead.
should be ready for this.
Oh! Alcazar with the TP as well. Big ring for him to play in.
What's that post plant looking like? Okay, pretty standard, right?
Surely we give the Guardian over and Alpha
hell,
baits with the rendezvous, no?
They're much beyond that. Slow
Guess
and
not.
steady. They walk
Oh,
up.
tags him.
Alpha up. Every step feels deadly. And this is a bit of a problem here. Can't be denied. A little bit of room to stack up on though.
They know they're both
Now
here.
It feels so likely they're down here. Alpha Force even just Kron, and he ain't going
Oh,
in.
big round though.
Oh, that got
Still, the main weapons are kept over,
just
but
that headhunter.
Ever a threat.
big round.
For YU, a 3K from him to find success here in the second round. Attic trying to draw blood.
Oh.
Able to maintain control of this round. Will weaken the purchase here for sure for Wolves.
Let's go, Juicy, Izzo.
There's going to be 2 rifles.
Chat, the show match is tomorrow before the grand finals.
Table here for them. One being a Guardian in the hands of Juicy. Fnatic fully flush in terms of their purchase.
Ooh, tags all 3. Juicy out in the open. Alpha is just... He gets so comfy when he's on that chamber.
Just can't find it.
Knows he can get away with it.
Mechanically, always a treat. They slow the roll a little now. Wolves maybe looking to try and avoid Alpha. Maybe not a bad shout.
Spring and see if that BB.
Boaster needs to stay alive. Ooh, Razorvine's not going to keep him protected. Paranoia, he heard him, but he's just going to back out. He's not going to take the chance. Make sure to get grouped up.
Now the Aldron comes up. Alpha has to get out of dodge.
Yeah, they're being slippery.
Yeah, but Boaster was under. Ooh, little messy of a trade. Gives a weapon over.
But a 2v4 now is difficult.
Oh,
and Alpha looking like he's in control here. Very difficult position for
CFAT's, you gotta watch. You gotta give respect. Fnatic's gotta give respect.
Unaccounted for, really. Yeah.
Okay.
The checkmate in the end. Crashy. Security to be had.
Tough to really pin down another member of Fnatic there. Hunter's Fury available here though in round 4. Some early progress from CUFAT BB. Yeah, Alpha, perfect timing on the ping here. Boaster into a position on help.
All right.
Harder for Wolves.
Bring me the hunger, bring me the passion.
Yeah, they do need to get a little bit fired up again, I think. The momentum on stage is definitely shifting towards Wolves.
On that tour de force, so
Tour de force.
try and take control of
Great econ control.
How close do you sit on this? That
Drone to keep him covered.
and it is quelled.
I mean, with the Tour de Force, I think holding smoke with Tour de Force is silly, man. Because you can't stay zoomed in.
Plenty of opportunities. Why are you actually slipping into a very deep position here as the rest of Wolves head towards short? Potentially an ace split on the
I mean, you didn't lose a weapon, but... Okay, Kayak. Oh, Kayak ready for the second. Spike down, now they know. Ooh, he thought they were further. He thought they would be walking in. He basically wanted to slow them down. Meister's going to be ready for this. Kayak has to be ready for it as well. Yeah, hold a different angle. Hold a different angle. Oh, ooh.
Sort of slow peek here, yeah.
You can't be doing that. Why you? What are you meant to do?
Now they just need to group up.
The obstacle course just to get the spike in your hands. It was near on impossible.
Yeah, 30 seconds, yeah, plenty of time, sure, but there's just so many question marks here.
His lie, in fact, did not
shut down any hope. Wow, the youngster needing a couple of confidence builders.
Why did CFAT have Dart out? I think it was just setting up for a long setup.
Though, isn't it? It's like cool, they've taken down Alpha and then suddenly Kayak's got you this the second. It was almost
oh, maybe he wanted to basically force them. I think he... I think he might have wanted to clear wine, but then he let go early because of the fight, and it ends up just like looking like a silly dart. Yeah, I think Spring was meant to wait for the dart and then swing.
To invest these off rip, maybe variables to look towards.
Bit of a whoopsie.
Depending on how this progresses, but yeah, up
Crossfire set up. Alfire gets one. Ooh, the instant TP out and crashes with the. Oh yeah, systematic is exactly the word I was thinking as well.
Was covered. Oh god, Alpha's hungry too.
Well,
Anti in a little more, but might have to spread the wealth here a bit. They're looking vulnerable, and Alpha's looking confident. Yeah,
dude, Alpha is he's just so different when he's playing Chamber.
Will take the lead here.
I demand what I'm owed.
I always love it when you play Chamber, Mr. Chobra. Your opponents also love it.
Chance here to potentially.
Crashy's recons have been so sharp. They always have been.
Set up here on the anti-eco from Fnatic. No real opportunity. I said Wolves were happy to kind of just walk up and
nice boys, come on boys.
Almost bear the brunt of any setup.
Yeah, Bo's is trying his best to keep everyone like mentally in the game.
Yeah.
Another early timeout.
He's kind of been very composed until this point. Those first two maps look like okay, business as usual. We've been here.
Dude, look at everyone staying standing up. Nobody wants to miss this. That's crazy.
Lost on the previous map, and again, I don't think Fnatic are ever a team that walk in and go, yeah, we're going to 3-0 this series, but for sure, he's the leader that could potentially already back on the same hymn sheet. I was just saying here, again, these ultimates are a little awkward to kind of set things up, but certainly late round pieces here.
You think Fnatic has...
Fnatic, I mean, look, in just a moment at the cushion they've already...
You think Fnatic has Icebox 75-25 to PaperX? I don't think that's true. Ascent, I think so, actually. Even though I think PaperX's comp base can actually be good against Fnatic.
But a competitive
Split Lotus.
As long as Fnatic don't
yeah,
start
I don't know if Split's a 60-40, but
completely away, right? It's still early days.
Also the fan area, if it gets so full, no one's allowed to enter, and I think it's really hard to re-enter if you've left. Oh yeah, I bet. Like we had that at like champs and stuff too.
Alpha wants to be involved in this.
He's already got the upgrade here, passed across from Boaster.
Fnatic seems to struggle with tempo changes. Yeah, I mean, I think that's why I was saying earlier that I think it's actually kind of an EMEA thing when like when your read doesn't happen, they seem to really struggle to adapt quickly. Like on the fly calls seem to be a lot
as the pings would confirm,
disjointed. Because Fnatic's like that, but we saw that with Vitality a lot earlier this year. We saw it several times with Liquid as well.
With the drone. Won't find anything, but we'll isolate the trip here in Pizza.
Well, in Champs was a super fan area. They basically like went around recruiting people, but from the edges, so that people weren't like walking throughout.
Big damage actually.
They basically said like if you want to like be there for the walkout, but you only had it for the walkouts, so Juicy just kind of stranded. That's rough.
Crashies and invest the ult from the back lines.
Connects onto YU.
Plenty of problems
Alpha with
now.
a nasty spot to hold with the op. Relying on Kron to cover you. Oh, dude, the recons have been so good.
On the site. Fnatic are not going to make this easy. Wolves have to dig deeper than that.
Almost a split decision there that Recon sent up and two bail out, one left.
Sarah, I thought you were calling Fnatic's coach ass, and I was like, well, this is kind of out of left field, but you meant assistant coach. Fnatic's assistant coach, that's why I was reading it. I was like, what? Fnatic's assistant coach was poached from BBL, I'm pretty sure he's the guy who implemented BBL's vice. Yes. He was responsible, as far as I am told, he was responsible for a lot of the comps at BBL. Apparently he used to be a big part of Anders' community as well. I really liked the ideas he brought to BBL. I was really excited for his pickup on Fnatic when it was announced, because I thought he was doing great work with BBL.
Someone else was having too much fun, were they? It's the Alpha show, apparently. But Spring given a bit of room here. Does he find Boaster? It looks like he might do. And he gap closes.
Ooh.
Brilliant from Spring. With the support system in place, it feels like you can't get away.
It's gotta be an Alpha Cron round.
And actually, it is just Alpha now. They've made something out of this. Oh,
No shot, you peeked that.
He's on
You're
for it.
crazy.
Oh my God, they almost lined up.
No.
way, Alpha.
No
So many
shot.
weapons. He's just going through the gun game, and he just wants to get out of there, Juicy. What do you do now? Tries to reset the tempo.
Oh my God.
To put to the body. One
Oh
player
my
to
God, he
find.
tagged him going in.
He's trying to do it right. Alpha needs to steady the nerves. Land the shot, a miss. And now he knows the upper hand goes to Juicy here. Just on that Sheriff. Trying to toy with him. Juicy again.
Oh, that's round over. That's round over. Juicy played the time. Holy dude, honestly though, even though he failed, I gotta give credit to Alpha, man. Holy. Dude, he could have had the collat. There were so many moments where he was going for the correct hero play. But once he wasn't able to land the last op shot, Juicy had the advantage because of time. And Juicy played it well. Juicy played it well.
You know what I mean? Like, that's one of those where you're like, cool.
Just to remind you, yeah.
And that's
But
what
holy.
BB being up there, giving him, you know, that
Holy.
encouragement, wanting him to do well. It's only going to help matters. But for Wolves, it was a hard-fought 4-round. They were only on pistols, Mike. It wasn't much to really...
You're rolled now for Kayak. Still got another op.
Two Sheriffs alongside it. Could tip.
As I always say, I think Wolves would like to get at least 5, if not 6 here. That's a big pick. Vice Utogan is huge against this.
That's a confidence builder as well for Juicy. As said, quiet until that last round. Now starting to feel a bit more momentum. Slow build towards A creeping in. But they heard the rattle of the op. Do they continue pathing towards that site?
The recon to make them think that they're focusing on B, pull everyone away.
Looking for something in mid. We'll catch a glimpse of Crashies.
Yeah, worst case, you'll have the numbers advantage.
For the time being.
Huge paranoia, but the TP's already through, so he knows.
Try and slow things down.
Alpha's just got to hit the shots.
And he's quick with it. Needs to get
The
a
reset.
here.
They're already through, though. Oof.
Boaster next on the chopping block. Overwhelmed, but still delivering.
Ooh, the pre-fire doing work. Don't body block each other.
30 seconds on this recon, so
They have your roll, but it's a 3v3.
timing going to be really awkward, and yeah, I think the awareness there from Fnatic that it's potentially a trap laying in wait from Lysor's utility. The ultimate coming through from Kayak could open things up for Fnatic.
Okay, spotted both.
Seems like they're almost trying to ignore it.
Looking for the last.
Don't know if it's going to know
Can't
the
find
player
it.
Off-site. It does.
Found him.
Absolutely does.
Oh, the stun! The stun gets him! Oh no! Betrayed!
Devastated. You can see Wolves scrambling now. Kayak giving them a way back.
Betrayed! Oh my God! Double swing it! Double swing it, Fnatic! Double swing it!
No way! Boast is there.
Dude!
Big plays from the main man.
Oh, you gotta feel for YU, man. He, to be fair,
Almost friendly
I mean, he knew the trap was there.
YU's downfall.
Kayak comes out of his ult, and he's jumping as he comes out of his ult, so he trips it in the last jump because that trip is because it was placed on the wall, but obviously it expands left and right, so it was attached to this wall right here because it's meant to kill someone that's peeking this. It's meant to stun them if you're able to fight them. But YU standing right in front of it. That is on YU, to be very honest.
Brilliant. It was exciting.
They've not really
But
chipped away at the
that is rough.
issue. Talked about early on that cushion being there.
Oh, and Kayak spotted this. That's the alarm bells ringing, but it's Boaster left alone.
Have the paranoia, so again, you've seen him throw it out time and time again to try and slow things down. Able to
Yes,
TP away this time around, up towards
out.
Safety in numbers here for Fnatic.
Yeah, just a fast hit. They know they can play post plant. It is still going to be rough because of the weaponry, but
Struggling to hold, right? It's not easy. And the flood coming back through tree, it looks
just trying to delay with the drone because the wall died so early.
And that ult is an issue for Wolves. Down on the pistols, down on the secondaries.
I think they were afraid of a half buy.
Boaster, outrageous.
Just didn't want to take any chances.
But 3 still standing. This tries it. Juicy now. Last one alive. Falls to his knees. Fnatic looking solid in these retakes.
Yeah.
Cleaned up once more. 3 left standing. Again, the finances swelling further. 6-3 the scoreline. Now we into round 10. Wolves. Not to sound like a broken record, but the recovery factor tested once more. Try and find something in the home stretch.
Yeah. Keep it clean. He really is turning into Alex.
I mean, it is difficult. The amount of times they're maybe getting the first pick, they're getting towards site. They're pressuring.
Fnatic still wants more though.
And those retakes.
Because they don't have.
Yeah. So now,
well, they have the Euro actually. I am curious how they're going to play against the Cypher Lock.
Isol's got ult. Spring's got his. One away from CFAT BB. Why are you a little further off and Juicy a little ways away as well? But trying to work the map here, but mid is still a problem. Still going to have Alpha here.
Yeah, ever the threat. Operator in hand once more. Drone, does it catch him inside the smoke? Dealt with as well by Crashies, so...
Has Crashies got a dart yet? No.
No, because Cypher Lock is meant to shine strictly in post-plant. Cypher Vice is actually more for, like, defense. It shines more on defense and passive info. But Cypher Lock is meant to just charge through, and then you're holding contact angles, and you have the benefit of the fight. I think Cypher Lock is still fine on Ascent. Like on Bind, I think Cypher Vice is like vastly superior, but that's because also the post plant isn't as easy even with a deadlock.
There's still hope in this round, but the rotations are coming through. And
Oh, still lands the ult though.
Taken away YU.
Oh, oh, Boaster the turret.
Boaster.
He doesn't even save Chronicle because he's busy celebrating.
From him to shut down round 10 in quick succession as well.
Show me that replay. Was he up on top of the side? This was just Kayak playing from main.
Yeah, they've been using that spot a lot.
Now, where's Boaster here? Yeah, up on top.
Oh, the second kill was quick.
Oh,
ooh, that last angle is nasty too. Poor Spring.
Now a full Shiko from Wolves. You heard it, the tour de force in hand.
And so both of them are Fnatic kind of at the minimum that they would have liked, I think.
To try and swing things back in Wolves' favor.
Ooh, okay, he's got a Vandal.
Oh, what?
What's that shot?
What?
This is his map.
Dude.
Why you can fight the good fight, but Alpha is not missing. Now Spring in a 1v4.
Holy.
It feels like they got given just
that is crazy.
To only have it taken away. Fnatic fully in control, Mike.
Isn't Vice stronger in attack though? I wouldn't say so because not necessarily because the flash takes forever to set up. Like you see it coming, you know what I mean? It's hard to do like it's hard to do like a pop execute with Vice. So you can maybe get more info, you can maybe push them away, etc. But dude, that is a nasty.
He's charging me down.
Oh, I'm dead.
I'm dead.
I'm dead. See you next round. Listening. And sadly, it feels like Wolves have hit that brick wall. And they won't
I
be
think
the first to feel
again,
it,
I think it's like
right
so. Speaking about a map where it's very successful, the Cypher Vice. I think on Bind, even on attack, Vice has more uses because everything's so long range, right? So like even if they break it, you're getting that info that's valuable. You have other ways to push through.
And actually, a bad miss.
Really rough miss.
Maybe a step too far.
Good thing they have 3 offers.
As well, so going to give a ton of information to Wolves. Maybe a little complacent here in round 12.
Oh, but Boaster, look, it may shock you if you don't see it often, but he is damn good with that operator, but switching it out for the rifle now. Look at the lurk, though. YU is eventually on the way. If they can stall out enough time, he could be the checkmate to this.
And now actually the Hunter's Fury from CFAT BB, a perfect late round piece here. Fnatic have to pick up the pace.
Got to get moving. They're on the flank. slowly creeping closer. He has to play this right. And he strikes on the first. Not going to mince his words here. Spring
that is very well timed on both sides.
A key word here, Mike, that you said about this. Maybe a small mistake. And that's all
the Boperator? What?
And almost a bailout.
Yeah, but you have to be in position. But here's the thing. If you're using Vice because you think it's better on attack than Deadlock, I just think you just play double initiator. You know what I mean? I don't think that that benefit outweighs like the half iffiness of like if you're using like you know what are we doing with the Vice wall passive info? Like like they can just try to overwhelm it, send one person through that side on the you know what I mean? Like it's not actually that much stronger of a retake. Yeah, you could use the vines to waste time, but
the one and only Vansili, who's been doing wonderful work with NRG Scuba and
I don't think on Ascent specifically. I don't think it's bad. I just think I actually prefer. Dude, Mata's so tall, holy.
Toronto, give it up here for Energy. Mata, I know that in different circumstances, you'd have been on this stage playing with Energy, but at least you're here in Masters Toronto. What's it like being here today?
I mean, it's amazing. I love the city. I love the crowd. You guys are fantastic. Like, the energy's crazy in here. I love it.
Homegrown Toronto, give it up to Mata. Scuba, you are also the latest addition now to Energy. You have a chance to prove yourself during Split 2 of the VCTs in Americas. Watching this from the sidelines, how eager are you to step on the stage?
I'm so excited, man. I've been waiting so long for a chance to play at an event like this, and it's honestly a dream come true.
Awesome, and now let's talk about this game. We have now Fnatic versus Wolves. A crazy combat Fnatic
that TME oil side is so diligent.
What's it like? And Mata, you told me you scrimmed against this composition too. And as a duelist, how do you deal with this double Senti comp?
Well, I mean, from Wolves' perspective, it's definitely hard because they only have Sova, and I think Alfier and Kayak are doing a great job of being like really annoying in mid and kind of making it really hard to clear out these like spots. And yeah, I mean, it's hard to peek Kayak, it's hard to peek Alfier, so you gotta be on point against this team. I think Wolves actually doing good though. Wolves did a good job.
Awesome, and then for you, Scuba, just what are your predictions going into this series? Since you know Wolves finally are starting to make a comeback in this series, they're still down a map. Do you think this is going to a map 5?
I think we all want to see a map 5, no?
Do we all want to see a map 5 in Toronto? Indeed we do. Let's toss it back here to the game.
I mean, it really sounds like you're more just not liking Deadlock. I think also rechargeable Gravnet is really good at pushing people away. Like, if you're not going to go full in on double initiator, I don't think the, like, mildly more info is getting you any more on attack on Ascent. You know what I mean? If you're playing Cypher Vice, I think it's because you think it has an even better passive info hold on defense, which is true.
But the question mark becomes,
and the unbreakable wall on defense really shines, right? Because it's like, it just gives you so much info control.
Like I said, don't want to sound like a broken record, but up against the ropes.
But if that's not the case, then I don't think Vice is doing much for you on Ascent. Because at some point, if you're playing any form of double sentinel on Ascent on attack, you just have to take contact plays. And I think the Gravnet, they have to respect it to a certain amount, especially because you still have a Yoru, so you've still got flashes, etc. So it just clears out areas.
To redeem themselves, push the sunset.
I know a lot of us would want it.
I do.
I don't think we're seeing Ascent in the finals either way. I think Paper X just ban Haven and Ascent. Yeah, probably.
Hungry to chase it down, but Alpha has been devastating.
Dude, almost gets to.
Damage, backs away. Banging shot.
That was a nasty reaction. Didn't even give a chance for Crashies to trade for that. Oh, well.
Down to a 2v2 now.
Crashies is probably like, oh yeah, why was I keeping my gun out?
Boaster yet to rear his head. Chance to upgrade here. 2 smokes available for them. Wolves, almost a split focus here.
I have the spike.
Utility set up towards B. Fnatic slowly drifting that way.
I guess it's when we check cam real quick. That's when. Real
30 seconds left.
Well, you have to play stage 2. You're literally partnered to play in the league. You can't just be like, it doesn't matter, so we're gonna forfeit every match. They're already qualified for champions, but seeding could still matter as well. So it's not like it has zero impact. They're just guaranteed to be at champions. But they are not in a pressure to like pull out all the stops. So I think the benefit they have is they can work on their own game. You know what I mean? They can like tweak little things. They can basically use these as iterations to build, because there isn't the pressure of like not being able to attend.
He had to run. He had to get out of dodge. See if that BB gonna post that down. The crash lives. And now time becoming a factor.
Trying to delay them so we can have a better angle. Trying to just buy time for Boaster, who's only at 2 HP.
And now the tap for the spike. And now it's shot.
Crashes the goal.
The vintage duo knows how to play this one.
Oh my gosh.
Effect here. Crashes, probably the one dictating exactly what's happening here in the post plant.
Dude, this was
confidently a 9th on the board for Fnatic.
Let's go, baby!
You and me, baby, once again.
So many times. So
all right, Vandal, Bulldog, Phantom.
Could put
Stinger Marshall.
Yinzu in pieces, obviously.
Yinzu in pieces.
Classics now. All that Wolves have.
So quick on this.
Double digits. There's Fnatic.
From Fnatic.
Heard it from them. They've been eyeing up those finals. They wanted this. Taking risks, rebuilding.
Watch out for YU.
Stack.
Oh.
Damn, I didn't even see it.
Yeah, Kayak's got to reset.
Red alert, though. Again, hell, they can turn flashes like they're nothing.
Dude, the trademark just locks him up in the choke point. Oh, that's rough. Yeah, that's rough.
Unable to sink their teeth into this setup. Double digits acquired here. Almost a throwaway round from Wolves. Just looking for maybe a kill.
What about Ascension Team Sync? G2's not guaranteed. It's in all reality, it is going to happen. But if 2G wins, you know, top 2 in stage 2, and they place better than G2 at champs, then G2's the one that has to go back to play in Ascension. So it's not 100%. It's not a statistic. It's not a hard fact. But in all reality, like G2 should be fine to stay.
Protecting that future purchase. Deals with the trip. Nice and early here. That's it, flash through.
Ooh, forces the trademark out at least. That's big.
Try and pin down Alpha if he gets flash. Feels the heat a little
Denies
bit.
that area, so Fnatic has to spend time and util to re-clear that, which is less time and util to clear everything else.
Down fast as well, right? Cam gone.
That's the difficulty that Fnatic's going to have, is that you kind of want Alpha to initially get the easy kills so that the Yoru can basically help with the executes onto site and get rid of the trips, but if you can't get that early space, you slow down a lot. But they're very quick on this. They adjust to a real quick domination of mid off of that. What?
How are you the one to win that Kayak? Just going to have his
Ooh,
bell
they're going to
at that
send
point.
Alpha. Juicy has a read on this.
Fancies a go, and
Oh,
Alpha seems to win these. So,
a little slow on it.
On the B site. YU and CFAT BB going to be forced to try and play out back to the wall. Valorant here.
The qualification is not just to make champs. If both teams make champs, you have to place higher. Only one team can stay, chat. That's the caveat.
And now more. Alpha still standing, and so is Boaster. A 2v2 and a plant on the cards. The deadly duo still holding. Alpha has been the man to watch here. 2 already in the round, 20 in round 15. Does anyone dare show Boast?
Oh boy, the util.
Almost caught in there on the way back through, but Spring, oh, what?
Huge, dude. Boaster not able to get that kill on Lysor is rough.
Takes
it's rough.
Boaster and Alpha down. Lysor escaping death.
But yeah,
there.
chat, like it's everyone keeps saying make champs and you're in to simplify it, but it's like this is why I don't think it's a great system, because if you always have to put disclaimers out, then it's not a good rule, because then people are never going to read further. But there can only be one that stays. So making champs is not a guarantee. Because if both teams make champs, and there's always a chance both teams can make it because you can make it by simply placing top 2 in stage 2.
Spring unfaltered.
All right, we're going to focus on the game now because there's also no guarantee on that because Ascension hasn't happened. So.
Oh, I like this confidence, though, from Juicy. Why not make a play? Try and make something happen. But
that's rough. Juicy's going back to kind of taking these aggressive fights. Once again, solo. Nobody there to trade him.
Don't expect YU with this setup to be swinging out.
But here's the problem with Cypherlog, and this is why I say the defense is weak on it, because you have to do this to get info. Certain rounds you just have to push out and get info, because otherwise your setups, if the attackers know what they're doing, they can just push up aggressively, clear trap by trap, and then push in, right? Like that doesn't automatically give you safety. Especially on full buy rounds. So I don't blame them. I think Juicy being stranded on an island, I mean, I guess he had gate crash, but that's a little rough. But
kind of like tree sort of side, but as it stands, Fnatic are heading back towards A.
They are indeed. Still some util to navigate.
Lyser's position isn't bad. Oh, I think this is kind of okay. The ult, not bad. But I do think that's a little bad. Because your teammates weren't there. If they were all grouped up, what were you going to do? I think you should have just had this and then used ult to delay the plan. A little bold. Wolves starting to feel like they have to go for hero plays. I mean, understandably so, with the score.
Almost a freebie to tee this up. Dart's going to go in.
Ooh, he was considering the save too. He was just fishing for kills. He was about to turn away. That is rough.
Mike, it's getting closer now.
That is rough.
It feels like they've hit that
Paper X raw.
And I'm worried that they don't.
Paper X is chilling in the grand finals, chat. Why do I get the feeling that Paper X fans are nervous? What are you nervous about? Sitting in the grand final, looking good, got a double map ban? No cause for concern.
In the form of Fnatic here.
Wolves really made me eat ramen at 3 AM just to get stomped on map 4. Yes, so there's never been a better sign that you should try Path of Exile 1.
Yes, big names.
Yep. I mean, they're the real deal, right? There was a lot of those kind of checkpoints.
There's never been a better sign that you should download it right now and play after the match.
A couple of weird results or people underestimating them. I don't think you can anymore. The way these guys have played has been spectacular.
What has happened to the last 2 times? What, a Paper X
come away from that series with your head
having a double map ban?
I think that.
I mean, you know.
Grounding feeling now.
But it's a different roster, mildly.
11-5 scoreline here on Ascent already. Trailing by a map in a best of 5.
Yeah.
That reality looming in the background. Yeah, you're almost looking at conceding.
Yeah,
12.
but Mini hasn't choked a double map ban.
Then it's
counterpoint. Mini hasn't choked a double map ban. Surely Paper X isn't the team that causes Mini to have a double map ban loss on his record.
Look, at the start of this tournament, not many would have backed Wolves. Many underestimating them, not seeing what maybe some could. But we've started to believe a bit more. And maybe there's still something there to be had. As it stands, Fnatic, hell, they guess right.
Yeah, Wolves, I mean, you had to basically take a 50-50, stay grouped, not able to save any guns. Force Spy would have been wonky as hell. I mean, they could have gone for stingers, but
it's just locked out of this.
I mean, this is one of those where it's like, yeah, you're giving up 12, but also like, would stingers on defense have really done much against this team? You would have still had to go for a 50-50 anyway, right? So
4 Sheriffs in a classic. This would take a massive fumble from Fnatic to even give them a chance to find a way back in.
Well, there's the first bit of signs of life shown. Plenty of util still to burn through for Fnatic. Not feeling too much of the strain yet. Honestly,
Timed.
let him have a moment, even have a chance. There we go.
Okay, respect you, Fat. Respect him a little bit.
Here.
There you go. There you go. There you go, Fnatic. Respect him just a bit. Okay, there's one in B main. Just chill. Just chill.
3 players.
Okay.
That ain't gonna work. It's 12 now. Fnatic.
Damn. Dude, Alpha just pops off on this map. I do think they're playing it a bit better, but I wish they were utilizing Kayak more. Right now, they're basically playing it like protect Alpha Air on both sides. And like, it's fine when it's working. I just think they just need to do a bit more.
Look to the other side of the scoreboard. You see Alpha sat at 22
laughing at the kill.
Operator in hand.
Oh, the potential last round in Korean. We got the point redemption. All right, here we go. 자, 이게 매치 포인트 오늘의 마지막 라운드가 될지. 프나틱이 현재 지금 뭐 날아다니고 있죠. 알파이어가 이 맵만 오면 진짜 그냥 다른 사람이 되는 것 같아요. 이번에 공격 오퍼. 자, 공격 오퍼라는 거는 진짜 팀원들이 다 같이 알파이어를 위해서 세팅해 준다는 뜻이고, 바이스 벽도 설치를 했어요. 그러면 B에서 밀고 나오는지만 보고 있겠다, 크로니클은. 그러니까 이게 미드를 미니까 여기서 나올 건지 이거 지금 보겠다는 거거든요. 반응이 있는지 없는지 확인하는 거예요. 지금 이게 B를 갈 생각은 없는 게, B를 갈 거면 사실 이 벽이 지금 필요치 않거든요. 그러니까 밀었으니까 B에서 나와? 나오면 우리가 갈게. 나오질 않았다? 이거 좀 이상하죠? 자, 울브즈가 그래도 잘 참았습니다. 반응하지 않고 사이트에서 지켜라. 내가 미드는 보고 있다. 아직까지는 그냥 지켜. 그 감시자 둘을 오히려 디폴트로 활용을 하자. 그게 약한 점인데 디폴트로 활용을 하자고 하는 울브즈고요. 자, 요루궁 한 명은 확인됐는데 이거 찍힌데 갈 데가 없어요. 갈 데가 없어요. 점프도 못해요. 아, 어? 근데 카운터? 알파이어가? 오, 이거는 개선되지 않았었는데 이거 잠깐만요. 스프링 남아있거든요? 지금 위에 있었다고 생각. 벌써 내려왔는데. 자, 크래시스 트레이드 10초 피해망상 덕분에 설치 가능합니다. 자, 역시 프나틱 마지막 순간까지 몰라요. 자, 이거 크로니클의 타이밍이 중요하거든요. 이거 지금 YU가 확인하러 가고 있어요. 이상한데 한 명 더 어딨지? 2명은 아는데 한 명 더 어딨지? 확인하러 가고 있어요. 자, 가짜인 거 확인했고 YU가 끝까지 기다립니다. 카메라 설치된 거 크로니클이 알고 있고, 이거 사운드 크로니클이 지금 타이밍 잡으려고 하는데, 자, 사운드 듣고, 아, 이거 소리가 너무 많이 나서 공 타고 가긴 했는데 슈파 이번에 15번 클러치 한 번 더 해주나요? 리더가, 아, 근데 시간이 이렇게 그냥 끝납니다. GG 프나틱 결승으로 갑니다. Damn. GG. Well played by Fnatic. Also, Leicester actually did have some good sonic sensors. Same with Foxy9 in this tournament. So, checkmate atheists. Honestly though, shout out to Woes. Amazing show. Yeah, it ends on a bit of a damper on the last map, but it's Alpha Air on Chamber. What can you do? But incredible tournament for Woes. And honestly, what they showed on Split and Lotus makes me excited that this team will look even better down the road. Like, it actually gives me confirmation that they're gonna look even better. And Siufat, I think his calls have been incredible. Spring still had a pop-off map on Lotus. You'd love to see it because he really turned up this tournament. I mean, everybody. Leicester, you know, a couple rough games early on in the tournament, but amazing impact to keep them in the game. Now, all of Wolves looked amazing. And YU as well, some sharp shooting, continues to be very reliable in those long-range duels.
Yeah, just thinking about that finals now, Mike.
Like I said earlier, get the GOAT to Sunday.
Damn, King Kayak. They're just keeping him as part of the celebration.
Recovery as well from him. We're talking obviously a youngster coming in here. Get him online, have him really standing on his own 2 feet in terms of his.
Yeah, Sufat also carried their mental a lot. I think this was such a good tournament from them. It wasn't a fluke at all. It's such a good tournament from them. Wolves, I think, deserve all the new fans that they got. I think they're going to be an exciting team to watch out for.
There he is. And we will head down to the Horizon post-match interview once everyone's had a second, just get amongst the fans, feel out the atmosphere, because again today I was thoroughly impressed with Fnatic. They look like they're
Heritage stat remains
here, right?
true.
They can step up to the occasion. Mike,
Losing to the third and first place teams.
We'll be handing it down
Okay, is it Heretics or Fnatic? Is Heretics going to lose to the first place team tomorrow, or is it Fnatic who wins and ruins that pattern?
Is this man, by the way, Crashies. Crashies 2022 was the glory days, I think, for you. You made many, many finals back then. What does this one mean to you?
It's really special for me because we're in NA, so it means a lot for me. And to, like I said, do it with my brothers on this team, it means a lot, so I'm happy.
I'm glad you mentioned NA because, you kicked out the NA teams, and now a lot of people, I'm not sure if the people here would agree with me in the venue, but you are NA's last hope. They are supporting you for that
I want to know what he says.
Are you willing to take that title and to go forth and represent NA?
I think I am. I'm loving the support that you guys are all giving me, and not just me, but my team as well. We hear you guys every time you guys are supporting us, so I love you all. Shout out to all of you.
I like Crashies, man. He knows how to like trash talk with fun, but also just buy in the support.
Tokyo,
I like
you were
it.
eliminated by Paper X. I see a little smile. How are you feeling about this rematch?
I've never beaten them in my career, so it's definitely personal for me. I know Boaster and Fnatic have a pretty good history of beating them, so I'm going to rely on them, and yeah, it's pretty personal for me.
Oh, I can't wait to see it, Crashies. Thank you for joining me. Now, one other person, by the way, I don't know if you guys know the lore of Coach Milan. Yes, he's very tall, 2 meters to be exact. But
Is
Coach
he really?
Milan,
I think he's taller than 2
You've been in
meters.
the grand final before, 2021, as the analyst of Ascend at Champs. Ended up winning, but this has got to be extra special to make it as head coach with your boys.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while. It's my first international event as a head coach. We're doing great. I'm super excited for it, honestly.
In EMEA, we saw you get very emotional to qualify for this event in the first place. So talk me through your emotions right now, knowing that tomorrow you'll be playing a grand final.
Oh, he's a lefty.
I mean, it just means a lot to me to see like how hard everybody's working and that all the effort that we're putting into is like paying off.
I love that they got Milan here.
A little bit emotional. I think it's something that
great.
I have to get out of my system. So I don't know. Maybe I'll get emotional tomorrow again if it goes well. But I think ultimately all we will do is our best, and the results will be the results.
And since you're the coach, I'm going to ask you a game-related question right now. Best of 5 again tomorrow, but Paper Regs will have the double ban. How is your map pool looking right now? You confident?
I mean, I think we all know what's coming, so I think, yeah, we're prepared. We're prepared for whatever they want to do.
We all know that Pearl's getting played.
Like I said, we are not like results-driven. We're just looking at what we're putting in and not what we're getting out.
All right, super quickly, last minute. I've had a few of your boys help me hype the crowd. I want to see what you got. Milan, go on, help me hype the crowd one more time.
All right, put your hands up, guys. Let's go!
Nice. Dude, Milan and Scott both seem to be so emotional as well. So passionate. I love to see it. I mean, a lot of the coaches are, but
so many people who
and just a shout out to them.
Out here in Toronto.
Your job's in danger, man.
I know, right?
Your
the
job's in
career's gonna be cut
danger.
short pretty soon. All right, folks. Well,
Imagine he said, "Nah, we're cooked."
to Fnatic.
He's like, "Yeah, well, we're good at making the comeback down 1-0."
Against Paper X, but for now we do have to say goodbye to the Cinderella story that everyone fell in love with. Josh, the Wolves really captured the mind.
I mean, GG well played for sure for Wolves.
They did. You could
We'll have plenty of time to glaze Fnatic tomorrow, but like,
they just couldn't quite get it over the line.
Dude, Spring still probably my most pleasant surprise of this tournament.
They did something that nobody was expecting. They came out and performed better
And
than they had
Juicy
domestically,
started off hot in a lot of those matches. He started off a little slow in the matches that they lost, and that's unfortunate. But I think Juicy showed up. He's 18. He's got a lot of years ahead of him.
Difference though was palpable today.
There's Chronicle.
Well, we go from some Wolves to the GOAT, the man himself. Chronicle's here with us on the desk. Chronicle, congratulations on another Grand Finals appearance, my friend. How was that game?
They're lovely. Scott and Milan dropped into the fan cafe, and my friend made them do the heart hand next to the cheek. They didn't understand what it was.
think excluding map
It
free,
is
we actually did
a
pretty well.
weird
Like,
heart symbol.
We performed up to our level, up to our standards, as I believe. Obviously, map free was hard. It was tough. And maybe we just got into our heads as well that because it's like 2-0 right now, we need to win now, and like we're gonna do great. And obviously, you start thinking about like, oh my God, I need to win. I need to win. I can't lose right now. I don't give
not like this. Not like this.
Not like this. And I mean, obviously, after the map free, we talked a little bit. We decided to like that we don't care about it. We need to bring the energy up because that's where we were lacking, like for the whole map. So, and yeah, we did great on map 4.
You've never done a lower bracket run before with Fnatic. Fnatic, when they've got to these kind of positions, have always kind of gone through the top. You've been the best team at the tournament easily.
True.
In like lock-in and then at Tokyo too. So is there something different about being at risk of elimination the whole time? Because you dropped down instantly with that loss to Gen G.
I mean, it's good that you brought it about lock-in. I mean, it's kind of the same, no? Like, you have only one chance. If you lose, you lose the tournament, that's it. So I think it's not much different compared to lock-in.
Yeah, like they were considered one of the strong teams at lock-in, but
that's literally the only last chance to get the trophy.
But yeah,
or, like, play at least
that
well,
was one loss,
like,
one year out.
Be proud of, but I mean, we don't care. We just go through.
And look, it seems like you got the young king there, Kayak, who you guys have been really stewarding through this, and he's been.
I mean, I think TMV, he's probably sad just because of the way it ended, but he should be happy. He should be happy.
With him and now getting up to this point with this young guy.
Where are you supporting Paper Race or Fnatic? Fnatic. I have these guys winning the tournament. I'm behind them all the way.
You can trust him. Even in the most stressful moments, he can put up good numbers. It's super good trade for, especially for.
Have you seen the leaks?
He's super confident in himself.
For the map? I haven't watched any gameplay because I just want to watch it tomorrow. I don't want to consume like the leaked videos.
It makes sense that he would be.
Tomorrow's game might be boring. I think tomorrow's going to be a banger no matter what.
But for you've been in these spots so many times. You are the winningest player.
I don't know if it'll go 3-2.
You've got a chance at winning a 4th trophy. My question to you, and I suppose for some of the other really experienced players, is how do you keep that hunger? I know that Boaster, for example, has said, like, I just always want, like,
you should stay on Twitter till then.
What's the mentality
I mean,
to keeping that
joke's on you. Twitter's algorithm is so screwed up anyway. I mean, like, if I see it, it's not like a. It's not that I like.
It's just like a small reward.
Don't want to spoil it all. It's not like a movie or something.
Like, I want to get as maximum experience as possible.
It's just, I think it ruins the moment, and also it's like, you know, you can't really put together the whole picture anyway. And
maybe like, you know, or maybe hard points of our tournaments as well, because obviously we dropped a lower bracket. It happens, and obviously.
But Paper X are our homies.
You know, like, so you would say it's more about the journey.
I mean, I like Paper X.
Yes, I mean, it's just all about journey. Like, I'm just going through the matches, getting experience, having
I
fun
just
in the
like
game,
the Valorant that Fnatic's playing.
What is it playing with these guys? I talked to Alfier about it yesterday. He was very keen on mentioning the vibes. The vibes was the big word of the
Tomorrow
day.
map bans. I mean, Haven
really
and
keep that positive, and I
think they'll leave Lotus open.
Feel different from Fnatic in years
and
prior,
I
where you
think
guys
they'll
did have
leave
a lot of
Split
that pressure
open.
on your shoulders.
It depends. I think comp-wise, their comp can be really good against Fnatic's Ascent comp, and I think this is one of those things where it's like, why would we ever risk letting Alpha have his way on Chamber, you know?
I will say yes.
But
I think it
also, it's like something might be just super confident on the op battle as well. So
stability in the team, because we obviously trust each other.
Who knows?
We don't think about it as like we need to have all like our individual pop-off days. We all just play together right now as a team. We don't really rely only on our skill, I would say, and it feels great. And obviously, as
like I can see a world where they would think about banning Split.
Like keep the stability very well. Like I'm not gonna lie. It's one of the funniest and wiviest teams I've ever had in my life. So yeah,
you guys look like you're having a ton of fun out there, and that is something that I know we're all just super stoked to see.
Let's just ensure with sports for next. I was spinning them the whole time.
Let's go ahead and show
yeah, some teams are just better than that. They just overcome it and they make lower bracket runs regardless of what's happening.
Final 2 teams.
I'm just saying.
Paper X
you know?
going up against Fnatic Sideshow.
Just saying.
This is like an anime, man. It's all come to life. It's crazy.
I love it, but I also do think, Kron, I think your team are the villains of the story right now, because you're standing in the way of Paper X and that
like,
trophy that's always like one step too far away from them. They've been at that hurdle so many times. I think most people are going to want them to win. I
think that's fair. I don't think it's against Fnatic. I think it's just that people want to see Paper X.
I saw my fans just right behind me on the stage, I think it's fine. If you have these fans on the stage, it doesn't matter now. They will still cheer for us.
Dude, that's a nice answer.
So many of the folks who came
That's a good answer from Chronicle. I like that.
You are going to be going up against PaperX.
I like
playing
that.
Some of the best Valorant that we have seen from this squad. Any thoughts regarding the team before we send you out?
I think they're good.
Yeah.
For sure,
Every time you say Fnatic is winning, no, I have this smile because so many people doubted
Quite
him.
unique style, as we all know.
And partly also, I don't think they should have won yesterday's match. Like, even going into it, I think they should have lost.
Yeah, he's a little traitor.
But coming into it, I thought I had reason because I think they lean into the
I didn't even think about
the X factor as a team, and I think currently you kind of need that in Valorant. And I think also you always any team needs that. Now PaperX has that. PaperX has that as well. But I think that plus like the prep and calls that Boaster has is a great. I just liked seeing that at the EMEA playoffs, and I think that's. I really thought that was going to be something that they could bring forward
against PaperX tomorrow. But folks, make sure you're there bright and early at noon Eastern, because we got a brand new map reveal and a show match between Team Tarek and Team Toast. And we're going to have a ton of special guests and a few
Fnatic versus Heretics EMEA Grand Final was nice. Valorant, the way they force mistakes rather than playing. Yeah, I mean, it's basically Fnatic plays like they play a very like default heavy, like slow strap based overall fundamental style. But when the time happens, Kayak, Alpha, or Chronicle, these guys will they'll just go, nah, I'd win, and they have those moments, right? And then, but they still oftentimes still have like good trading off of it, and I think to me, I really like that. I think that's actually this kind of style you need in Valorant. Like, not just now, I think that's just the direction it will continue to evolve into, that balance. And I mean, any FPS, you always need that a little bit to lift the trophy, but I think Valorant, it is accentuated even more because of the way abilities work. So by default, the styles are so drastically different. Whereas I would say in like CS, if you're only watching casually, I think it's hard to notice like exactly when there's that shift of style. But yeah, I mean, PaperX will 100% pick Sunset and Pearl. But here's what I think, chat. I would like to see. Let's assume it's Haven and let's just say it's Ascent band, right? I do think that's probably the better play. I think Pearl first pick is okay. I think Pearl first pick is okay just because it is technically a mystery, right? So kind of test the waters. If you win, great, right? It's a map you're confident in. You win, you're up 1-0. That's great. If you lose, it's like, okay, whatever. It's out of there. Fnatic will probably pick Split here, I think. And at that point, I think Sunset, you always pick third no matter what if you're PaperX. Because yeah. And then that way, if it's and then it's Lotus and Icebox. Actually, maybe you actually, chat, now that I'm thinking about it, no, that's why I'm saying Sunset, because I think Pearl being a complete mystery for Fnatic is kind of rough for PaperX. No, so for those who don't know, my theory is that it's better to put your strongest map here and your second strongest map here. Or like if you can kind of predict the picks, make all three of these your strongest maps. But I actually think Pearl kind of ruins that because it's technically an anomaly. I don't think you pick Sunset first. I don't think you do. Unless you don't think it's your strongest chance. I'm of the logic that you pick your map that you are like guaranteed to win third. Because because I think momentum is so important, and we've seen this a couple times. Obviously, sample size is very small, but we've seen this a couple times where you start off strong, and then if you're not, and then like the 2-0 gets to you, or the other team comes prepped, and like it's kind of like a 60-40 map here, and then if you lose, the momentum just shifts, and then like these are like both like 50-50 maps. You know what I mean? But I think if you guarantee this map, even if you were down 0-2, you now command the momentum for the rest of it. And if you were up 1-0, it's at minimum a 2-1 after map 3. I think this is the way to do and you can manipulate basically the last 3 maps based on what your second ban is. And I'm starting to think that maybe you don't ban Ascent. I think you ban Haven Icebox, maybe. But they know how to play against Sage, or they should, because they used to play it. I don't know why I'm helping them, by the way, but I think you don't ban Ascent. I think you let them pick Ascent here, because Fnatic probably will. Because Fnatic, because they're on the lower ground, they need a must-win here, because there's a chance it ends on map 3. And, you know, something's good with the op as well. I do think, theoretically, PaperX's comp can actually do well, but it's literally just like Alpha plays like a god right now on Ascent, so it's like... I think that's always risky. Dude, Pearl being... I think you pick Pearl first. Because there's a good chance you're much better at it anyway, but it is a mystery, so you kind of take that risk. I think you have to pick Pearl first. I think you leave Ascent open, then you get Sunset, Split, or Lotus, and then Lotus. But I think PaperX should be feeling actually better on Lotus. I think PaperX should be pretty confident on Lotus. Split is kind of a 50-50 in my opinion, or maybe 60-40 for Fnatic. But that's probably the draft you want as PaperX. I don't think this order really matters for PaperX, no matter which one. I think that one's fine. No, I don't think you ever play your best map first. I think that's a waste of momentum. I really do. In a best of 5, a best of 5 is a marathon. If you pick your best map first, you are putting more eggs in the 3-0 basket, and the moment it doesn't happen, I think it ruins teams. I am of the mindset that you absolutely put your best map on map 3. The rest of the order is like somewhat debatable, but will you say this is the best map pull for PaperX? You mean overall? Yeah, for everyone hopping off, have a good one. We'll be back tomorrow. You just mean overall, or you just mean like, do I think this is the best like order, the draft for tomorrow? Didn't Saucy tell 2G to pick the best map last? Oh, did he? Dude, if Saucy's saying it, I'm completely in the right. Yeah, I noticed this. When did I first notice this? Who did it? Gen G was doing it, I think, last year. And I was like, that's so interesting. Overall? PaperX. You got Pearl. Well, I think their Lotus actually looks like a proper Lotus now. They used to just kind of get away with it. I used to hate their Jet Rays Lotus, by the way. I thought it was terrible. In fact, the best version of that, I think, was the Breach, which a lot of people hated. But in my head, I was like, if you're playing Jet Rays, you might as well play Breach as a long-range lurker with fault line support. The Lotus looks pretty good. I would actually rate their Lotus pretty highly. Sunset, of course. Yeah, I mean, I would say so. I mean, I think they've had similar map pulls before, but I would say that they are feeling pretty good. Haven's just like always been a kind of a permaban for them anyway. They don't have a distinct second permaban, so yeah, I guess so. What about the Jing Neon? Growing pains for the Jing Neon. Yeah, like you've got excellent maps for Paper Rex, then you've got like I think pretty good maps, kind of matchup dependent, right? That's 5 of them already. Then you've got Haven. Yeah, I would say so. Now that it's like 5 a.m., what do we do? Do we do a ZZZ stream? No, we switched to, we got to grind Path of Exile chat. But I don't know why I'm saying this for Paper X, but I think if you're Paper X, this is what you do. I think you ban the ice. It depends on how confident they are on Icebox. But my only thing about Icebox is I think they can play Icebox. I mean, I don't think Ascent is worth it. I take that back, chat. I think they should ban Haven, Ascent. I just don't think if you're Paper X, the Alpha or Pop-Off is worth risking. I think you do Pearl, Sunset. That's just fixed. I think that's the order that's fixed. The question here is, does Fnatic pick Lotus or Split here? They might pick Icebox, but I feel like... I think there is a world where they pick Lotus. Out of comfort. I think if they pick Lotus, they lose. So let's say they pick Split. So then it's Sunset, Icebox, Lotus in some order. And probably it goes like this. Icebox last kind of stinks for Paper X. I think you'd want to finish on Lotus, but... So, I think, yeah. I mean, again, the previous one I had is okay. I think the previous one feels better on the back end, but I also just think on paper, Paper X should be pretty confident on the Icebox. They've got really good lurk setups for Patman. They have a great Opera as well. They can do the op battle. They, in theory, should know how to play against the Sage. But it really just comes down to that. You know in theory, but are you confident you will consistently pull that off against the Sage? Because you used to play the Sage a little bit differently. So if you're not confident in that, then you keep the Ascent here and like Split moves over here and you finish on Lotus. Yeah, and this also allows Kayak to pop off. In some ways, I do think you'd rather have Alpha pop off than Kayak pop off. I do think that. But yeah, I mean, Fnatic can also counter the lurk for sure. So actually, yeah, no, I take that back. Now that I've said it out loud. Icebox ban. I think this is the ideal setup for Paper X. Pearl, Ascent, Sunset, Split, Lotus. The Kayak versus the train. One requires water, the other requires tracks. Which is better? Oh, man. For Fnatic, God, I hope they play the Chamber Yoru Vice on Pearl, man. I really hope they do. I really hope they do, because I think they can do it well. And if Fnatic does well here, I mean, they're gonna, dude, there's no shot Fnatic wins Sunset. There is no shot. So, like, that's why I think you have to put Sunset third for Paper X. There is no shot Fnatic wins Sunset. I mean, if Fnatic wins Sunset, like, they might as well just win off of just winning Sunset. You know what I mean? Like, the tournament might as just end no matter when it's played. There's just no way. The PaperX team have to fire on all cylinders. I mean, yeah, that's true as well. But, dude, if PaperX picks Sunset first, I would actually be upset. I would, actually. I would. If PaperX picks Sunset first, I would be very upset for PaperX. I'd be happy for Fnatic, but I'd be upset for PaperX. I mean, he said if PaperX is facing Fnatic, he's working overtime. Oh, I mean, yeah, but again, to quote Anders, when a team is winning with this big of a strategic deficiency, I don't know what else you can do to stop them. They've already been winning with strategic deficiencies. Honestly, if you locked in and played hard Sword to Go, you'd be done in like 3 hours tops. But no, let me play it off stream. Because I'm not actually that interested in playing it. I'm just mildly intrigued, and I do think it's interesting, but I don't... If I'm not going to be able to make it entertaining on my own, I'm not going to automatically stream it. I mean, is that what you wanted to hear? Like, that's just what it is. You mean running to site under 20 seconds is not a good strat? Debatable. IMO Fnatic's map pool is the reason I don't want to ban Haven. You don't want PaperX to ban Haven. I mean, honestly, if they felt comfortable enough, I think that's fine. I think Fnatic's Haven's kind of shaky. I mean, I think Infinite, the fact that I said I'm going to play it off stream it's the same with Ask Libra. If I'm not automatically saying, ooh, I'm going to play this on stream, then it's like, you know. And it's a difference between I'm intrigued by it, like from an industry sense. Like, oh, I think this is a game worth trying at some point to have a good tab on like what's going on in gaming or what can work in games versus do I think I can play it while making a stream interesting. There's always a big difference, right? Fnatic's Haven is kind of weak. I don't know if PaperX is good enough on Haven to exploit that. But if they feel confident, I mean, listen, if PaperX doesn't ban Haven and it doesn't look like garbage, then I would give them all super credit. And then they should win. But I think they just banned the Haven. Honestly, I think this is fine. If you have Sunset Split Lotus maps 3, 4, and 5, I think PaperX should be okay. It's still not gonna be easy, but honestly, PaperX map pool isn't good enough that it's gonna be easy like throughout. You know what I mean? Like even if you don't ban the Haven and like you're ready for it, I guess you ban the Ascent at that point. I guess it kind of gets easier, but I think you ban Haven and Icebox. But dude, if PaperX starts with Sunset, they'll win it. But I think I just don't think you want literally you just don't want Fnatic to go into Pearl hot because you have no idea what they're going to play. And especially if you think there's a good chance, which I think there is, that they're going to play the same comp from Ascent, which is the Chamber, Yoru, Vice, then you definitely don't want Fnatic to pull out that comp for the first time on Pearl after potentially popping off on it on Ascent. You know what I mean? So, like, I think you just do this. Let's say PaperX loses this, right? They're like, oh, we didn't see that coming. It's like, whatever. It was a mystery box. That's our warm-up game. The real game starts on map 3. You know what I mean? Or even map 2. I think that's how you have to look at it. I think you absolutely need the momentum switch on map 3. Rather than playing for a 3-0 all-in, I think you have to play for a guaranteed win in a best of 5. You just have to be ready for a marathon. And honestly, if let's say you're like afraid of that because your team isn't experienced, which PaperX isn't, but let's say you're a rookie team and you're like, yeah, but I don't know if my team can last a best of 5. It's like, well, then I don't think you're ready to win a grand final. That's my take. But you know that PaperX thrives on momentum. Yeah, but like that's what I'm saying. Sunset in theory should be a map where like you could literally be down in the dumps and coming out crying with tears in your hands, and they should beat Fnatic. You know what I mean? Like PaperX is so comfy on Sunset, and Fnatic looks really lost and simple on Sunset. So like that's what I mean. You're literally doing this for momentum. If you're like, well, our team works off of momentum, so we should go for a 3-0. It's like, okay, what if you don't get the 3-0? Now you have no chance to bring the momentum back, right? Like, it's a best of 5 against the best other team in the tournament. You can't ever really guarantee a 3-0. And this is my logic. And Gen G is one of the teams that used to do this. There are a couple other teams that used to draft like this. And I think more teams are now doing it just in general in best of 5s. But yeah, like if you go for the 3-0 momentum and it doesn't happen, now your momentum will never be as high as it was in the beginning. So like in your head, you're always thinking, we should have won map 2. We should have won map 3. But if you just have your automatic, like, we're in the dumpster and we're not talking and we can still win map on map 3, it's like, oh yeah, no, we're better, and then you get back in. So I think you absolutely need this. Both times PaperX lost to international finals, they lost map 1. I mean, both times PaperX lost in international final, they lost with double map ban. Like, I don't think losing map 1 is the problem. In fact, let's actually go back and look at those, shall we? I'm actually curious. I've never used theirs as a case study. But let's see here. At internationals. We got that, and then where are we? Where's Copenhagen? I don't want to skip over it. What year was... Oh, here we go. Okay, PaperX ban Haven, they banned Fracture. EG was dominating on Fracture on that one. They pick Split, and they pick Bind. And Pearl remains. But I remember, this one is the one where I think they trolled it. This is the one where I remember distinctly thinking they trolled the map draft. Yeah, the bind. Yeah. The breach Yoru, but it was something. This was the breach era. Yeah. It's like, I mean, playing, dude, I'm pretty sure yeah, they lost map 1, but they also lost map 3 in a not so confident map. So I don't think... yeah, that one's... But why did I think... Was it the bind that bothered me? I think it might have been... I don't know, because the bind was more so that the comp, it was like, what are they doing? But I remember even as the draft came out, I was like, PaperX trolled this draft. Yeah, I think it was this, right? Pearl was their best map. And to me, it was like, no matter what EG's playing on it, like, why are we not bringing this up here? What about here? I mean, this one, I honestly can't remember exactly what the strengths were. But this one also, you're picking maps that you like first, right? And then you're leaving your weakest map at the end, I think, is just a bad idea. Because if you get there, it looks terrible. Quite frankly, they actually could have won this. I actually think this comp was cooking a bit, honestly. I mean, I don't think it's great, but I do think it was cooking a bit. Yeah, Haven was played as well. They actually won. Forsaken Chamber. Damn, that feels like ages ago. But yeah. I mean, to be fair, someone was saying it earlier. I do think PaperX's map pool is somewhat better. I actually don't think they have that good of a map pool right now, though. I think it's kind of iffy. I think they're just playing better in general. They don't scream at me like a strong map pool team. They're not a weak map pool team anymore. They used to be a weak map pool team, but it was like 2 a.m. starting. I didn't wake up until 4 in 2023. I saw them lose, and I still haven't gotten the guts to rewatch the VOD entirely. That was a tough one. Have a good one, No Void. The streets are not ready for Chobra Chamber. They're definitely not ready for one reason or another. That is true. The streets have no idea. They'll have no idea what hit them. I'm going to be out there with Chamber, but with a judge in hand, and they'll never see it coming. Yeah, Paper X's map pool itself I don't think is spectacular. But I think generally they're playing better. People just... Fnatic most boring team. What? Paper X won't choke tomorrow. Oh, man. I'm out too because I can't tell my internet to become SKT and download PoE 1 in mere seconds. Sag. Skill issue, IMO, Yissel. But yeah. Honestly, chat, if Paper X does Pearl and then Sunset, they got a good shot. They got a good shot because I don't know how in the world Fnatic's going to maintain momentum through map 3. Dude. I'm actually more worried about Fnatic Sunset than their Pearl. I just think... I mean, I think partly the problem with Paper X's map pool where I'm not able to praise it that much is that, like, their weaknesses kind of align with some of their... Well, no. It's that their strongest maps are, like, auto losses for Fnatic. So it's like... And then it just kind of balances out, you know? I think if Paper X had, like, one more map that was, like, an auto win, it'd be something else. Fnatic will throw Alpha. I think they should, and I think they will, considering they're playing it on Ascent already. But, is Chojing's TV? Chojing's TV? That actually rolls up the tongue a little bit. Up on top left of the screen tomorrow? Nah, not for the internationals. Yeah, I mean, I think they'll play the Chamber Euro Vice. I think they will. It's a proven comp. Alpha can pop off on it, etc. But honestly, I think Ascent and Icebox ban isn't the end of the world either for Paper X. I don't think that's that terrible, as long as they, like, do have a plan on Haven. If they don't have a plan on Haven, then it's like, whatever, but... I don't, like, if they... to me, the order is more what's important. Like, the only way Paper X is really trolling is if they ban, like, Sunset. Then I'm like, okay, well, you've thrown it. Like, you deserve to lose. But otherwise, I don't think... I think there's very few ways that they, like, absolutely troll the draft. But to me, the order is more of what's important. The problem with Haven, though, like, let's say they left it open. Let's say Paper X prepped it, okay? Let's just assume. Let's say Paper X prepped it. I think they would need to pick Haven first, in my theory, right? You want to pick Sunset third, but if you don't pick it first, Fnatic might, like... They might just think they're better on it, and they might just save it for later as well. They might still... I mean, I guess let's say if you're banning Haven, I guess you're banning Ascent and I guess Icebox, right? So let's say you ban these two. If you don't pick Haven first, really your next choice is to pick Sunset first, right? Like, that's what I think the problem is. So... I think the problem here isn't so much that, like, whether the Haven's prepared or not, but again, Haven just, like, and then you have another map. Now you have two maps that are technically kind of question marks on what they would look like. So I think that's the big problem, is that there's no way to guarantee that you have the map order you want in 3, 4, and 5. I think that's the problem with leaving Haven and Pearl open. So I think that's why they should ban it. But I do think in theory Fnatic, but this is also a case of like, I also think you already have maps that like in theory you should be better at anyway with Pearl and Sunset. So like, why risk another map where it's like, just because it's their weak map, you don't know how strong your Haven is. So like, I don't think you should risk it. But to me, the problem isn't so much whether they can actually win on Haven or not. That part doesn't matter. But it's more so this now makes the rest of this like, you can't control it 100%. So I think it should just be Haven Ascent. I think that's just the safest way. Again, I think you need to play a best of 5 safe. I think you need to make it so that you can always win no matter what across the entire 5 maps. That should be your plan. I don't think you should go in assuming you're going to win the first 2 maps. I think that's disaster. What is Fnatic's strategy for 2nd and 4th? I think Fnatic needs Ascent 2nd if it's not banned. Oh, wait, you said Haven and Ascent? No, I think you ban Haven and Icebox. I don't know if you ban Haven Ascent. If you ban Haven Ascent, honestly, Fnatic, probably Icebox 2nd. But Fnatic might troll it and pick Lotus 2nd. That would be my fear. But if it's Haven Ascent, then I think Fnatic picks... It's whichever one's not banned. Fnatic needs a must-win map in map 2. And Paper Rex needs a must-win map in map 3, right? I think the problem is no one in Paper is still enough as a player to play a less dynamic, less peaky Sentinel. I'm all for it as long as they win. Wait, what? Fnatic has been doing bad on Haven too, right? Yeah, they've been looking shaky on Haven. But again, I think in a best of 5, you're a bit more concerned about what maps can we absolutely win versus they're weak on it. Let's try to counter it. Yeah. No, I mean, I agree. I agree, Kikun. I think Haven Ascent is too safe. Because that's one where it's like, you might break down strategically if you just can't get together about how to play against Sage, even though you should know because you used to play Sage. Whereas Ascent is going to be like a guy diff, and you might guy diff them back, right? So I think you should do Haven Icebox. If Fnatic wins map 2, it's like whatever, you know? So yeah, we'll see though. There is a world where, I mean, if Ascent is open, Fnatic has to pick Ascent 2nd. If Ascent is not open, that's when Fnatic might get baited into picking like Lotus or Split 2nd. At which point it gets a little iffy. But I think it has to be Ascent or Icebox 2nd. I think the first map's gotta be Pearl and Sunset. Like, you do this is guaranteed to be Split Lotus in either order, and, like, Paper Rex should feel okay on it. It's not going to be easy maps, but you should feel okay on it. If you won the Pearl, even better, right? So that should be Paper Rex's, and honestly, this is probably, like, because you can't control the bans, this is probably Fnatic's best shot as well, is getting Ascent 2nd. We shall see. Yeah, I mean, I'm not confident that Paper Rex can strategically use their comp to success. I think it can, but like whether they can do that in a couple days' time against Fnatic is one question. But my point is like, you can try to get something the op and just have op battles, right? You know, and if you don't win, you don't win, like whatever. If Fnatic have already cooked something in Pro for surprise, then you start 0-2, but you know you're winning map 3, and so you'll have the momentum going into the other maps where technically, in theory, I think you should feel like a 60-40, although maybe it's more like a 50-50, but chat, I am telling you, trying to go for a 3-0 is not the play. A 3-0 is not the play. It's just not. I mean, I guess, actually, chat? No, I think you go for the Pro. I mean, you gotta assume they're playing Chamber or Vice. And if they don't and they pick out something else crazy, then it's like, credit to you. GG. GG, well played. Momentum is overrated if you're down 0-2. No, I don't think so. Because if you're up 2-0 and there's no way for you to feel good coming into another map, I think that's the bigger problem. Because then you just keep thinking you should have closed it out on the previous map. I'm not saying that this doesn't guarantee a 0-2, by the way. I'm not saying you should purposely go 0-2. But, like, guaranteeing a 2-0 and having no guarantee on map 3 is worse than having like a 75% chance of at least a 1-0 going into map 3. That is 100% my take. If you don't have 3 maps that you absolutely know you can stomp on, and quite frankly, even if you do, you can never guarantee the 2-0, right? Unless you're just absolutely better. So if you can't guarantee you win map 3, I think that's a bigger problem. Because the only way you should front load picks is if you think you're 3-0ing. Like, everyone keeps saying, like, well, yeah, but that doesn't matter if you're 0-2. But it's like, yeah, but you can say the same, but that would apply either way for 2-0 because you've already used up your best map. And then let's say you lose map 3. Let's say you lose map 3 because that could happen because it's not your best map. So now you're 2-1 and you're like, well, our best maps are done. Now we're on to weaker maps. Like, is that really any better than potentially having a good chance of at least one map going into a map you're absolutely winning? Yes, that's true, but being... Yeah, but I'm not saying you're guaranteed to be 0-2. There's a risk, but there's always a risk, right? I'm not saying you should purposely pick, like, Haven map 1, you know? I'm not saying, like, this is some way to unlock some superpower, but I'm just saying you want your strongest map in the worst-case scenario that it's a 0-2, right? Because at the very least, and especially in this matchup, I'm telling you right now, chat, if you don't think PaperX 100% wins Sunset, then they're doomed. If you don't have the confidence that they can absolutely crush on Sunset, they are actually doomed. So, like, or Fnatic's just like gods and they somehow turn into a different team in like 1 week time. So I'm not saying you need to aim for the 0-2, but you need to go for Sunset here, which means out of the remaining things, Pearl is actually the best chance just because Fnatic has never tested it. These are like, at best, 60-40, Split and Lotus. So you should do this. But people are asking, but what if Fnatic is actually really good on Pearl? It's like, well, you have to take that chance, right? Because these are like maps, these are, if anything, maps where I think Fnatic can actually take momentum away from PaperX, whereas if you lose Pearl, it's also easy to just be like, whatever, we had the wrong read. It's all right. We got Sunset coming up in map 3. Like, that's what you should always be. That should always be the idea. You shouldn't take like in theory, Pearl should be like an 80-20 simply because Fnatic has never tested whatever they're going to pull out tomorrow. So, but I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying you should guarantee a 0-2, but it's like, worst case 0-2 happens, you still got Sunset. Like, that should be the way that you draft. I think any other map is 50-50, even Pro. I mean, I think there's a chance of that. I just think PaperX, I think map familiarity is a real thing. I think map familiarity is where you can really pop off with ego peaks and stuff. And I think that's where PaperX still should have an edge no matter what on Pearl. I think map familiarity in an official match setting is a very real thing when it comes to like pre-fires, ego peaks, timings, etc. How about PaperX also just ban Ascent and Haven and throw a curveball to Fnatic on Icebox by picking up the Sage? I think that's okay. I think that's okay. I think that it does come down to where Paper Rex is feeling right now about, like, do they think they have a better shot at kind of like trying to counter the strat and still fragging out versus like their best map, just try, let's go for a frag battle and move on. It just depends on what you think you're better at mentally, I think. But I think that one, I think that's kind of up for grabs. I think that's up for grabs. From the outside, I think you actually just give Ascent. But because the other thing I was saying was on Icebox, there's a chance that you're giving Kayak a way to get back into the game because he's going to be playing Jet. And I think Alpha Air popping off is like, he's been popping off the entire tournament no matter what, right? Even on Killjoy. But Kayak, you get him, the rookie, in the comfort position to potentially pop off. I don't know if that is worth it. So if there is a chance that you you might lose, I think you'd almost rather lose to pop off Alpha Air than potentially getting even Kayak back on the big road. I don't think it's not even about Paper X's comps. I just think if you had a choice between who are you giving a free map to like pop off on between Kayak and Alpha Air, it's like, well, Alpha Air's been doing it the entire tournament no matter what. So like you might as well give it to Kayak, who doesn't have as much experience. Not that I think Kayak is weak mentally, but it's like if you had to pick and choose, right? No, I know you said remove, but you're saying remove Ascent instead of Icebox. I'm saying the choice, so that the choice is always going to be between Ascent and Icebox because you're not removing both and leaving Haven in. So, but again, this just comes. I mean, as a fan, you can be like, I don't want to risk that, but I think this simply just comes down to like, do you think your players are going to recover better from taking a dual challenge and losing versus taking a strat challenge and losing? I think it just comes down to that. If you think your players can shake it off and you think you have a pretty good grasp on what you want to try on Icebox, I think that's fine. But if you think your players, no matter what, even no matter how good your read is, would rather lose in a duel and still be able to bounce back on a good map like Sunset, then I think you take Ascent. Yeah. I think that's a stylistic choice, but that one only the team will know, because also I think for Paper X they're a very different team right now than in the past, right? With like Panda there and Patman there and all of that. So maybe their Haven is good, as Minnie said. For Paper X, honestly I think it could be. Well, it could be. But, like, I don't know. Haven, Icebox I'm okay with. Haven, I think taking a chance on your unknown Haven and their unknown Pearl, I think taking chances on two unknowns is, like, not worth it when Fnatic is literally winning matches they shouldn't have been this, like, for half of this tournament. I just don't think you do that. Yeah, Minnie said they have something cooking on Haven. Maybe he was lying. I mean, I'm sure they were, though. I don't think you're going to risk having, like, an absolute garbage permaban still. But also you have double map ban, so, like, why not ban it? I think pulling out your own comp in a double map ban advantage for the first time is troll. I do think that's troll. I think that's troll. So I think I don't think they will. I don't think they'll do it. Yeah, and Haven, like, one ban is fine. And, like, that's a map where we think, like, we know Fnatic's Haven isn't that good, but Fnatic, I think, are, like, fine playing Haven. So, like, I think Paper X is fine banning it. So, yeah, I mean, I think the draft is pretty straightforward for Paper X, honestly. The only difference is Icebox Ascent, and I'm fine with either or. That's a stylistic choice. But the real deal is will they pick Sunset first or third? And I think they're trolling a bit if they pick it first. Doesn't mean they'll lose. I do think you're trolling a bit, though. What do you mean they won matches they shouldn't? I think their prep, like their reads coming into the match, were weaker on like several matches for Fnatic. I'm rooting for, and I say this as someone rooting for Fnatic, but they have really good individuals, and not just individuals, but just like really good, sometimes like double plays, triple plays in game sense, in that sense, where like Alpha is just getting these double triples. He's taking the ego peaks on a timing. And like, yeah, the timing is part of the strategy, but what I mean is like the pre-round setup. We know that I can see that they've studied the other person's VODs and they know the weakness, things like that. Like other teams have constantly brought that against Fnatic, and they've tried it. G2, I think, is the best example where like it was very clear. I think G2 had a better idea of how to target Fnatic's weakness, and Fnatic still won the duels. So I think that's the big thing. G2 trolled their map, if you don't know. I mean, I don't think they trolled it as bad as the community is making it sound to be. I know why you're saying that, but I think the bigger thing probably is, I think, again, this is where map and comp familiarity affects aim duels. And I think that was a big part of it. But honestly, if you go back and watch that game, dude, Alpha and Kron were just shutting G2 down. Like at that point, it's like, I don't think it would have mattered what map they played. Like Alpha and Kron were just shutting them down. They were just dumpstering them. How about you subscribe to a PTSD hotline for Alex in case PaperX lose again tomorrow? Triple second place is going to feel bad. Even today, if Wolves wasn't nervous, the first match could have been closer. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Wolves had some good reads and split, right? So, like, I think, like, I don't think Fnatic has been a clear strategic upper hand in almost any of their matches, actually. If Fnatic wins, would that make Kron the GOAT? Probably. For now. Also, yeah, exactly. Alpha was 9-0 on Lotus in first kills. Like you just can't win at that point. But I don't think it was even G2 trolling. I just think, I mean, yeah, there were some rounds where like Jog maybe could have they could have timed things better, etc. But like, it's just like Alpha was just going off huge. That doesn't mean there's nothing G2 can fix. I just think it's not so much that they were like trolling or the draft was trolled, etc. I mean, you know, it's probably something to think about, but I think on paper, I think the draft was good because I think what they prepped was actually really well prepped. So it was like, you actually got him. Like it was a got him moment. Like G2 got him. Also, G2 and Fnatic have kind of an overlap in their map pool, so. Yeah, exactly. Like if someone's just popping off like Alpha is for most of this tournament, like you're seeing in YouTube, then not much you can do. Fnatic somehow, someway will find ways to lose the rounds by running out of time. That too. That too. Yeah. I mean, Fnatic's got aimers that perform under pressure. That's like the scary thing, right? Like Alpha, like he's taking some of the duels he took today, like he was losing, and I was like, oh, he's overheating. And then he just goes and takes another and he wins, right? That's like the difference between him and Juicy. Juicy was constantly trying to do the same thing, but he wasn't able to ever like get that win to continue going. But Alpha, like sometimes he would lose it, and then he'd peak again the next round, he'd get two, and it's like, okay, like GG. So, GG indeed. GG indeed. All right, chat. What time is it? Do I have time? I actually don't have much time. So actually, we're going to wrap it up here because I have to head out in like a little over an hour to go to church. Mr. Chobra, I think you're the only person who can verify this for me. Have you ever seen a non-shitpost chat from me so far? Yeah, I would say that I think you were pretty sincere about Sortigo. I don't think that was as much of a shitpost. I think that, and also this one. Curie's right. This matchup is crazy. One team can lose at a time. The other team... No, exactly. Chat. But I said that yesterday, right, chat? This matchup tomorrow is the matchup of teams that... one team giving you heart attacks in the first 20 seconds of the round and the other team giving you heart attacks in the last 20 seconds of the round. It's going to be a banger. It's going to be a banger. 옆 동네 바이탈 마우즈 보느라 못 봤는데 푸나틱이 이겼군요. 바이탈 마우즈는 어떻게 돼가고 있나요? You missed the game because you were watching the major. Understandable. 푸나틱이 우승할 겁니다. That was also a shitpost. Well, you got me, Infinite. You got me. But it should be a banger tomorrow no matter what. I'm excited. I'm also excited to check out the new map, chat. Some of you might have seen the links. Obviously, I'm not going to watch them. But I'm excited. I'm excited to see what the map looks like. I'm excited to play a new map. I'm excited to start playing Valorant again. We haven't been playing because of Masters with the time zones, but... And also, I'm excited to play Lies of P again on stream after tomorrow. We'll play Hitman and Lies of P again starting next week, so that's great too. One dude named his dog Buckets. In relation to what? Next up at the major is Mongos versus Pain Gaming. Dude, Mongos. That's for the grand finals, right? Mongos going ham. Why he named his dog Buckets of all things. I don't know. I feel like I'm wasting brain power trying to guess this. I mean, I'm not going to have a good guess, so you're going to have to spring it on us. He wanted to be able to yell, "Come," to his dog. I'm not going to read out the sentence. In the park with public immunity. Wow. That is, you're nearly crossing the line, but we're about to turn off the stream, so I won't time you out. All right. That's going to be it for today. You get one free one, Infinite. You did get me. That's going to be it for today, chat, because I only have like an hour more, so I'll probably go and wash up and rest up. We will be back later tonight. The show match is before the grand finals, so come check that out if you want to talk about the new map. Should be exciting. We're going to see Toast versus Tarek. That should be fun. Paper Race versus Fnatic should be an absolute banger. And then starting next week, we'll be back to regular evening Pacific times for other streams. And that'll be that. So thanks for hanging out. Thank you so much for the gifts today, for the points, all that. Appreciate you all hanging out. Thanks for watching the ads. Thanks for the support. I hope you all have a great day. I hope you get some rest. And I will see you all tomorrow. 오늘 방송 여기까지입니다. 또 내일 결승 때 뵙겠습니다. Thank you. See you guys.